Chapter 4762. Everyone, please help us clear the way. This ice is troublesome. Young Master Jin Xiu said. No problem. The 9 sovereigns attacked the dragon corpse at the same time. This was the simultaneous attack of 9 superior 5th-level divine physique echelon experts. From this, one could see how terrifying the power was. Even though it was a powerful ice, it was still blasted into a crack. It was just enough for one person to pass through. If they wanted to collect the dragon corpse, they would have to get closer. Otherwise, they would not be able to use any storage treasures if they were too far away. Although many people gathered around, they could not get close. The closer they got to the dragon corpse, the more terrifying the chill was. Most people could only look at the huge dragon corpse from afar and exclaim in shock. Then, they sighed helplessly. Seeing a treasure but not being able to get it, this feeling was really too depressing. The moment the crack appeared, young Master Jin Xiu rushed out. He also left behind a message. I'll have to trouble you to stop the others and not disturb me. You don't have to care about the martial artists of Heaven's Wall City. Young Master Jin Xiu also understood that these people were afraid of him, and they were also afraid of the others. Therefore, he did not force them. The key was that it was useless to force them. The 9 great sects only wanted to stop the chieftains of the 6 great clans. Even if the others did not stop them, no one dared to get close. This was because the ice was not something that martial artists below the 5th-level divine physique echelon could resist. Interesting. The 9 great sects and the 6 great clans are having internal strife because of the dragon corpse. This is very beneficial to us. Ling Xiao smiled. Di Zun, please enter my Dongsheng Emperor ring first. I want this dragon corpse. They were in the crowd, so no one noticed them. Even if they suddenly disappeared, no one would notice. Yi Han Tian, you're just a sword cultivator. What use do you have for this dragon corpse? Young Master Jin Xiu roared at Yi Han Tian behind him. What a joke. My sword has the correct sword soul. This dragon corpse is not bad. It might be able to make my weapon stronger. Why wouldn't I want it? Yi Han Tian sneered and sped up. Since it was a treasure, it did not matter whether it was useful or not. He would get it first. Even if it was useless, he could exchange it for something useful to him. Young Master Jin Xiu sighed helplessly. Qin Huang would definitely not give up on this thing. They were martial artists who possessed the dragon martial spirit. Obtaining this dragon corpse could make them stronger. Only a fool would give it up. As for the guy called Lightless Sun and Moon, he was a genius of the Sun and Moon sect. Like the Monster Clan, the Sun-Moon sect focused on the cultivation of the physical body and focused on absorbing the light of the sun and the moon. Obtaining the dragon corpse would definitely help him achieve a breakthrough in his physical body. He would not give up either. Therefore, he didn't even need to ask. There was no other way. They could only fight for it with their own abilities. Fortunately, there were only 3 competitors. If the chieftains of the 6 great clans were to appear, it would be even more troublesome. Fortunately, the rulers of the 9 great forces were willing to help stop them. I was the one who asked the 9 emperors to stop the 6 great tribes' chieftains. You guys are picking up ready-made goods. Young Master Jin Xiu was still somewhat indignant. Whoever obtains the dragon corpse will be given the monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. It's not like there aren't any. Qin Huang faintly smiled and suddenly sped up, overtaking young Master Jin Xiu. Although he was also at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon, his combat strength was considered superior and was on the same level as the 9 emperors. On the other hand, young Master Jin Xiu was considered inferior. He was inferior to him. Stop right there. Qin Huang had just sped up when he was stopped by Lightless Sun and Moon. This thing belongs to me. No one can take it away from me. Can you stop me? Qin Huang sneered and fought with Lightless Sun and Moon. On the other side, young Master Jin Xiu and Yi Han Tian were also fighting. All 4 of them wanted the dragon corpse and were unwilling to give it to each other. The rulers of the 6 great forces and the chieftains of the 6 great clans were also fighting fiercely. Only the Nether Demon Master, the Thunderstar Master, and the Raging Flamestar Master were still idle. They stared at the other martial artists and did not let them get close to the dragon corpse. Even if it was for the sake of the monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns, they had to do something. The 3 of them could be said to be one man holding back 10,000 men. It was impossible for anyone to pass. The crowd could only watch the 4 geniuses from Heaven's Wall City fight there. It was a feast for the eyes. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on top of the dragon corpse. It was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. The terrifying ice could not cause any harm to him. It's him. Many people cried out in surprise. This person was none other than the guy who called himself the Sky Tiger Demon Master. He was Ling Xiao. This guy can actually walk on the ice of the dragon corpse without fear of the strange cold. Is he really a first-level divine physique echelon martial artist? Many people were shocked. Boom! Ling Xiao's sword pierced towards the terrifying ice. The ice immediately split apart, revealing a gigantic dragon corpse. Then, he landed on the dragon corpse. The shocking effect caused many people to be stunned for a moment. Even if 9 rulers joined forces, it would only have this effect. At this moment, Ling Xiao had naturally chosen to fuse with the 4 rulers. True ruler, divine ruler, demon ruler, and emperor ruler. The path of fusion could last for at least half an hour. Therefore, his combat power was very strong at this moment. At the very least, it was impossible for any ruler to win against him alone. While everyone was surprised, Ling Xiao had already broken through the ice layer and headed towards the dragon corpse. He wanted to keep the dragon corpse in the mountain river world. As for how to use it, he could think about it slowly. In any case, he would definitely use it. Whether it was to strengthen his physical body, increase his potential, or strengthen his martial soul, all of them were fine. Since he had encountered such a treasure, it was impossible to miss it. Stop! The 4 geniuses from Heaven's Wall City also discovered this shocking scene. They immediately stopped fighting and pounced towards Ling Xiao. This dragon corpse must fall into the hands of Heaven's Wall City no matter what. Otherwise, the 4 of them would be punished by the city lord. If they failed the mission, none of them would have a good ending. Why would Ling Xiao care about what they said? He used the holy ground demonic shadow and instantly arrived on top of the dragon corpse. Then, with a wave of his hand, the huge dragon corpse began to be slowly swallowed by a vortex. Originally, it was very easy for the mountain river world to absorb things. However, this dragon corpse was too big and too powerful. It was obvious that there was a force resisting. It will take at least 10 minutes. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at young Master Jin Xiu, who was rushing over first. I'll play with you guys. Young Master Jin Xiu's speed was also extremely fast. Without anyone stopping him, he had already reached Ling Xiao's side in an instant. Then, he struck out with both palms, and the violent palm force drove 2 bloody mountains to smash towards Ling Xiao. Previously, 1 mountain could not kill Ling Xiao, so he used 2 to try. He did not believe that he could not kill him. Chapter 4763. In the face of the 2 bloody mountains, Ling Xiao was much calmer than before. This was because he was now in the path of fusion. Compared to the previous sovereign physique, it was much more powerful. Black, white, and golden auras were released at the same time. They turned into 3 huge phantoms. The auras of the god, demon, and emperor were extremely shocking. This guy didn't use his full strength in the arena. This terrifying aura is really scary. Qin Huang could have been the fastest, but he was the last because he always felt that Ling Xiao was not simple. But how was he not simple? He couldn't tell. So he had to be careful. Fist of the God and Demon Emperor. The 3 types of power merged into one and blasted out a terrifying heavy punch. The fist was like a meteor that covered the sky as it smashed toward the 2 bloody mountains. The terrifying pressure made the martial artists who were very far away feel it. Master Jin Xiu, who was closer, had a terrible feeling that he had difficulty breathing. Boom! The fist of the god and demon emperor directly smashed the 2 bloody mountains. It was as easy as smashing 2 pieces of soil. It was as easy as blowing off dust. An earth-shattering hurricane seemed to blow between heaven and earth. The entire ancient imperial city was on the verge of collapse in this hurricane. Oh no! Master Jin Xiu turned pale with fright, seeing that the fist was coming at him. In a panic, he finally took out his magic treasure. It was an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. It was an umbrella. It seemed to have torn a piece of the sky and blocked in front of him. Even so, Master Jin Xiu was still blasted away by the fierce fist. After the splendid mountain and river umbrella helped him block most of the damage, he was still blasted away. He was still injured. Ling Xiao was still standing there with a disdainful sneer on his face. A genius of the Heaven's Wall City? You can't even withstand a single blow. If he had said this before, perhaps many people would have refuted him. But at this moment, his words were powerful and resonant. This was because he had sent young Master Jin Xiu of the Heaven's Wall City flying with a casual punch. When did such a powerful guy appear in the 9 underworlds? Ah! I want you dead. Young Master Jin Xiu rushed out of the ruins. He was battered and exhausted, but at least he wasn't dead. His injuries didn't seem to be too serious. In the end, the splendid mountain river umbrella's defensive power was astonishing. Wait! Dim sun and moon stopped young Master Jin Xiu. The dragon corpse seems to be reacting. This guy actually dared to forcefully collect the dragon corpse. This is courting death. Young Master Jin Xiu was stunned. Then, he stopped and looked at Ling Xiao. Sure enough, the dragon corpse seemed to have been resurrected. Its whole body was flickering with strange runes. A terrifying power was released. This is a huge amount of energy stored in the dragon's corpse. When faced with an external enemy, it will be released to attack the enemy. This guy didn't even seal the energy before collecting it. Instead, he went straight for it. How stupid. Young Master Jin Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was in a bad mood at first, but now, his mood seemed to have improved a lot. Qin Huang frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. Yi Hantian had the same idea as Wu Guang and young Master Jin Xiu. Boom! In an instant, a violent power erupted from the dragon corpse. It was like a solar storm on the surface of the sun. It completely enveloped Ling Xiao. He's dead. Young Master Jin Xiu sneered. This was the result of being stupid. Did he really think he was a god? He wanted to take advantage of everything. However, at this time, the storm surrounding Ling Xiao gradually disappeared. It was as if it had been devoured by something. Ling Xiao could not increase the strength of his main body in the state of fusion. But he could devour this energy and store it as potential. It could provide convenience for his main body. This dragon power storm was indeed terrifying. But after all, a large part of it was still frozen. It was impossible to release all the energy. With the power of Ling Xiao's fusion, it was more than enough to suppress it. What's going on? The 4 geniuses were stunned. Not only was Ling Xiao not dead, but he was also devouring that terrifying energy. What kind of monster was this guy? Hurry up, that guy doesn't seem to be afraid of the energy storm. As young Master Jin Xiu roared, the bloody vortex behind him almost turned purple. Then, it turned into a huge sphere, like a terrifying gaseous planet. It smashed toward Ling Xiao fiercely. This time, he really had to bring out all of his trump cards. He wanted Ling Xiao to die. Not only because Ling Xiao had embarrassed him. More importantly, the dragon corpse must not fall into Ling Xiao's hands. This terrifying energy pressed down and shattered the ice layer inch by inch. The void was distorted and deformed. It was extremely powerful. You're simply courting death with your insignificant strength. Get lost. Ling Xiao only threw a punch as usual. He did not even use his true strength. The terrifying aura of the 3 types of energy fused together turned into a huge fist and blasted toward the terrifying purple planet. Boom! There was almost no suspense. Even if young Master Jin Xiu used his most powerful move, it was still easily broken by Ling Xiao. However, this time, Ling Xiao's attack was also offset. However, Ling Xiao only threw a casual punch while young Master Jin Xiu attacked with all his strength. If young Master Jin Xiu knew this, he would probably vomit blood. I don't believe it. Young Master Jin Xiu's hair was disheveled and he looked like a madman. He had completely lost his previous domineering and calm. Now, he was like a little kid who could not defeat someone but refused to admit it. Spear. Young Master Jin Shou waved his hand. In the void, a purple spear appeared. The spear was like a dragon with 3 heads. It was actually letting out a strange roar. The blood-red vortex merged into the spear. The power of the spear skyrocketed. Young Master Jin Shou is finally serious. Yi Hantian frowned. Young Master Jin Shou was a proud guy. When he fought with him, he never used this spear. This was the most precious treasure of Jin Shou Mountain Villa. An emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. It was also the top ordinary emperor weapon. Yi Hantian did not expect that he would have to use this to deal with a warrior from the 4 regions and 9 realms. It seemed that this opponent was really powerful. Die. The huge purple spear turned into the shadow of a dragon and pierced towards Ling Xiao at lightning speed. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with this spear. What a good treasure. However, it's really a waste for it to fall into your hands. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. In the 4 regions and 9 realms, only the Golden Heavens domain had an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. The other forces did not have it. Even the Eternal Emperor domain and the Savage Beast region did not have it. Although he did not use a spear, this was still a top-grade item. He also wanted to get his hands on it. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to be careless. He suddenly stabbed out with the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his hand. A blood-red sword light burst out. It was filled with terrifying power. It was unstoppable and could pierce through everything. It could destroy everything. Chapter 4764. Boom. The blood-red sword light collided with the purple spear. It turned out that they were evenly matched. After all, the power of the Crimson Blood Demon sword was only equivalent to a 9-dragon emperor weapon. Compared to the purple spear, it was still lacking. Moreover, the other party had fully activated his divine origin. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had used less than 30% of his power. He was already satisfied with the result. Because his real killing move was a punch to the left and right. This punch could be said to have hit young Master Jin Shou's chest. Young Master Jin Shou did not even have the chance to use the splendid mountain river umbrella. He was blasted away again and spat out a mouthful of blood. Most likely, his ribs were completely broken. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone was stunned. Especially the 15 sovereigns, they were even more dumbfounded. When did such a terrifying young warrior appear in the 4 regions and 9 realms? Wasn't he even more terrifying than the rumored Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao only had great potential. However, this person's strength was also incomparably strong. Especially the Nether Demon Lord, he felt that his eyebrows were knitted together. He absolutely believed that even if he personally attacked, he would not have more than 60% chance of defeating the other party. This was based on the situation where the other party had fully unleashed his strength. Obviously, the other party had not unleashed his full strength. At this time, people were surprised to find that most of the dragon corpse had been taken away. This made the 4 geniuses anxious. When young Master Jin Shou was fighting just now, they just watched from the side. Some of them even gloated. But at this moment, they could not afford to be onlookers. Dim Sun and Moon, Qin Huang, do you still want to watch the show? Let's attack together, otherwise, none of us will benefit. Yi Hantian looked at young Master Jin Shou, who was still unable to climb out of the ruins for a long time, and knew that young Master Jin Shou was seriously injured this time. So, he did not call out to him. Attack. Dim Sun and Moon nodded. A huge sun and moon will appeared behind him. That was his martial soul. The sun will release a dazzling and blazing light. The moon will release a dim and cold light. The 2 types of power were perfectly fused together, erupting with an extremely terrifying power. This person was obviously good at close combat, so he directly pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes still emitted an indifferent light. Even though he was facing 3 powerful geniuses, he was not afraid at all. Because he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. He had only used the power of his fused body to deal with young Master Jin Shou. However, he still had the martial spirit array diagram and the Sky Tyrant's possession. At this moment, Qin Huang also released his martial soul. A golden dragon coiled around his body. It made him extremely valiant and domineering. A terrifying king's aura was released. This Qin Huang was the most terrifying one among the four. Ling Xiao was also a little wary of him. Therefore, he immediately released the child god's bloodfiend array. At the same time, he chose to enter the second floor of the sanguinary rats. In any case, there were no after-effects. It would be a waste not to use it. At this moment, Yi Hantian also released his demon sword soul. With two swords in his hands, his sword will was overwhelming. Demonic intent bloomed. Kill them together. The three of them charged towards Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. They are indeed the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City. When the three of them work together, I'm afraid that even the Nether Demon Lord is no match for them. There was no lack of experts in the crowd. Naturally, they could feel the terror of the three of them working together. A powerful cultivation and a terrifying martial soul. All the power gathered together. Would that self-proclaimed Sky Tiger Demon Lord still be able to withstand it? Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile. Could he block them? Did he need to block them? With his current strength, even if he faced these three people, he could easily win. What he was thinking about now was not how to win. Instead, he was thinking about how to hide his identity. He thought of a wonderful idea. The 9 underworlds had a saint-level technique called Palm of Destruction. The effect was similar to the second level of Void-Shattering Finger. Of course, the effect was only similar on the surface. In fact, there was a huge difference. After all, Palm of Destruction was only a second-level saint-level technique. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He actually put away the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Then, he activated Void-Shattering Finger with both hands at the same time. On the surface, he used Palm of Destruction as a cover. Then, he attacked Yi Hantian and Dim Sun and Moon at the same time. These two were not as strong as Qin Huang. He had to get rid of them first. Even if he couldn't kill them, he had to make them temporarily lose their combat power. How terrifying was the speed of his attack! Those two had no time to dodge. They could only block in a hurry. One of them activated Wheel of Sun and Moon and punched with both fists. The other released the demon sword soul and stabbed with both swords in his hands. However, it was useless. Facing Ling Xiao's Void-Shattering Finger, they only had one result, and that was to vomit blood and fly out. The Void-Shattering Finger did not kill them, but it caused them extremely terrifying injuries. Of course, when Ling Xiao attacked these two, Qin Huang seized the opportunity. A dragon claw fiercely imprinted on Ling Xiao's body. "Friend, I don't want to kill you, but you can't take the dragon corpse away, so, I'm sorry." He thought that his claw would definitely cripple Ling Xiao. At the very least, he would be able to severely injure Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, his eyeballs almost fell out. Because Ling Xiao was still standing there, still smiling faintly at him. Only a faint trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. "Your attack is not bad, but unfortunately, it's still useless." After saying that, he raised his leg and kicked Qin Huang in the abdomen, sending Qin Huang flying. Too strong. He's really too strong. The three of them were no match for him even when they joined forces. It seems that this Sky Tiger Demon Lord was not bragging when he said that he wanted to become the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. He really has the strength. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even the 15 sovereigns were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the dragon corpse had been completely taken away by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not even let go of the ice cubes in the end and kept them in the mountain river world. Anyway, his mountain river world could accommodate everything, so it was not a big deal. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and kill him. Otherwise, if he gets the dragon corpse, won't you have to listen to him?" Originally, as the geniuses of Heaven's Wall City, the 4 geniuses were absolutely unwilling to ask those sovereigns for help. Especially when dealing with someone whose cultivation was lower than theirs. However, at this moment, the 4 geniuses were all seriously injured. It was impossible for them not to ask for help. Kill. The 15 sovereigns were finally united again. This was because they did not want Ling Xiao to get the dragon corpse. Hihi, is this your so-called summit? Don't forget, I'm also a martial artist from the abyss of hell, and you want to snatch what's in my hands. Then don't blame me for being rude. I'll kill a few sovereigns for fun. Ling Xiao's path of fusion would end in more than 10 minutes. He planned to kill a few people before leaving, to reduce the opponent's combat power. Therefore, when the opponent rushed over, not only did he not dodge, but he also rushed forward. He used the Holy Ground demonic shadow and took out the Crimson Blood demonic sword. He specifically targeted the weakest Lava Star Lord and Tempest Star Lord. As long as he could kill one of them, it would be a huge gain. Chapter 4765. He killed the Lava Star Master with a single strike. He killed the Storm Star Master with a single punch. Ling Xiao escaped with ease. However, he left behind a terrifying legend. Everyone knew that the existence who called himself the Sky Tiger Demon Lord was terrifyingly powerful. Not only did he defeat the 4 geniuses of Heaven's Wall City, he even killed 2 sovereigns. Then, he left calmly with the dragon corpse. How domineering and awesome was that? After such a thing happened, it was impossible for the summit to continue. Therefore, the remaining 13 sovereigns discussed and finally decided to postpone the summit for 3 days. Moreover, they chose another location. This was because some people suspected that the so-called Sky Tiger Demon Lord was very likely an expert from Golden City. Moreover, this suspicion was agreed upon by many warriors. He deliberately came to the summit to cause trouble and even took away the dragon corpse. Now, the Golden City had become a thorn in the eyes of many experts. The reason why they chose another location for the summit was for safety reasons. Otherwise, they would not be able to take it if someone came to cause trouble again. However, the 13 sovereigns did not reveal where the summit would be held. They said that they would announce it 2 days later. Most of the warriors still lived in ancient Imperial City because the dragon corpse had been taken away. However, the terrifying power that had been sealed for countless years was still being released continuously. This made ancient Imperial City the best place to cultivate. Even a lot of lizard men came over and surrounded them. Di Zun, where do you think they will hold the summit? Somewhere in ancient Imperial City, Ling Xiao asked Huang Jindi. It won't be too far away. Huang Jindi thought for a moment and said, a place that can be reached in a day must still be in the humid land. Di Zun, I have the same idea, but I have a bolder idea. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I dare say that they will still hold the summit here in 3 days. You mean ancient Imperial City? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the so-called change of location is just deliberately mystifying. These people have suffered such a great loss, so it's impossible for them to admit defeat so easily. In the next summit, they might set up an inescapable net to target the warriors of Golden City. What you said makes sense. What should we do next? Huang Jindi asked. To complete my mission. Ling Xiao smiled and said, anyway, there's still a long time before the summit starts. It's enough time to complete the Golden Sovereign assessment. This was called not delaying either side. Moreover, I also hope to be able to convert the dragon corpse's power into my own strength during the assessment process. Although Ling Xiao had been unrestrained before, he knew very well that this kind of power was only temporary. The most important thing was to increase the strength of his main body. Alright, then this old man will stay in your Dongsheng Emperor ring first. If you encounter any trouble, just give me a call. Huang Jindi smiled. Di Zun, you're giving me a cheat, Ling Xiao said. Originally, this old man had already decided that you would be the next Golden Sovereign. It's just that you felt that it would be difficult to convince the masses, so you came up with this assessment. Actually, you should have already noticed that this test is a little, how should I put it, boring. Huang Jinding's influence was too great. This old man's 1/10 of his strength is not enough for him to win. So we can only let him do whatever he wants. Huang Jindi said helplessly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go and complete the mission. Ling Xiao's strength improvement was different from those people. What he needed was constant fighting, not staying there to cultivate. Moreover, He had already eaten all the meat, leaving some soup for others to drink was nothing. Where to? Huang Jindi asked. Of course, to the 6 major tribes. Ling Xiao sneered. The 6 major tribes and the 9 major forces have joined forces to destroy Golden City. They are already enemies with us. I don't have any burden in dealing with them. Moreover, if I can kill one, there will be one less enemy. The closest place to here is the Dark Shadow tribe. Go there? Huang Jindi asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded and then headed towards the Dark Shadow tribe. Although the chief of the Dark Shadow tribe was an emperor with superior combat strength, he had nothing to be afraid of with Huang Jindi around. The lizard men of the Dark Shadow tribe had black scales all over their bodies. Moreover, they all had dark martial souls. When approaching this tribe, one could clearly feel that darkness had ruled this world. Everything around him was black. Black trees. Black flowers and plants. Even the small animals in the forest exuded a dark aura. As expected of the Dark Shadow tribe, Ling Xiao felt as if he was in a dark world. Even the light of the scarlet sun in the sky would turn black in this area. From the looks of it, there should be a huge enchantment that blocked out all light. At this time, in the Great Emperor Palace, many people saw Ling Xiao appear again in the Soul Mirror. During this period of time, Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared, although many people were worried. But there was no other way, so they could only pay attention to the performance of the other 4 people. Because those 4 people had already begun to carry out their mission. The King of Many Treasures is indeed the King of Many Treasures. He has already obtained a spiritual totem. Although it is not the totem of the 6 major tribes, he is already in the lead. Don't talk, look at his performance. Now he is ready to seize the 2nd spiritual totem. No need to ask, he will definitely succeed. You have also seen the performance of the King of Many Treasures, Huang Jinyu. He is simply brave and resourceful, unlike a certain idiot who suddenly disappeared, and we don't know where he went. Among the judges, there were more people who supported the King of Many Treasures, Huang Jinyu. At this time, Huang Jinyu had successfully mixed into the 2nd tribe. With the help of the magic treasure, he could hide his figure. Then, he would mix into the tribe and capture the chief's son. Then, he would use this old man to threaten. The first 2 times were successful. This time, he was even more familiar with the process. This kind of despicable method is really despicable. Golden Scripture gritted his teeth and cursed, I don't object to using wisdom to win, but this kind of method is really disgusting. He actually picked on children. And after successfully obtaining the totem, he even killed those children. How can such a person be qualified to be the commander of our Golden Heavens region? Your Highness, you are wrong. Huang Jinding said coldly, don't forget, the lizard men are different species, they are the enemy. It is best to eliminate the roots. What's more, you also know that the 6 major tribes of the lizard men have colluded with the 9 major forces to plot against our Golden City. Although there hasn't been any movement yet, such an enemy should be killed, right? Golden Scripture's little face was red, but he couldn't think of how to refute. What the other party said seemed to make sense. At this moment, Huang Jinruofeng spoke. Hey, why didn't Huang Jinyu deal with the 6 major tribes? If I remember correctly, the tribe he is attacking now is not involved in the plan against our Golden City. Chapter 4766. Huang Jinruofeng didn't say right or wrong and directly hit the nail on the head, causing Huang Jinding to immediately shut up. Because there was no way to wash it off. In the image, Huang Jinyu's plan was proceeding very smoothly. After capturing the chief's son, Huang Jinyu threatened the chief to hand over the totem. But the smooth process ended here. This chief's personality was still quite fiery. Human. We already know what you've done time and time again. Hand over the totem and you'll still kill us. Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death. Everyone, kill together. The lizard men began to besiege Huang Jinyu. Although Huang Jinyu's strength wasn't weak. But the chief of this tribe wasn't weak either. In addition, the chief of the previous tribe had also gathered here. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Huang Jinyu turned around and fled. He was in a sorry state. Fortunately, he had enough treasures on him to avoid the fate of being killed. Ha 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 ha, Huang Jinding, The person you chose is really bad. The first 2 times were quite smart. But even if you're smart, you shouldn't treat others as idiots. Although the lizard men look a little stupid, they're definitely not stupid. You can think of a way, but can't they? The result of looking down on others is that you'll be finished yourself. Of course, Fire King wouldn't miss this opportunity to add insult to injury. Huang Jinding was too cocky. He had to knock down this guy's arrogance. Humph. He's better than that Ling Xiao. He actually disappeared for such a long time. I don't know where he went to fool around. I don't believe he can do better. Huang Jinding snorted coldly. Ling Xiao seems to have gone to the Umbra tribe. That's one of the 6 tribes. Someone glanced at Ling Xiao's soul mirror and said, "He's simply courting death. He's overestimating himself." Someone mocked. "This place looks pitch black. I can't see what Ling Xiao is doing. Is he doing it on purpose?" Someone said, "Don't bother about him. This Ling Xiao has always been extraordinary. Let him be." Everyone's attention was still mainly on the other 4 people. There was no choice. Even if they wanted to pay attention to Ling Xiao, they couldn't. Ling Xiao's mirror was pitch black. He couldn't see anything clearly, so how could he pay attention to it? After Huang Jinyu escaped, she found a safe place and seemed to be thinking about the next step of the plan. At this time, Yang Shuyi had also obtained a spiritual totem. However, Yang Shuyi's next move made the judges frown. Even the Flower King couldn't understand. Yang Shuyi actually went to the ancient imperial city. He had no idea what he was going to do. After stepping into the ancient imperial city, Yang Shuyi disappeared just like Ling Xiao. The soul mirror could no longer display anything. This is equivalent to giving up the fight for the Golden Sovereign. What a pity, she scored a lot in the first round. Someone lamented. Of all the things to learn, he just had to learn from that Ling Xiao. Really? Huang Jinding sneered. Looking at the third person, the Undying King, the strategy the Undying King chose was also very smart. It was not inferior to Huang Jinyu at all. In fact, it was even better. He used a secret technique to control the Lizardmen tribe and made them help him find the totem. Now, he had also obtained a spiritual totem. Although he was lagging behind for now, his method was still relatively safe. This little guy is not bad. It's a pity that he doesn't have a backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bad. The fourth person, Raymond's performance was a little surprising. It was as if this guy had been possessed by a demon. He was actually charging straight into the lizard men and fighting to the death. In the end, he was covered in injuries and didn't obtain a spiritual totem. Raymond's situation doesn't seem right. He's still reckless, but he's not that stupid. Those who knew Raymond felt that something was wrong. The Thunder King also frowned. It was too strange. What was wrong with this guy? The Fire King obviously knew what had happened, but he didn't say anything. Because even if he did, the Thunder King wouldn't believe him. Instead, he would get himself into trouble. Moreover, it was useless to say anything now. This Raymond can only pray for his own good fortune. As long as he was alive, there was still a chance for him to return to his original state. But if he died, there would be nothing left. The Fire King looked at the pitch-black soul mirror. Although it was dark, he could still see a figure shuttling through the dense forest at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you must obtain the position of the Golden Sovereign. Only by obtaining this position can you legitimately lead the Golden City to resist the foreign enemies. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't feel any pressure. Huang Jindi was beside him. He was incomparably powerful, so he had already reserved the position of the Golden Sovereign. As long as he didn't score too much less than others in this mission, it would be fine. Rumor has it that there are 4 powerful beasts living in this humid land. The King of Darkness in the east, the King of Fear in the west, the King of Poison in the north, and the King of Boulders in the south. They each command a group of powerful beasts. They were once the overlords of the humid land. The battle with the lizard men lasted for countless years. It can be said that before we humans entered, the lizardmen's main enemies were these 4 beasts. Huang Jindi suddenly explained to Ling Xiao. He wanted to let Ling Xiao understand this place more clearly. Otherwise, He might not be able to gain an advantage in the upcoming battle. It sounds scary. What exactly are these 4 monsters? Ling Xiao asked. This old man isn't very sure either. Huang Jindi shook his head and said, in short, the King of Darkness exists in this dark forest where the Shadow Tribe lives. If you encounter these guys, you should be careful. After all, your mission is to seize the totem, not to become enemies with these beasts. Moreover, the beasts in the humid land are special. How special? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Rumor has it that as long as the 4 monster kings don't die, these beasts won't die. Even if you kill them, they will revive in a short period of time. This should be true because we got the information from the lizardmen's records. Huang Jindi replied, this is also the reason why the lizard men can't eliminate them even though they have a lot more numbers than the beasts. Of course, there's also a benefit to this. The lizard men never seem to lack meat. Boom. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to ask something, a loud sound suddenly came from afar. Then, there was the scene of trees being overturned. Not good, the people of the King of Darkness are here. Huang Jindi reminded, they are more dangerous than the Shadow Tribe. Be careful. Whether you kill them or not, it will be very troublesome. I understand. What appeared on Ling Xiao's face was not fear, but excitement. As far as the Taiji eye could see, a huge beast rushed over crazily. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall. And it was actually a big rat. However, unlike ordinary rats, this guy had black scales all over its body. Furthermore, it even had a pair of black wings. It was like a bat wearing armor. It was just that its body was huge. Chapter 4767. Could this be the beast under the control of the King of Darkness? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. His unbounded heavenly rat beast soul was at the first level of the divine body echelon. If he could get the King of Darkness's beast soul, wouldn't he be able to greatly increase the strength of his beast soul? The gigantic dark beast let out a strange roar like that of a mouse. The sound was very ear-piercing. It made one's heart flutter. The path that the dark beast passed by was basically cleared out. All the trees were knocked down. This fellow clearly had wings, but it couldn't fly. He didn't know if it couldn't fly or if it didn't know how to fly. In an instant, the dark beast was already in front of Ling Xiao. Unlike humans, beasts didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Ling Xiao. A strange stench came out of its big mouth, and it actually made Ling Xiao a little dizzy. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would probably faint from the smell. Didn't your mother teach you to brush your teeth? Ling Xiao threw a punch. The huge fist hit the dark beast in front of him. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao looked surprised. This seemingly clumsy demonic beast had actually predicted the trajectory of his attack in advance and easily avoided it. Then, it pounced at Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao hurriedly used the holy ground demonic shadow to dodge. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and the place where Ling Xiao was standing just now turned into ruins. There was even a dangerous black aura coming out of it. Good fellow, how interesting. Ling Xiao thought that he could send this fellow flying with a punch. After all, from the judgment of the Taikai Eye, this dark beast's strength was only at the first level of the divine body echelon. With his current strength, dealing with a first level of the divine body echelon martial artist was a piece of cake. However, this dark beast gave him a surprise. I'll play with you. Ling Xiao entered the beast soul transformation state and chose the frost divine dragon beast soul transformation. The appearance of this transformation was similar to a lizard man, except that it had a cold aura. And it was much more handsome. Even if the lizard man found out, he wasn't afraid. Seeing that the dark beast was attacking again, Ling Xiao's right hand clenched into a fist. He threw a violent demonic fist. The dark beast seemed to hesitate for a moment, but it still dodged it. I'm waiting for you to dodge. Ling Xiao sneered, and the god's fist in his left hand also blasted out. Although the darkness demonic beasts were powerful, Ling Xiao's attack speed was extremely fast. Being able to dodge one of the attacks was already a feat. It was impossible to dodge the second attack. It was hit. His huge body was sent flying by the blow. This isn't a real beast. Ling Xiao understood the moment he came into contact with the other party. This dark demonic beast was more like a puppet like the white jade cat. It was a soul without a soul. Its souls of it. However, this crystal was obviously not as complicated as a soul. It could only execute simple orders. For example, slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Who the hell created such a thing? Is there really a god in this world? He suddenly thought of the ancient race. In the eyes of the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there were gods living in the eternal kingdom. However, in the eyes of the warriors of the eternal kingdom, the ancient race was the real god. Could this trash be the ancient race's test subjects? Ling Xiao frowned. If that was the case, the ancient race was too terrifying. Even a random trash species created by him was enough to terrify the powerful lizard men. And the lizard man was an existence that even the golden skies couldn't destroy. While speaking, Ling Xiao didn't stop. After sending the dark beast flying with a punch, Ling Xiao took out the crimson blood demon sword and used the holy ground demonic shadow. Then, he stabbed the sword into the dark beast's core crystal. This wasn't a beast's core. A beast's core was the crystallization of energy. Even if the beast lost it, it would only lose its strength. But this core crystal was the key to the dark beast's activities. Without it, the dark beast would die. It would perish. Crack. The crimson blood demon sword was extremely sharp. It pierced through the body of the dark demonic beast, and then the core crystal was also shattered. There's actually a hint of nomological law power. The voice of the Yuan Venerate echoed in Ling Xiao's mind. Destroy this crystal completely. Otherwise, it will revive even if there's a fragment left. The Yuan Venerate had already set up the killing array in the ancient imperial city. Ling Xiao had to decide when to activate it. Most of the warriors of the Subjugation Alliance were still in the ancient imperial city. If they left, Ling Xiao would activate the killing array without hesitation. If they didn't leave, he would activate it at the most critical moment. The later the killing array was activated, the stronger it would be. This was why he didn't activate it immediately. Understood. Ling Xiao was about to crush the crystal when the white jade cat suddenly jumped out and swallowed the crystal. He swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Don't waste it. Even if you have it, there won't be enough of it. I want as much as you want. Eat it all. The white jade cat said excitedly. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he laughed. I didn't expect you to be the nemesis of these things. Well, I'll give you all these things when I get them in the future. He had previously felt that the white jade cat was very similar to these dark beasts. However, the white jade cat seemed to be of a higher level. At the very least, it could do much more than the dark beasts. How do you know the weakness of these dark beasts? Huangdi asked in surprise. I don't know either. I'm just trying. Perhaps this way, he won't be able to revive. Ling Xiao chuckled. He wouldn't tell the secrets of the Yuan Venerate, not even Huangdi. That's true. Although Huangdi sensed that Ling Xiao was hiding something, everyone had their own secrets. He couldn't force Ling Xiao to spill the beans. Therefore, he stopped talking. Ling Xiao didn't say much either. He continued to head toward the Umbra tribe. Many people probably knew the weakness of these dark beasts. However, it was useless to know. Without a sharp weapon like the Crimson Blood Demon Sword, it was impossible to destroy the crystal. At the very least, it couldn't be completely destroyed. As long as there was even a little fragment, these guys could be revived. Therefore, he was really the key to destroying these dark beasts. He gently stroked the kitten in his arms. This little guy was also the key. Only it could ensure that not a single crystal was left. After rushing forward for a while, Ling Xiao had already discovered the entrance to the Umbra tribe. The Umbra tribe was a tribe that lived underground. The buildings on the ground were just a cover. They hid the underground entrance. This was mainly to prevent the dark beasts from attacking. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. Near every entrance, there were actually guards guarding it. They were just hiding in the dark. Naturally, Ling Xiao had already seen these guards. However, he was thinking about how to sneak in. Chapter 4768. If he attacked forcefully, then the other party might hide the spiritual totem. If he killed indiscriminately, he might not get anything in the end. That would be meaningless. Moreover, it might attract a lot of trouble. It might even attract those emperors. Fighting force with force was the worst plan. Hiding in the darkness, Ling Xiao didn't move. He was thinking of a plan. Suddenly, one of the entrances opened. It was both the entrance and the exit. A group of people walked out from inside. The leader of the group was one of the younger lizard men, about 30 years old. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. 2 of them were at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. The rest were at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. There were a total of 6 people. Young chieftain, don't be rash. The summit will begin in 3 days. At that time, the gods from the Heaven's Wall City will help us get rid of the King of Darkness. In the future, our people won't have to bear the threat of the King of Darkness anymore, a lizard man at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon said. No wonder that young lizard man was dressed so luxuriously. He was actually the young chieftain of the Umbra tribe. As expected of the young chieftain of one of the 6 great tribes. His strength wasn't bad at all. Ling Xiao hid in the darkness and listened to the conversation of these lizard men. Perhaps he could find an opportunity from their conversation. What bullshit gods. You guys saw it earlier. They couldn't beat that young expert from the underworld devil domain. I think that person is even more powerful than those so-called gods. The young chieftain said coldly. When Ling Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that he would be so famous. If he didn't hide his identity, those people from the Great Emperor Palace would probably be very surprised. But after that young man collected the dragon's corpse, he had already disappeared. Where do you want to go to find that person? Another lizard man said. I don't know either, but I have a feeling that father is mixing with those people from the 9 forces. Sooner or later, he will bring our tribe into the abyss of eternal damnation. But I can't change father's decision. But if I can solve the problem of the King of Darkness, father will naturally not mix with them. The young chieftain said. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly had an idea. Could it be that this was the reason why the 6 great clans had joined forces with the 9 great forces? If that was the case, then he had a good idea to take drastic measures. He had helped the 6 great tribes deal with the 4 great demon kings. Therefore, they had no reason to join the Crusader Alliance. Ling Xiao, if you do that, you won't be able to take the spiritual totem away. Otherwise, it will still infuriate the 6 great clans. Huang Jindi reminded. It doesn't matter. As long as we can get rid of the siege of Golden City, it doesn't matter if we don't get enough points in the 2nd round. Just get 1st place in the 3rd round. Ling Xiao wasn't pretending. He was speaking the truth. If the 9 great forces were to join forces with the 6 great tribes, the Golden City would not be able to resist. If the 6 great clans withdrew, then the pressure would be much less. Right now, his top priority was to help the Golden Sky region avoid trouble. The second task was to earn points. At this time, the people in the Great Emperor Palace also noticed the situation here. Although the screen was a little dark, they could still see it clearly. This is a good opportunity. If Ling Xiao can hold the young chieftain hostage, then he can force the Dark Shadow tribe to hand over the spiritual totem. One of the judges laughed. That's right. Ling Xiao is really lucky. He just arrived at the Dark Shadow tribe and he already met the young chieftain. I wonder if he has the brains of Huang Jinyu. Another judge said. It's useless even if he has brains. With his strength, it's impossible for him to be a match for those lizard men. Huang Jinding said in disdain. This was a very realistic problem. Because on the surface, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the pitiful 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Even if he could be a 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artist. The problem was that the young chieftain was at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. The other 2 strong lizard men were also at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon. In addition, there were 3 1st-level divine physique echelon experts. As expected by Huang Jinding, Ling Xiao didn't make a move at all. Instead, he followed the group of 6 and walked forward. It's so pitiful to have no strength. If it were the other four, they would have tied up the young chieftain directly. One of the judges sneered. Can you shut up? Huang Jinruofeng frowned and said, Tai. Do you know anything other than kidnapping? Although it's said that you can do anything to deal with the enemy. You've seen what happened to Huang Jinyu. Kidnapping might not work. Let's just watch obediently. Perhaps Ling Xiao has other methods. Huang Jinruofeng was the commander of the Huang Jinding guards after all. His words made the others shut up. Everyone didn't say anything. In fact, they still wanted to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. They also wanted Huang Jinruofeng to be slapped in the face. What's he doing? After a while, they realized that Ling Xiao had broken away from being followed and was heading toward the depths of the forest. He probably wants to borrow the power of the dark demonic beasts to do something. One of the judges thought for a while and said, after all, not everyone was an idiot. There were still people who understood. As expected, Ling Xiao was crazy enough to enter the depths of the forest. He purposely attracted 3 powerful dark demonic beasts. Among the 3 dark demonic beasts, 2 were at the first level of the divine physique echelon, and 1 was at the second level of the divine physique echelon. However, the dark demonic beasts were very ferocious. A first-level divine physique echelon could basically fight against a second-level divine physique echelon lizardman. A second-level divine physique echelon wouldn't even put a third-level divine physique echelon lizardman in their eyes. These 3 dark demonic beasts were enough to give the young chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe a headache. Ling Xiao already saw the young chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe. Then, he suddenly disappeared. When the 3 dark demonic beasts couldn't see Ling Xiao, they identified the people of the Dark Shadow tribe and madly pounced toward them. Commander, you saw it too, right? This Ling Xiao just wants to kidnap the young chieftain. However, he's not strong enough and wants to borrow the power of the dark demonic beasts. He's not stupid. However, there's nothing new about this. One of the judges mocked. Many people had their eyes on the position of the Huang Jinding guard commander. Naturally, the person who spoke was no exception. If he could borrow the power of the punishment king, Huang Jinding, to take the position of the Huang Jinding guard commander, then he would have achieved his goal. With that brain of yours, you're only fit to think like this. Huang Jinruofeng faintly smiled. He still believed that Ling Xiao didn't want to kidnap the young chieftain. If he wanted to kidnap the young chieftain, he didn't need to borrow the power of the dark demonic beasts. 3 terrifying dark demonic beasts appeared. Although the people of the Dark Shadow tribe were surprised, they didn't panic. After all, they had fought with the Dark Shadow demonic beasts for many years. They already had experience. Chapter 4769. Protect the young chief. A muscular man at the second level of the divine physique echelon roared. Don't worry about me. Stand in formation. It's just 3 dark demonic beasts. We can deal with them. The young chief was very calm. Since they had decided to go deep into the forest to find that young expert, they would inevitably encounter the dark demonic beasts. He was already mentally prepared. The current situation was much better than he had imagined. Although many lizard men had died under the claws of the dark demonic beasts, the lizard men had also repelled these dark demonic beasts time and time again, protecting the peace of their homeland. They were all heroes of the tribe. Why would they be afraid? The 3 demonic beasts let out terrifying roars and pounced toward the 6 people. Fight! The young chief commanded the team. He was very calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Ling Xiao hid in the darkness and looked at the young chief. He couldn't help but nod. What a calm commander. As expected of the young chief. If we can unite the lizard men, it should be much easier to deal with Lotus Flower's undead army, right? In Ling Xiao's heart, there were no eternal enemies. As long as everyone had the same interests, they could unite. This great crack was in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Basically, the 4 regions and 9 worlds were intimately interdependent. If the 4 regions and 9 worlds were occupied by Lotus Flower, then the Great Crack would definitely not be able to be maintained. Thinking of this, he changed his original plan of watching the lizard men get killed. He planned to save these people. Originally, he only planned to save the young chief. But now, his goal had changed. So, he planned to save more people. The battle was very intense. Although the young chief was commanding calmly, the dark demonic beasts were still too powerful. They were gradually at a disadvantage. It's still not working. The young chief sighed helplessly. He looked at the others and said, "Prepare to retreat." "Young chief, there's no way to retreat. You should understand. If we retreat, someone must stay behind to cover the rear. You guys take the young chief and leave. The two of us will cover the rear." One of the lizard men at the second level of the divine physique echelon said. Agreed. The other lizard man nodded in agreement. No, we came out together. We should go back together. Lizard men won't abandon their companions. The young chief shook his head. At this moment, a lizard man was sent flying. Although he didn't die, he seemed to be seriously injured. It's too late, young chieftain. Let's go. Since you're not leaving, then let's fight together until we die. This young chieftain was a man of flesh and blood. The others were just his guards and subordinates, yet he was willing to stay and fight with them. He didn't choose to run away. The moment he spoke, he even pounced forward. He heavily punched the dark demonic beast that had sent his subordinate flying. The demonic beast screamed in pain. However, there was a price to pay for being impulsive. When he was no longer rational, he would be in trouble. Even though Ling Xiao admired his willingness to fight alongside his subordinates, Ling Xiao still admired his spirit. But he shouldn't have lost his mind just because he saw his men injured. That would only give the demonic beasts the upper hand. In the dense forest, another dark demonic beast actually scurried out. Even though his strength was only at the second level of the divine physique echelon, because it was a sneak attack, he actually succeeded in one strike. His thin and long tongue coiled around the young chieftain and pulled him into his bloody mouth. Although the young chieftain tried his best to resist, the tongue contained terrifying nerve venom, and he was now somewhat powerless. Because of a careless mistake. This was fatal. Young chieftain. When the others saw this scene, they were all horrified. They wanted to save their young chieftain, but it was simply too late. Go. You guys go quickly. Don't worry about me. Every month, a large number of lizard men were devoured by the dark demonic beasts. This caused the lizardmen's numbers to never increase. It was always a fixed number. There couldn't be more. There couldn't be less. It seemed to be the influence of some law that some lizard men had to die. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. At this moment, the young chieftain was thinking that if he died, a few fewer people in the Dark Shadow tribe would die. He's a real man. In the City of Gold, most of the martial artists sighed with emotion. If only he wasn't a lizard man, but a human like us. After all, most people wouldn't dislike this kind of person who was loyal, righteous, and responsible. The young chieftain closed his eyes. He knew that he was about to die, but he was unexpectedly calm. However, his subordinates were about to go crazy from anxiety. I swear to the Dark Totem, if someone can save our young chieftain, we're willing to do anything for them. They swore that they weren't expecting any miracle. It was purely an act of helplessness. After all, no matter what, they didn't want to see their young chieftain die just like that. However, sometimes, miracles just came out of nowhere. At that moment, the dark demonic beast at the second level of the divine physique echelon suddenly exploded. Its body turned into fragments. Everyone was stunned. The young chieftain also opened his eyes and looked at the young man in the air who looked like a god descending to the mortal world. It's you. He recognized that this person was the expert who obtained the dragon corpse, killed the 2 emperors, and defeated the 4 geniuses of Heaven's Wall City. Ling Xiao changed his appearance again. Because the young chieftain wanted him to look like this. Heaven Tiger Demon Lord. What the hell is this guy doing? He's actually going to save the lizard men? Is he trying to gain the young chieftain's trust? What a joke. We've worked so hard for so many years, but we still haven't succeeded. How can he succeed? Huang Jinding sneered. I think there's no harm in trying. Now that disaster is coming, it's better to have one more partner than one more enemy. Fire Emperor said indifferently. Then, he doesn't want the totem anymore? Huang Jinding sneered. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, the safety of Golden City is more important than the position of the Golden Sovereign. This was the first time Huang Jinruofeng admired someone younger than him. Previously, he looked down on Ling Xiao. It was only because Ling Xiao saved the Golden Divine Codex that he had a good impression of Ling Xiao. But now, he was starting to admire this young man. This was what a leader should have. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with being like Huang Jinyu, but he wasn't suitable to be a leader. Haha, don't be so sure. Let's wait and see. Huang Jinding sneered. Then let's wait and see. Huang Jinruofeng believed that Ling Xiao would give everyone a satisfactory answer. When Ling Xiao appeared, he had already chosen the Emperor physique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Tao of Fusion, but it could still crush the four dark beasts. He wanted to show his strength now, so he needed to do this. You know me? Ling Xiao deliberately pretended not to know the young chieftain and asked coldly. Of course I know you. We came out this time to look for you. The young chieftain said excitedly, please, save our tribe. Chapter 4770. You should be looking for the gods, but I'm not. Ling Xiao said coldly. Although he said that, his hands didn't stop moving. With the crimson blood demon sword in his hand, he was like a terrifying demon. A demon that made the dark demonic beasts tremble. Demonic energy billowed, and the remaining 3 dark demonic beasts were trembling. They even stopped attacking. Scram! He roared coldly. Roar! The dark demonic beast at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon seemed to be enraged. A mere human actually dared to tell it to scram. It roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Young hero, be careful. The young chieftain shouted. However, before his voice landed, the dark demonic beast was already killed. It was just one slash. Ling Xiao took out the core crystal from the dark demonic beast's body and threw it to the white jade cat to eat. This is impossible. In the Great Emperor Palace, the Punishment King almost jumped up. How can he be so strong? He actually killed a dark demonic beast at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon with one slash? What's so strange about that? Even Bailey Shuwu was defeated by him. The Flame Emperor sneered. In your eyes, is Ling Xiao weak? Wow, this guy actually became so strong. Ruofeng, he's about to catch up to you. The Golden Divine Codex shouted excitedly. The Punishment King clenched his fists. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too dangerous. This guy's strength was completely unfathomable. When you thought that he could at most defeat a martial artist at the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon, he actually killed a dark demonic beast at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. And he did it so easily. Just how strong was this guy? In the past, I really underestimated him. However, as long as Ling Xiao was exposed to the soul mirror, he couldn't do anything. He could only rely on Yang Fan. He wanted to see if Yang Fan could send a powerful undead warrior to take Ling Xiao's life. At the scene, the lizard men were excited and nervous. They were excited because they were saved. The young chieftain was saved. What made him nervous was that the Sky Tiger Demon Lord was not someone to be trifled with. He could even kill a ruler. If he wanted to kill them, they would not be able to do anything. He could only accept his fate. The remaining 2 dark demonic beasts fled in panic. This scene stunned them once again. Dark demonic beasts were never afraid. Even if he was facing their chief, a ruler, he would not be afraid. But now, he had actually escaped. Where did this young man come from? Moreover, the white kitten beside him was actually able to swallow the dark demonic beast's resurrection core. Even a ruler could not completely destroy the core of resurrection. It was too strange. It was too mysterious. Could he be the chosen one in the prophecy? The young chieftain suddenly recalled a prophecy he had heard since he was young. The chosen one had come from a distant land. He appeared in order to save the common people. He would become the bridge between the humans and the lizard men, the master, so that humans and lizard men could live in peace. Furthermore, he had to kill the 4 demon kings and defend against the impending undead calamity. The prophecy was vague. It did not say this person's identity, appearance, age, or height. It directly said that this person could kill the 4 demon kings. He could save the lizard men. But the young chieftain believed that the person in front of him was him. Because this person could kill the dark demonic beasts. This was something that had never happened before. Moreover, this person's strength was so powerful that only he was worthy of becoming the master of both humans and lizard men. Other people were not worthy at all. Greetings, child of prophecy. The young chieftain suddenly knelt down. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. This seemed to be a little different from his plan. However, it seemed that the identity of the child of prophecy could be used. Because it was obvious that the child of prophecy was not simple to these lizard men. The lizard men were not the same as humans. At least, they were not the same as the humans of the Golden Heavens domain. The humans of the Golden Heavens domain believed in the laws. But the lizard men believed in the totems. Every once in a while, the totems would give a prophecy. The person who controlled the totems was the totem priest. The totem priest's right to speak in the tribe was sometimes greater than the chief's. Because he represented the will of the heavens. Even the chief had to fear him. Wanting to rely on feelings to make the lizard men tribe and the Golden Heavens domain unite was pure nonsense and too naive. Therefore, interests and beliefs were the most important. Is that guy crazy? He actually said that Ling Xiao is the child of prophecy? I've also heard of the rumor of the child of prophecy. But how could it be Ling Xiao? It's impossible for such a person to exist. Even the Eternal Emperor is not qualified to rule the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Hearing the young chieftain's words, many martial artists in the Golden City felt that this was simply crazy and not believable at all. Whether it's true or not, at least the identity of the child of prophecy can be used. Huang Jinruofeng said indifferently, as long as this identity is used well, it'll be easy to get the totem. Not necessarily. Huang Jinding sneered and said, a fake is a fake. If he appears with this identity, there will definitely be many mistakes. At that time, once his identity is exposed, he will face a certain death. Don't forget that the chief of the Dark Shadow tribe was an emperor with superior battle strength at the 5th level of the divine body realm. The totem priest is only slightly weaker than him. Ling Xiao is playing with fire. The mission given by the Di Zun is playing with fire. Why can't he play with it? I don't think there's a problem. And Huang Jinding, you don't have to worry about Ling Xiao. Even if he can't get the totem, he will have a way to escape. But Huang Jinyu is different. He's being chased now. The Fire Emperor mocked. Although everyone was arguing, they still hoped to see how Ling Xiao would make the decision. In the pitch-black forest, only a few silhouettes could be seen, but none of them could be seen clearly. Fortunately, the voices could still be heard. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the young chieftain standing in front of him. Actually, it wasn't the first time he received the title of Heaven's Chosen Child. Since he made the great wish of unifying the choices, he had already become the Heaven's Chosen Child. It was just that no one in the Black Tortoise continent knew about it. Perhaps no one would care. The young chieftain was still kneeling there. The others were also kneeling. Not only because Ling Xiao saved their lives, but also because they believed that Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy. Looking at these people, their eyes were full of expectation. Ling Xiao shook his head indifferently and said, "Child of prophecy? I am me, not the child of prophecy, nor am I God." The reason why he denied it was to leave a way out for himself. If there was really a flaw in this identity, he had already denied it anyway, so it wasn't a lie. Moreover, people had a cheap habit. The more others denied it, the more certain they were. If others admitted it too quickly, they would be suspicious. What Ling Xiao did could be considered as using a little psychological trick. It was not presentable. You guys leave. Don't say that you've seen me. Otherwise, my sword won't show mercy. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the young chieftain and said, Chapter 4771. Young hero, don't go. We have a request. The young chief hurriedly shouted. Aina. I'm not someone who likes to help others. If you want my help, you have to prepare a generous reward. Ling Xiao was still cold and aloof. Young hero, if you need anything, feel free to ask. As long as you can help us get rid of the King of Darkness. I can promise you anything. The young chief hurriedly said. If I want your spiritual totem, will you give it to me too? Ling Xiao mocked. The young chief was stunned for a moment, then he clenched his teeth and said, the spiritual totem is extremely precious to us. However, its existence has not been able to destroy our enemies. If you can do it, I can give you the spiritual totem with both hands. Oh! Ling Xiao was a little surprised that this person actually agreed to his request. He was just casually saying it. Unfortunately, you can't make the decision. Whether it's the chief or the totem shaman, their status is higher than yours. He shook his head. As long as you help me, I'll become the chief of the Dark Shadow tribe, the young chief suddenly said. You're really ambitious. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Even if you become the chief, you'll be pulled down by others. Ling Xiao smiled. The young chief was stunned for a moment, but he had to admit that Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. Although he was already a third-level divine physique echelon martial artist, he was still far from the chief and the totem shaman. No matter what, as long as you can kill the King of Darkness, I'll give you the spiritual totem even if I have to steal it. The young chief said firmly. You're quite diligent. For your tribe, you don't hesitate to sully your reputation. Ling Xiao liked this young chief more and more. What's your name? He suddenly asked. Dragon Fang. The young chief replied. That's a pretty good name. Dragon Fang, lead the way. I want to talk to your chief first. Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's true. I don't have the right to make any decisions. Dragon Fang didn't feel embarrassed. He just felt that he was too weak. This kid is crazy. He actually wanted to meet the chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe. This young chieftain would believe his nonsense. But the chief of the Dark Shadow tribe isn't stupid. Inside the Great Emperor Palace, a judge exclaimed. Haha, I think he's bold because he's skilled. Moreover, if he could really kill the King of Darkness, at the very least, the chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe would not touch him for the time being. This kid is very meticulous. He's taken everything into consideration. Huang Jinruofeng smiled. In fact, he was wrong. If he had seen what had happened in the ancient imperial city, he would have understood. In fact, Ling Xiao could single-handedly exterminate the Dark Shadow tribe. The reason why they didn't do anything was because they wanted to rope in the Dark Shadow tribe and form an alliance with the Golden Heavens. For this, Ling Xiao planned to kill a stumbling block in his way. There were definitely people in the Dark Shadow tribe who didn't agree. This was very normal. In that case, he would just kill them all. It was useless to blindly show kindness. Sometimes, it was better to be tough. Otherwise, if some stinky rats were allowed to live, the unity would not exist. Did he really think that the Dark Shadow tribe would voluntarily give away the Dark Totem? In the Golden City, many people couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. Or does he really have the confidence to defeat the King of Darkness? Stop joking. What kind of existence is the King of Darkness? Even the chieftains of the 6 great tribes couldn't do anything about him. Everyone was discussing. They were very curious about Ling Xiao's actions. Unfortunately, the closer they got to the Dark Shadow tribe, the darker the scene became. They could barely see anything. It made them very anxious. They had no choice but to check on the other 4 people. Huang Jinyu was trying to obtain the second totem. Yang Shuyi was still nowhere to be seen. The Undying King was also working hard for the second totem. Raymond was in a terrible state. After sustaining serious injuries, he finally escaped and hid in the dense forest to recuperate. Everyone was optimistic about Huang Jinyu and the Undying King. Raymond had been completely abandoned. What this guy did was really too stupid. A cold smile flashed across Huang Jinding's eyes. The Undying King's totem was Huang Jinyu's. In other words, Huang Jinyu already had 2 totems, which was the most among the 5 people. In addition, half of the judges were his people, so his score would be higher. With these 2 factors added together, Huang Jinyu had a high chance of getting first place in this round. At this moment, Ling Xiao had returned to the Dark Shadow tribe with Dragon Fang and the other lizard men. At this moment, a loud sound came from afar. There were red fireworks exploding in the sky. Then, there were 9 consecutive sounds. Dragon Fang's face suddenly became very ugly. Oh no! What's going on? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. He realized that these 9 blood-red fireworks were definitely not ordinary. The King of Darkness is going to attack again. Dragon Fang smiled bitterly and said, and this is an unprecedented level 9 warning. In the past, although the King of Darkness had attacked our Dark Shadow tribe, it was only a level 6 warning each time. This time, it's terrible. Ling Xiao also frowned. Why did this happen when he had just arrived at the Dark Shadow tribe? Could it be that he was really the child of prophecy? Because of his appearance, the King of Darkness felt a great threat, so he chose to launch the highest level attack? Of course, this was only his guess. Whether it was true or not, he wasn't sure. Now, there was only one thing he was clear about, and that was that the Dark Shadow tribe was about to encounter a disaster. This was a danger, but it was also an opportunity for him. With the lizardman's fanaticism for belief. As long as he killed the King of Darkness in front of all the lizard men, he would definitely be able to obtain the approval of most of the lizard men in the Dark Shadow tribe. When Ling Xiao followed Dragon Fang into the underground fortress of the Dark Shadow tribe, he realized. The lizard men were really capable. The entire underground was designed by them to be like a city. This scale was not inferior to the Golden City at all. Stop! Just as he stepped into the underground city, Ling Xiao was stopped by a group of guards. If it wasn't for Dragon Fang standing beside Ling Xiao, these people would have attacked directly. The lizard men and humans were enemies now. Although they didn't hate the dark beasts as much, they were definitely not friendly. This was why the 9 major forces and the lizard men had formed an alliance and didn't allow humans to enter the underground city. This meant that they were still wary of humans. Now that Ling Xiao suddenly came in, these guards naturally became vigilant. The warriors in the Golden City could only hear the sound through the soul mirror, but they couldn't see anything. There was no way to be anxious. Because it was pitch black. He must have encountered trouble. I've already said that Ling Xiao's decision was too naive. Huang Jinding said in disdain. The others didn't say anything and just listened quietly, afraid that they would miss something. This made Huang Jinding feel awkward. Chapter 4772. Ling Xiao observed the guards in front of him. There were over 50 of them, and none of them were weak. However, these lizard men were nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes. They were just some divine core warriors. He didn't care about them at all. He just stood there, waiting for Dragon Fang to deal with these things. As the young chieftain, if Dragon Fang didn't even have this ability, there was no need for him to work with this guy. It would be better for him to work with the chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe. What are you doing? Is this how the warriors of the Dark Shadow tribe treat their savior? Dragon Fang shouted with a stern voice, "This warrior has saved us, and I've invited him to our tribe. Can't he do that? Besides, he might very well be the legendary child of prophecy." The young chieftain had a dignified manner, and his words had startled all the guards. Young chieftain's savior, he must be treated with great hospitality. They put away their weapons, but they didn't take the child of prophecy seriously. The child of prophecy, how could he be a human? He should be a lizard man. All right, move aside, I'll bring the child of prophecy to the chieftain and totem shaman. We have received a level 9 warning ahead of us. In the next hour, the King of Darkness would unleash an unprecedented calamity. We must be careful. But don't worry, the arrival of the child of prophecy will eliminate the evil Dark King for us. I've seen him kill the dark demon beast with my own eyes, he really killed it. Dragon Fang was excited when he said this. He felt strange as well, as he wasn't worried about the upcoming crisis at all. With Ling Xiao standing beside him, he was filled with confidence. He was filled with strength. Perhaps, this was the strength brought by faith. He was becoming more and more convinced that Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy. Young chieftain, it's not that we don't believe you, but can he really kill the dark demon beast? Even the totem shaman can't do that, one of the guards said in surprise. The tide of darkness is about to begin, and you'll see how powerful the child of prophecy is. All right, let's not waste any more time, Tell all the tribesmen about this. Let them be happy as well. Don't panic because of the tide of darkness. Dragon Fang's move was beautiful. He was clearly trying to cook the rice. Ordinary citizens were not as suspicious as the higher-ups. They were very blind and very loyal. When all the tribesmen of the Dark Shadow tribe believed that Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy, even if the totem priest and the chief denied it, they still had to weigh the pros and cons. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim in admiration. This kid was not only loyal, but he also had a brain. He was indeed a good partner to work with. If the chieftain or totem priest of the Dark Shadow tribe didn't cooperate, then he might as well make Dragon Fang an official. That way, it would be easier for the Dark Shadow tribe to unite. Although the guards were still hesitant, the 5 people beside Dragon Fang had already rushed out. They couldn't wait to tell everyone the good news. Because they had witnessed Ling Xiao's strength with their own eyes. They were also the people who believed that Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy the most. The guards looked at each other. Suddenly, he felt that this might not be a bad thing. Before the disaster, even if it was a white lie, it could still raise the fighting spirit of all the warriors in the Dark Shadow tribe. So they went to spread the news everywhere. I said, I'm not the child of prophecy. Ling Xiao glanced at Dragon Fang and said, if I say you are, then you are. Dragon Fang smiled and said, the child of prophecy is not because he is, but because he did what the child of prophecy should do, so he is the child of prophecy. If you can really kill the King of Darkness, then no one dares to say that you are not. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao nodded. There was no child of prophecy in this world. Even the totem priest's so-called prophecy might be a means to control the tribe. Dragon Fang planned to use this. Whether Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy or not, he was prepared to make Ling Xiao the child of prophecy. The 2 of them headed towards the place where the chieftain lived. At this time, they could already hear the earth trembling. It should be the dark beasts that have begun to gather. They usually take half an hour to gather. But this time, it's a level 9 warning, so it will take longer, but it shouldn't exceed 2 hours. So, we are pressed for time. Dragon Fang frowned and sped up. The chieftain and the totem priest lived in the deepest part of the underground city. Therefore, the distance was still relatively far. When they were about to arrive, the news of the child of prophecy's appearance had already spread throughout the Dark Shadow tribe. 1 spread to 10, and 10 spread to 100. This speed was very fast. Just in time for the Dark Shadow tribe's martial artists to gather to deal with the tide of darkness. So everyone gathered at the underground city's central square. Before Ling Xiao and Dragon Fang saw the chieftain and the totem priest, they were already surrounded by the densely packed martial artists of the Dark Shadow tribe. But it was not a hostile siege. Instead, it was filled with excitement, joy, and some confusion and doubt. After all, Ling Xiao's appearance was clearly human. How could a human become the child of prophecy? They were very doubtful. But in the totem priest's prophecy, it did not clearly state whether this child of prophecy was a human or a lizard man. Therefore, there were still many people who believed it. Especially the child of prophecy recognized by their young chieftain. It must not be simple. Dragon Fang, I know you want to become the supreme ruler of the Dark Shadow tribe. But you don't have to be so anxious, randomly finding a human and saying that he is the child of prophecy. What are you trying to do? Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. The people made a path. A lizard man who was about the same age as Dragon Fang walked over, wearing luxurious clothes. Beside him, there was also a second-level divine body realm powerhouse protecting him. And he himself was also a third-level divine body realm martial artist, only slightly weaker than Dragon Fang. Dragon Fang was considered to be an upper-class fighter in the third-level divine body realm. This person was considered to be an intermediate fighter. Black Crow. Dragon Fang frowned, and said to Ling Xiao beside him, that's the totem priest's son. This guy has always been at odds with me. I hate leaving everything in the hands of the so-called god the most. I hope that our tribe's martial artists will believe in their own heroes and worship their own warriors, and not believe in an illusory god. If God really existed, then the 4 demon kings would not be so arrogant. But they are different. The totem priest relied on the lizardman's belief in God to gain power. If people no longer believe in God, then he will have no power. Looks like the lizard men are not very united internally. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. Black Crow, what do you mean by that? Am I, Dragon Fang, the kind of person who deceives my own people? Do your words represent the totem priest, or your own ignorant words? The Dark Shadow tribe is about to face a disaster. What if you offend the child of prophecy at this time? Do you want the entire Dark Shadow tribe to fall into a disaster, and no one to save them? What evil intentions are you harboring? Dragon Fang's words were so dignified, Ling Xiao wanted to give him 100 likes. Chapter 4773. Bullshit. If he was the true child of prophecy, of course I would be respectful to him. But he isn't. Black Crow was less intelligent than Dragon Fang, but he knew that the child of prophecy couldn't be offended. Once offended, it might cause the entire Shadow tribe to be dissatisfied with him. I said he is because I saw the process of him killing the dark beasts. You say he isn't, but what evidence do you have? Don't tell me it's just because he's a human. In the totem priest's prophecy, it didn't say who the child of prophecy was. Why don't you ask the priest to add some words at the last minute? Dragon Fang mocked. You. Black Crow's expression was very ugly. He really wasn't a match for Dragon Fang in a quarrel. Dragon Fang ignored him and directly knelt down towards Ling Xiao. The child of prophecy will become the savior of our Shadow tribe. He will lead us to defeat the King of Darkness. He will save us from fire and water. From now on, we will no longer have to endure the destruction of the dark beasts. The child of prophecy, the hope of the Shadow tribe. Immediately after, the guards beside Dragon Fang also knelt down and shouted loudly. Then, most of the lizard men gathered in the square. They had endured the King of Darkness for many years. If this young man could really lead them to destroy the King of Darkness, then he would be the child of prophecy. For a moment, only Black Crow and his guards were left there. The rest of them were all kneeling on the ground. It didn't matter if they believed it or not. In short, people liked to grab onto a life-saving straw. Especially those who believed in gods. When they had no other choice, they would naturally place all their hopes on the child of prophecy. Ling Xiao looked at the people in front of him. They really treated him as their hope. If he could really kill the King of Darkness, then his reputation in the Shadow tribe would reach the peak. His authority might even be higher than that of the chief and the totem priest. Dragon Fang's move was powerful. Now, even the chief and the totem priest didn't believe that he was the child of prophecy. He had to give it a try. This was the first step to success. Because Ling Xiao had a 90% chance of destroying the King of Darkness. What a joke, with the Tao of Fusion and the power of Yellow Emperor, if he couldn't even destroy a mere King of Darkness. How could he fight against Lotus Flower then? Black Crow, why aren't you kneeling? Could it be that you refuse to accept the prophecy? Do you want to become a demon of the Dark Shadow tribe? The one who stopped the child of prophecy from killing the King of Darkness? Dragon Fang sneered. As his voice rang out, the other cultivators also looked at Hya and the others. There was dissatisfaction in his eyes. If this young man was a fake, they were only deceived. It was no big deal. What's more, this self-proclaimed Sky Tiger Demon Lord was very powerful. Even if he wasn't the child of prophecy, he could definitely become the key to resisting the tide of darkness. If it was true, Black Crow's disrespect would extinguish the only hope of the Dark Shadow tribe. Thus, they were extremely dissatisfied with Black Crow's performance. Dragon Fang, are you trying to rebel? The chief and Lord Totem Priest haven't appeared yet. You keep saying that this person is the child of prophecy. Black Crow was still very afraid. After all, there were tens of thousands of warriors gathered in the square. Everyone stared at him. The pressure was immense. Even if the chief and totem priest appear, it won't change the identity of the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy is chosen by the heavens and not appointed by someone. Dragon Fang said coldly. Is the child of prophecy so important in your heart? Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. He looked at Black Crow indifferently and looked at the rest. Whether I, Sky Tiger Demon Lord, am the child of prophecy, I don't know myself. But there is one thing I can tell you with certainty. You can never kill the dark beasts, but I can. You can't get rid of the King of Darkness, but I can. Then, am I the child of prophecy? The answer to this question is better for you to think about it yourself. This kid's answer is smart. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he is the child of prophecy or not. The Dark Shadow Tribe's cultivators only care about whether he can kill the dark beasts and get rid of the King of Darkness. In the Great Emperor Palace, Fire Emperor nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Although they couldn't see the scene, they could still hear the voice. This is called overestimating his own ability. With his strength, do you really think he can get rid of the King of Darkness? This is nothing more than putting himself on the fire. What a foolish decision. Huang Jinding snorted coldly. Ha ha. Fire Emperor didn't say anything and just smiled faintly. Because the facts would prove everything. Child of prophecy, child of prophecy. Ling Xiao's words caused a huge commotion in the Dark Shadow Tribe. Deafening shouts echoed in the square. You keep saying that you can kill the dark beasts and get rid of the King of Darkness, but your strength doesn't seem to be much. Black Crow wasn't in the ancient imperial city previously, so he didn't know what Ling Xiao did in the ancient imperial city. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to say such words. Dragon Fang just wanted to speak, but Ling Xiao stopped him. Then, he looked at Black Crow and said, "No wonder. Are you doubting my strength? That's right. Since you're the child of prophecy, you must be incomparably powerful like an emperor. Only such a person is qualified to lead us lizard men and humans to fight against the undead calamity that will come from hell. It's a calamity 10 times more terrifying than the tide of darkness." Black Crow seemed to have found a reason to refute. Although his words were a little disrespectful, Ling Xiao liked it. Because only in this way could he display his strength in front of so many people. "Haha, then do you dare to fight with me?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Why wouldn't I?" Black Crow felt that he was a divine body 3rd level expert. On the surface, this human's strength didn't seem to be at the divine body realm. Why should he be afraid? "Alright, what if I win?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "I'm willing to follow the Child of Prophecy's lead and listen to your commands," Black Crow said. "That's not enough. That's not enough. I don't like empty promises. Swear on your dark totems. If you lose, you'll become my slave. If you don't, you'll be destroyed by the power of darkness." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Since the people of the Dark Shadow Tribe have identified me as the Child of Prophecy, you're disrespectful to the Child of Prophecy. This punishment shouldn't be a problem, right? Then what if you lose?" Black Crow asked sternly. "Simple. If I lose, then I'll die here." Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. "Alright, it's a deal." Black Crow gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was forced into a dead end by himself. There was no way out. If he didn't dare to agree, then his reputation would be completely destroyed. Even his father, the totem priest, would be implicated. At that time, it would be really troublesome. Chapter 4774. Then let's make a move. I'll have to trouble everyone to make way for us. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand and said. The Dark Shadow Tribe's warriors moved aside one after another, forming a large open space in the middle. At this time, more and more people gathered here. They were originally planning how to resist the tide of darkness, but when they came here, they heard even more shocking news. Then they stood at the side and waited quietly. "It's better for the few of you to come together. You alone are not enough," Ling Xiao said to Black Crow and his guards. These people were disrespectful to him. No matter what, he had to teach them a small lesson and beat them up to vent his anger. Arrogant. Black Crow didn't dare to say it out loud, but he was cursing Ling Xiao in his heart. At the same time, he gathered his 5 subordinates to attack Ling Xiao together with him. How can we not listen to the words of the Child of Prophecy? It's just a spar with him. Don't hurt the Child of Prophecy, lest our young chief cries. At this time, Black Crow didn't believe in the Child of Prophecy at all. Because he knew very well that his father's prophecies were simply false. They were created to better control the lizard men. However, The other lizard men were different from him. Although they weren't very sure that Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy, what if he was? To actually fight with the child of prophecy, whether he won or lost, it would be a great disrespect. This was too ridiculous. But they were helpless. The other party was the young priest. They couldn't stop him. Dragon Fang stood there with a hint of a cold smile in his eyes. Black Crow had brought this upon himself. This action was completely going against the hundreds of thousands of warriors of the Dark Shadow tribe. This was digging his own grave. However, Black Crow was also helpless. If he didn't defeat Ling Xiao, he wouldn't break the theory of the child of prophecy. Then the chief's faction would definitely have more power. And their priest's faction would be in trouble. Dragon Fang really believed that Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy, not because of the totem priest's prophecy. It was because of Ling Xiao's strength and the scene of Ling Xiao killing the dark beasts. It was too deep in his impression. Therefore, he was not worried that Ling Xiao would lose. It was impossible for the child of prophecy to lose to a fool. Ling Xiao stood there and gestured at the 6 people opposite him. Come on, let's attack together. Since he wanted to show off his strength, he had to shock everyone. The combination of these 6 people was almost exactly the same as the combination of Dragon Fang's 6 people. A 3rd-level divine body realm martial artists, 2 2nd-level divine physique echelons, 3 1st-level divine body echelon cultivators. Ling Xiao was currently in the state of the Sovereign Emperor physique, so he didn't even need to use the Beast Soul transformation or the martial soul array diagram. With just the strength of his bare hands, he could beat these fellows until they cried for their parents. Attack! Black Crow was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he waved his hand. He ordered his subordinates to attack. This guy was quite cautious. When he saw how calm Ling Xiao was, he was afraid that Ling Xiao had some special skills. It was obvious that he wanted his subordinates to test the waters. 3 lizard men at the 1st level of the divine body echelon rushed out. They didn't use any flashy combat skills. They were completely competing with Ling Xiao with their physical bodies. The lizardmen's natural physical bodies were their advantage. Their tall and mighty bodies coupled with the hard scales on the surface of their bodies. Humans didn't dare to fight them in close combat. However, facing the 3 people attacking him, Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. He didn't attack at all. He wanted to shock his opponents. They firmly believed that he was the child of prophecy. Child of prophecy, attack quickly. Dragon Fang saw that Ling Xiao actually didn't move and immediately became anxious. The lizardmen's physical bodies were incomparably strong. Fighting head-on like this was simply courting death. He knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but he couldn't do this. Since you believe that I'm the child of prophecy, then stay there obediently and watch. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He allowed the 3 lizard men to attack his body. A terrifying explosion rang out. Screams immediately sounded. All the lizard men were surprised to find that the one who was injured wasn't Ling Xiao, but the 3 lizard men who were sent flying. Their arms were already broken. And Ling Xiao was unharmed. The child of prophecy, it can't be wrong, he really is the child of prophecy. A body stronger than the dark beast. A voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone became excited. Even those who had some doubts about Ling Xiao's identity were convinced at this moment. But Ling Xiao felt that he had to strike while the iron was hot. Continue. He still stood there and hooked his hand. Even if I don't make a move today, I can still defeat all of you. Let me tell you how the child of prophecy fights. He had just discovered an interesting thing. When the other party attacked him, the ice in the mountain river world was actually absorbed by his body. There was actually an additional layer of terrifying cold power in the black tortoise body. This would allow his physical defense and attack to become more powerful. Therefore, this battle took on a new meaning. Go. Don't be afraid. Black Crow waved his hand, and 2 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artists pounced on Ling Xiao again. These 2 guys were much stronger than the 3 1st-level divine physique echelon martial artists from before. And they were using weapons. It was an emperor weapon with 2 dragon patterns. 2 iron hammers. Despicable. Dragon Fang cursed. Black Crow didn't care, because he knew that he couldn't lose today's battle. If he lost, then he would be in trouble. He would really become the other party's slave, or else the dark totem would definitely kill him. Clang! The iron hammers smashed onto Ling Xiao's head and legs. But Ling Xiao still didn't move. The terrifying thing was that his body released a deadly cold aura that actually froze the two iron hammers. Then, they shattered. Seeing this, the 2-second level divine physique echelon martial artists hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Black Crow had already started to gather power. Waves of black energy were released from his body. This was the power that the Dark Totem bestowed to the Dark Shadow Tribe martial artists. Black Crow dance. Following Black Crow's voice, a terrifying storm suddenly formed around him. If one looked closely, one would realize that this storm was actually formed by Black Crows. And these Black Crows were formed by Dark Divine Essence. The terrifying Black Crow dance made the surrounding martial artists feel a terrifying murderous aura. The huge pressure made them tremble with fear. Black Crow, you're no longer sparring. Are you planning to kill the Child of Prophecy by using this move? Dragon Fang said coldly. If he's the real Child of Prophecy, why would he be afraid? Black Crow didn't listen to him at all. He just wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Only by killing Ling Xiao could he end this farce. Ling Xiao still stood there, looking coldly at Black Crow and the other 2-second level divine physique echelon martial artists. The two of them also activated their dark divine essence, and their bodies turned black. They emitted an evil and powerful aura. Ling Xiao still didn't look special, and his aura wasn't that terrifying either. As if he didn't release a trace of true essence. He just wanted to use his physical body to defeat these three guys. This way, it would make him seem even more impressive. All red. Chapter 4775. Kill. Black Crow had already successfully condensed his move. And he released it. At the same time, the 2-second level divine body realm martial artists also pounced towards Ling Xiao again. Compared to the previous attack. This time, it was obviously stronger. The wind raged, and the force fluctuated. All the lizard men in the square were extremely nervous. They would rather Ling Xiao be the true Child of Prophecy than Ling Xiao be defeated. After all, the arrival of the Child of Prophecy meant hope. The Black Crow dance lasted for a full minute. It raged for a long time, and even turned the ground into a deep pit. But when the Black Crow dance disappeared, Ling Xiao was still standing there unscathed, with a contemptuous and arrogant smile on his face. What's going on? Black Crow was completely stunned. With his attack, even Dragon Fang, who was at the 3rd level divine body realm, would be seriously injured. This guy was actually unscathed. Kneel. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted sternly. The cold voice contained a terrifying soul pressure. Black Crow and his guards actually really knelt on the ground. This scene caused all the lizard men to seethe with excitement. The Child of Prophecy, it's really the Child of Prophecy, too powerful. I've never seen such a young and powerful martial artist. Who else could it be other than the Child of Prophecy? On the square, more and more people knelt down. This was just a little bit of Ling Xiao's strength. If he really destroyed the King of Darkness, these lizard men would probably give their lives to him. Sometimes, faith was really scary. It could make people become incomparably crazy. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this effect. He looked at everyone coldly and said, "It doesn't matter whether I'm the Child of Prophecy or not. Since I promised your young chief to help you resist the tide of darkness, then I'll definitely do it." "Oh right, haven't your chief and totem priest arrived yet? They're really arrogant." His voice became colder, as if he was blaming them. "Child of Prophecy, please wait a moment. I'll go and invite Father and Lord Totem Priest to personally welcome your arrival." Dragon Fang hurriedly said. He increasingly felt that Ling Xiao was the Child of Prophecy that could save the Dark Shadow Tribe. Ling Xiao nodded and simply sat in the square to wait. He was now the Child of Prophecy, so he naturally had to act a bit arrogant. He couldn't be the one to meet the chief and the totem shaman. Instead, it should be those two who came to see him and even knelt before him. At this point, Black Crow had already become his loyal servant. After all, the oath to the Dark Totem was still very scary. If Black Crow didn't want to die, He had to satisfy him. While waiting, the Dark Shadow tribe gradually boiled with excitement. Those who were in various places of the Dark Shadow tribe all heard what happened in the square. They had also heard about the appearance of the child of prophecy. It had to be said that the lizard men at the bottom of the hierarchy were rather blind and would follow the crowd. Everyone said that the child of prophecy was real. Naturally, they believed him. They were still hoping that this child of prophecy could help them get out of this crisis. What is Ling Xiao trying to do? Don't tell me he's really going to help these lizard men resist the tide of darkness. Don't forget, the lizard men are our enemies. In the Great Emperor Palace, Huang Jinding heard the cheers and felt very uncomfortable. He felt that Ling Xiao had become the hero of the lizard men. Then it would be too easy to get the totem. So he began to nitpick. Enemies? Does His Excellency Criminal Law King wish for everyone to be our enemy? In the end, it was us humans who took the lead to break into the lizardmen's territory. Then a small-scale battle broke out between the two sides. Although there were deaths on both sides, this kind of friction was normal in the mystic world. If we can win over the lizard men, we can join forces to resist the undead disaster. The Golden Divine Codex was worthy of being Huang Jindi's daughter. Her vision was very far-sighted. It was simply the same as Ling Xiao's idea. Yes, if we win over the 6 lizardmen tribes, not only can we disintegrate the Crusader Alliance, but we can also become extremely powerful. Why not? Fire King also said. Huang Jinding was in a very bad mood at this time. He had already defected to Yang Fan, which was equivalent to defecting to Lotus Flower. Anything that was disadvantageous to Lotus Flower was disadvantageous to him. He must not let this matter succeed. This old man will go out first. Huang Jinding left the Great Emperor Palace and urgently contacted Yu Chen, who was far away in the Damplands. Yu Chen didn't show up after meeting with young Master Jin Xiu. She was just secretly observing everything. The task Lotus Flower gave her was very simple. Let the forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds kill each other. As long as this was the trend, she wouldn't care. What's the matter, Huang Jinding? Yu Chen was a little impatient. Huang Jinding gave a simple explanation of the situation, then urged anxiously, Senior Yu Chen, you absolutely can't let Ling Xiao succeed. What he is doing now will have a very, very bad effect on our plan. Don't worry, I will let him die in the Dark Shadow tribe. Yu Chen wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Back in the world of souls, Ling Xiao had already made him suffer a lot, which had also surprised him greatly. How could he, who had already suffered a loss, underestimate him? Therefore, after ending the call with Huang Jinding, he began to make arrangements. Back in the Great Emperor Palace, Fire King said sarcastically, Huang Jinding, what kind of scheme are you up to now? Don't tell me you are going to deal with Ling Xiao. Humph, is there a need for that? This Ling Xiao is too bold. He thinks he can control the will of the civilians of the Dark Shadow tribe. But he doesn't know that the chieftain and totem priest of the Dark Shadow tribe don't care about this at all. They will definitely kill Ling Xiao. In this way, no matter what Ling Xiao's purpose is, it will be a complete failure. It's better to be realistic. Why must he make a move against the strongest Dark Shadow tribe? He is really overestimating his own strength. Huang Jinding snorted coldly. He knew that Yu Chen would definitely arrange for people to deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, Ling Xiao was bound to die. It was a pity that whether it was him or Yu Chen, they both looked down on Ling Xiao too much. Ling Xiao now had Huang Jindi's help. Plus the path of fusion. Even if the plan failed, he couldn't die. He had always been a meticulous person and always left several backup plans for himself. If one didn't work, he could immediately carry out another one. After waiting in the square for a long time, the chieftain and totem priest of the Dark Shadow tribe appeared together. Boy, you dare to come to the Dark Shadow tribe. Quickly return the dragon corpse. That's what our ancestors left to us. The moment the Shadow tribe chief saw Ling Xiao, he immediately pounced on him. He didn't care about the bullshit child of prophecy. Even if all the civilians of the Dark Shadow tribe supported Ling Xiao, he wasn't afraid. He had powerful strength and could crush anyone. Moreover, He didn't believe that the civilians of the tribe would dare to rebel because of a few words of an outsider. Everyone read. Chapter 4776. After all, Dragon Fang's father had been the chief of this tribe for more than 200 years. He had made great contributions to the tribe and saved many lizard men. His reputation was also very high. The totem priest was much more cunning than the Shadow Tribe chief. Although he also appeared, he didn't launch an attack. It was enough for the Shadow Tribe chief to make a move. The Golden City's martial artists could only hear the sound but couldn't see anything. They only knew that the Shadow Tribe chief had launched an attack, but they didn't know how Ling Xiao would block it. Hihi, didn't I already say that he's a naive idiot? The Shadow Tribe chief isn't his stupid son. Huang Jinding laughed gloatingly. Several judges were also snickering. Huang Jinruofeng and Huang Jinding's expressions became worried. Dragon Fang, get out of my way. Suddenly, a voice came from the soul mirror. This lizard man called Dragon Fang is really loyal. He actually dares to protect Ling Xiao. Fire Emperor smiled and said, some people are looking forward to Ling Xiao's death, but I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. As far as I know, the Shadow Tribe chief only has one son. He can't bear to kill his only son. After all, he will inherit the position of chief in the future. Let's wait and see. Huang Jinding firmly believed in Yu Chen, so he felt that Ling Xiao still couldn't escape death. Father, even if you don't believe that he's the prophesied child, he just saved my life. If you kill him, what will happen to your son? What will others think of me? Dragon Fang roared. Dragon Fang, get out of my way. He can't kill me anyway. To be honest, I really didn't expect the Shadow Tribe's chief to be such an ungrateful person. Ling Xiao walked out from behind Dragon Fang and looked indifferently at Lord Dragon, saying, as the chief of the tribe, I have no choice but to accept your position. As a chief, you're not even as good as your son. This young chief knows that the Shadow Tribe is in a predicament and needs help. But what about you? You joined forces with the 9 major forces to attack the Golden Sky region, but what did you get? The tide of darkness is coming, but did they send troops to help you? Also, what did the 4 geniuses of Heaven's Wall City do when the dragon corpse appeared? Could it be that you've forgotten so quickly? That group of fellows had always burned the bridge after crossing the river and turned their backs on him. Do you think that by helping them destroy the Golden Firmament domain, you can exchange it for the peace and stability of the Dark Shadow Tribe? Stupid. Ling Xiao's words directly hit the Dark Shadow Tribal chief in the face, leaving him dumbfounded. The chieftain was actually having a headache over this matter. He joined forces with the 9 major forces because he hoped that the 9 major forces would help the Dark Shadow Tribe get rid of the King of Darkness after destroying the Golden Firmament. However, the summit was postponed, and the Tide of Darkness issued a Level 9 warning. It wasn't that he hadn't contacted the 9 major forces. Unfortunately, no one came to help. Even the other 5 tribes of the 6 great clans did not dare to leave their posts on the pretext of facing the threat of demon beasts. They were all F***king bastards. Looking at it this way, Ling Xiao was actually so cute. What's the point of saying so much? If you really care about my Dark Shadow Tribe, then hand over the dragon corpse. Seeing that the Shadow Tribal chief was about to be convinced, the totem priest finally couldn't help but say, Chieftain, young chieftain, don't listen to his lies. I received news that the Golden City's martial artists are carrying out a mission in the Dampland. And their goal is to obtain our spirit totem. This person pretends to be a martial artist from the underworld demon domain, but in fact, he has been speaking for the Golden Firmament domain. I can't help but suspect his identity. Hearing this, the faces of several higher-ups in the Great Emperor Palace changed. Who leaked the news? The Flower Monarch's face was very ugly. Is there even a need to ask? The fleas on a bald man's head are obvious. The Flame Monarch said sarcastically, whoever wants Ling Xiao to die the most is the one who leaked the news. Flame Monarch, don't slander me. The Golden Cauldron roared. Hehe, why are you in such a hurry? I didn't mention any names. The Flame Monarch sneered and said, but I will find out who did this sooner or later. Such a traitor will die a horrible death. All right, stop arguing. Since this matter has been exposed, Ling Xiao's safety will be greatly affected. I wonder what he will do. The flower monarch was very upset. She knew that there was a traitor in the Golden City. But she didn't want to suspect someone. Didn't he want to be the Golden Emperor? If he can't even overcome this crisis, what is the point of him? Huang Jinding said sarcastically. Although it was unpleasant to hear, it was indeed the truth. This mission was supposed to be carried out at the risk of their lives. Anything could happen. The betrayal of the traitor had to be considered in advance. If he didn't consider it, he would be stupid. If he died, he couldn't blame anyone. Totem priest, watch your words. Dragon Fang said coldly, don't accuse him without evidence. You will offend the child of prophecy. I'm afraid that even you can't prove that he is not the child of prophecy, right? After all, he can't kill the dark demonic beast. This is something that even you, an expert who claims to be the spokesperson of God, can't do. The warriors in the square were in a mess. They agreed with Dragon Fang's words. They couldn't rashly say that the child of prophecy had other motives just because of the totem priest's suspicion. It was as if someone had obtained a divine medicine. If this medicine was fake, there might be some side effects, but it wouldn't be a big problem. But if it was real, it could cure the chronic disease and solve the big problem. Now someone suddenly said that this divine medicine was fake and wanted to destroy it. What kind of joke was this? How could a sick person do this? Many people would even try to take it even if they knew it was poison. Anyway, they would die anyway. It was just the difference between being poisoned or dying of illness. But if it could save a life, then they would be rich. And in the current situation, if they took this medicine, they might have diarrhea. But if they didn't take it, they would definitely die. Except for the totem priest who didn't believe in the existence of the child of prophecy, everyone wanted to try. And the totem priest couldn't say that his prophecy was made up. If that happened, it would be equivalent to dying together. Totem priest, it's not that we don't trust you, but we have believed in your so-called God of darkness for hundreds of years. What did we get? The dark demonic beast still wreaks havoc every month. We would rather let the child of prophecy try. If you want to harm the child of prophecy, then kill us first. This was the truest voice of the hundreds of thousands of civilians of the Dark Shadow tribe. In the Great Emperor Palace, everyone was dumbfounded. This Ling Xiao was really scary. He knew how to capture people's hearts and use civilians to threaten the higher-ups. Even the Dark Shadow tribal chief was hesitant because of him. Totem priest, let him try. Anyway, it doesn't matter. After the tide of darkness, if it doesn't work, it won't be too late to kill him. The Dark Shadow tribal chief said. The totem priest frowned. He was really helpless now. End of this chapter. Chapter 4777. If it was just the support of the civilians, it would be fine. The totem priest could kill Ling Xiao by force. But now even the shadow chieftain seemed to be wavering. Then he really had no other way. He could only compromise for the time being. Kid, you can really fool people, but listen to me. The child of prophecy doesn't exist at all. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. When the tide of darkness comes, it's also when your foxtail will be revealed. The totem priest's words were said to Ling Xiao through voice transmission. Hehe, totem priest, I'll tell you the truth. I'm from Golden City. My goal is to obtain your dark totem. Unfortunately, they don't believe me. Don't you think it's infuriating? Ling Xiao also said something that made the totem priest almost vomit blood. Oh, right, I also want to tell you one more thing. I don't just want the dark totem. I also want the entire shadow tribe. If you don't submit to me, then the only outcome is death. Although I don't know who secretly sent you to deal with me, you'd better remember one thing. They can kill you, so can I. There are some games that you, a little totem priest, really can't afford to play. Then wait until the tide of darkness is over. Don't crowd around here, go prepare to face the tide of darkness. The totem priest gritted his teeth. He already hated Ling Xiao in his heart. This guy, he clearly knew this guy's identity, knew that this guy was not the child of prophecy, but he couldn't say it out loud. That kind of feeling was really sullen. This guy actually made it through. One of the judges sighed and said, "These lizard men are really ignorant. If it were me, how could I believe this kind of nonsense? Why do I feel that you're even more ignorant? Ling Xiao is their only hope now. Only Ling Xiao can completely kill the King of Darkness. If they don't believe in Ling Xiao, do they believe in you? The key here is that Ling Xiao can completely kill the dark beasts, as long as this key is grasped. At least before the tide of darkness comes, Ling Xiao will be safe and sound. What about after the tide of darkness comes? Didn't he expose himself? Actually, I don't understand it either. But let's keep watching. Ling Xiao is always surprising. It's a pity that I can't see the scene, only hear the sound." A voice sounded from the pitch-black soul mirror. It was the voice of the totem shaman, child of prophecy. "Please follow us to the meeting room for a detailed discussion. Please." Ling Xiao was nothing to be afraid of. However, a hint of worry flashed in Dragonfang's eyes. Some people had no bottom line when doing things. For example, if this totem priest really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, the Shadow Tribe's lizard men wouldn't be able to do anything about it. At most, they would grumble. "Don't worry, just be on guard outside. Once the tide of darkness comes, inform me. Don't forget, since you believe that I am the child of prophecy, you should also believe in my strength." Ling Xiao gently patted Dragonfang's shoulder and followed the totem priest and the Shadow Tribal chief to the assembly hall. He wanted to see what the totem priest had to say. "Humph, self-righteous idiot." Huang Jinding snorted coldly. He believed that an inescapable net had been set up in the assembly hall. He was just waiting for Ling Xiao to walk right into the trap. "I'm afraid that the Punishment King will be disappointed again." The Fire Emperor smiled. He wasn't worried about Ling Xiao at all. Even if the totem priest was a lunatic, Ling Xiao still had enough ability to escape. At that time, the one who would be passive would only be the totem priest, not Ling Xiao. The moment he stepped into the assembly hall, Ling Xiao felt dozens of dangerous auras. Not only the lizard men, but also the aura of the undead race. Dark Cage. The totem priest suddenly attacked the Shadow Tribal chief. He trapped him. Because if he wanted to make a move on Ling Xiao, he was most worried about the variable that was the Shadow Tribal chief. The Shadow Tribe chief didn't expect that the totem priest would attack him. He was caught off guard and fell for it. "Totem priest, what are you doing?" The Shadow Tribal chief Long Hu roared. "I'm sorry, Lord Tribal Chief. I'm doing this for the Shadow Tribe. He can't be the child of prophecy because the child of prophecy doesn't exist. I'm just saying that to give my people a glimmer of hope." The totem priest shook his head and said, "Don't worry, after killing this guy, I will naturally release the dark cage for you." When the experts in the Great Emperor Palace heard this, they all had different expressions. Some were gloating, and some were adding insult to injury. Of course, there were also people who were worried. "Did you see that, Fire Emperor? Do you think that Ling Xiao can win against the totem priest alone? Although the totem priest can't be compared to you and me, he is still a 5th-level divine physique echelon expert. With Ling Xiao's strength, it's impossible for him to be his opponent." The Punishment King finally felt relieved. Yu Chen had arranged everything. Ling Xiao, this idiot, was walking right into the trap. The Fire Emperor didn't say anything. Because he was too lazy to argue. He was now worried that Ling Xiao had exposed his true strength. However, at this moment, not only did the image in the soul mirror disappear, even the sound disappeared. It turned out that the totem priest was worried that the lizard men outside would notice the commotion inside, so he sealed off the meeting hall. The soul mirror couldn't receive the signal of the soul mirror imprint, so it naturally couldn't see or hear anything. Facing dozens of powerful existences, Ling Xiao still looked at the totem priest without any change in expression. "Do you really think that you are God's spokesperson? Your prophecy might be fake. But how do you know that the child of prophecy is fake? Savior, hero, heaven's chosen. No matter what he is called, he still exists. Because I'm here. Ling Xiao, your identity has been exposed, and you're still so arrogant." The totem priest sneered. "Since you know who I am, you should understand my temper. It's not too late for you to stop now, otherwise you will be killed later. I can announce to the public that you were punished by God because you offended the child of prophecy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He realized that he had been betrayed by the Punishment King. However, he wasn't surprised. He had already guessed this from the moment he knew that the Punishment King had colluded with young Fan. Ha 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 ha. The totem priest laughed wildly. I'm well aware of your background. In order to kill you, I carefully set up this trap. Do you think you can still escape? My background? Ha, Dragon Marquis, this guy wasn't in the ancient imperial city before, right? Ling Xiao looked at the shadow chieftain Dragon Marquis and asked. No, he only knows that you took away the dragon corpse, but he doesn't know the details. Dragon Marquis replied. No wonder. Didn't you tell him that I defeated the 4 trash from the Heaven's Wall city? And killed the Storm Star Lord and the Lava Star Lord while I was at it? Ling Xiao said indifferently. I didn't say. The shadow chieftain mainly didn't want to say. He was afraid that this matter would cause panic in the shadow tribe, who knew that it would lead to the current trouble. Chapter 4778. The totem priest was courting death. Impossible. He can only kill martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon at most. The totem priest was indeed shocked. Seems like you know me well. Did the King of Law, Huang Jinding, tell you? Or young Fan? Yu Chen? Or even Lotus Flower? Ling Xiao said coldly, Dragon Marquis, your priest is really powerful. He actually dared to collude with the undead race. He's really not afraid of the undead race destroying the lizard men. Totem priest, is this true? Dragon Marquis wasn't a fool. Judging from the totem priest's performance and the undead race experts lying in ambush in the meeting hall, it was definitely true. However, he still couldn't believe that his best brother and most loyal subordinate would do such a thing. So what if it's true? The totem priest seemed to have given up. Chieftain, you should know that we can only defeat the King of Darkness if we cooperate with the undead race. Only then can the Umbra tribe become the overlord of the Damplands. What a fool. Dragon Marquis almost fainted from anger. Do you want all lizard men to become walking corpses? You idiot, stop now. It's still not too late. Do you want to kill this old thing as well? A martial artist walked out from the darkness. The aura of death around him was terrifying. There was a number 12 on his body. This should be Undead Guard 12. Ling Xiao had seen Undead Guard 13 in the graveyard of the gods back then. Now, 12 had appeared. Undead Guard 12's strength was actually much stronger than Undead Guard 13's. He had already reached the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. If it was Ling Xiao himself, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. He should be able to win with the Emperor physique. However, the path of fusion should be easier. Of course, we have to kill him. Why keep this old man alive? He's not obedient. Bring his corpse to Master and let him use it. Another martial artist walked out from the darkness. There was a number 11 on his body. There were 2 powerful undead guards. Their numbers were very close to the front. If 12 was considered mid-tier in the 4th level of the divine physique echelon, 11 was considered high level. In order to kill him, this totem priest really put in a lot of effort. Other than these 2, there were also dozens of 3rd and 2nd level divine physique echelon undead martial artists and lizardmen martial artists. On top of that, there was also the totem priest, who was a mid-tier 5th level divine physique echelon cultivator. Even a ruler would be fearful of him. Let alone Ling Xiao. Obviously, they had made ample preparations. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. You colluded with the dead spirit race and attempted to overthrow the rule of the Dark Shadow tribe. Totem priest, you have a good plan. It's a pity that you haven't been to the world of souls. You don't know that all the experts who joined Lotus Flower have been turned into undead spirits. Do you want to be like that too? Ling Xiao sneered. This brat talks too much nonsense. Let me kill him. A 3rd level divine physique echelon necromancer dashed out from the crowd. This should be a corpse that Lotus Flower had recently created. Because his serial number was actually 13. 13 had already been killed by Ling Xiao. Since another one had appeared, it could only be a new one. Moreover, the soul aura of this necromancer was extremely similar to the martial artists of the Beast Deities Alliance. It seemed that the martial artists of the Beast Deities Alliance who were killed in the graveyard of the gods had all been transformed. This lotus flower was really terrifying. No wonder even the Golden Emperor found it difficult to deal with him. Being able to transform the dead into his subordinates meant that he could quickly obtain powerful helpers. Noisy. I'm talking to the lizard men. Why are you dead people interrupting? Die. Ling Xiao suddenly stretched out his right hand. A ball of black mist appeared in his palm and formed a whirlpool like a black hole. He grabbed Undead Guard 13 and brought him over. Let me go, let me go. Undead Guard 13 struggled desperately in Ling Xiao's hand, but he couldn't break free at all. His arrogance from before had completely vanished. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was like a pitiful little bug in Ling Xiao's hands. He was completely unable to escape from Ling Xiao's palm. Let you go. Ling Xiao looked at Undead Guard 13 in his hand and sneered, Didn't you want to kill me? Dragon Marquis, I know you don't believe that I'm the child of prophecy. Today, I'll let you see my true strength. He suddenly released a ball of terrifying flame from his hand. It burned Undead Guard 13 alive. Only his soul was left. And that soul was the soul of the martial artist of the Beast Deities Alliance. Before leaving, this soul bowed 3 times to Ling Xiao. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, he might have been trapped in this rotten corpse for the rest of his life, helping Lotus Flower harm others. See? Not only can I kill dark demon beasts, but I can also easily kill undead creatures, Ling Xiao said indifferently. This scene caused 12 and 11 to reveal a fearful expression. As for the other necromancers, they subconsciously took a step back. They were most afraid of this kind of existence. You used a strange flame just now? Dragon Marquis asked. Yes, as long as it's a light attribute strange flame, it can completely kill these undead creatures. But unfortunately, there are too few people in the Black Tortoise continent who have strange flames. There are even fewer people who have light attribute strange flames. Ling Xiao sighed. This is the reason why Lotus Flower is so arrogant. But recently, I've been researching weapons against undead creatures. In the future, everyone will have one, and there's no need to be afraid of not being able to destroy the undead disaster. You really are the child of prophecy, Dragon Marquis suddenly said. Whether you are the child of prophecy or not, you are. Because you can do everything the child of prophecy can do. It's good that you understand. Ling Xiao smiled and said, If this totem priest wasn't your good brother, I would have killed him long ago. I'll give you a minute to convince him. Otherwise, I can only destroy him. I don't want to keep this kind of traitor alive. After saying that, he rushed out. He had to destroy the undead clan's scum first. At this time, he changed his mode and turned into a divine venerable body. Because the divine light of the divine venerable body could restrain the undead clan's martial artists. Under the divine venerable body, all his attacks would be converted into divine attacks. With light attribute, it would cause great damage to the undead clan. The poor undead clan's martial artists came to kill him, but in the end, they were hunted down by him. Ling Xiao deliberately left the Undead Guard 12 and 11 alive to deal with the scum first. Holding the Crimson Blood Demon sword, he looked like a god. Sword light flashed in the meeting hall. In just half a minute, all the trash except for the Undead Guard 12 and 11 were destroyed. Ling Xiao also gave them face. The Lizardman martial artists were only imprisoned and not killed. Since he planned to join forces with the Dark Shadow tribe, he would leave these idiots to Dragon Marquis to deal with. Let's go. Undead Guard 12 and 13 sensed Ling Xiao's strength. They had no intention of fighting at all, and the two of them were actually preparing to escape. End of this chapter. Chapter 4779. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and pointed the void-shattering finger with both hands at the same time. The space instantly began to distort and deform. Undead Guards 11 and 12 couldn't escape at all. After struggling with all their might, they were crushed into a pile of bones. The two souls were freed and bowed to Ling Xiao 3 times as usual. Then, they broke through the sky and left. As for where they were going, Ling Xiao naturally didn't know. With his current realm, it wasn't time for him to understand the laws of this world. Although he was already very powerful, he was still at the bottom of the mystic world. It was really nothing. However, this scene left the totem priest dumbfounded. You've really hidden your strength well. However, you can kill a 4th-level divine body echelon guard, but you're definitely not my match. The totem priest said coldly. Brother, wake up. Don't be so stubborn. The Dark Shadow Tribe chief shouted. No, I'm not stubborn. This kid is trying to make an enemy of the lotus flower. There's no hope at all. If the Dark Shadow Tribe follows him, they'll only sink into a quagmire and be unable to extricate themselves. They might even be destroyed by the undead disaster in the end. Everything I've done is right. You're the one who's wrong. The totem priest roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. I gave you a chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me. He really didn't want to kill this totem priest. After all, he wanted to ally with the Dark Shadow Tribe. If he killed this person, it would inevitably cause some lizard men in the Dark Shadow Tribe to be dissatisfied. However, now that the other party wanted to kill him, he had to do it. Child of prophecy, leave this idiot to me. The Dark Shadow Tribe chief shouted. Ling Xiao sighed. Fine, I promise you. Di Zun, I'll have to trouble you to restrain this totem priest. With my current strength, I can't do it without using the Path of Fusion. Ling Xiao planned to use the power of the Path of Fusion when the Tide of Darkness began. He only had half an hour. He couldn't waste it. No problem. A ferocious tiger suddenly rushed out of the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It opened its bloody mouth and roared. The terrifying energy transformed into balls of golden light that completely shackled the totem priest. He was immobilized. How is it, totem priest? My golden cage is much more powerful than your dark cage, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Then, he released the Shadow Tribal chief. How do you plan to deal with this? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao would never agree to let the totem priest go. This person knew too many of his secrets. Once this information was leaked, he was afraid that some things would be difficult to deal with. To be honest, he didn't want to keep an enemy at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon alive. If there was a chance to kill him, he would definitely kill him. Child of prophecy, just watch. I will give you a satisfactory solution. The Shadow Tribal chief grabbed the totem priest and walked out of the meeting hall to the battlefield outside. At this time, the Tide of Darkness was about to arrive. Almost all the warriors of the Dark Shadow Tribe were gathered here. Other than covering the entrance, the buildings on the ground also served as a fortress. Only the old and young were arranged to hide underground. Regardless of gender, as long as they were able to fight, they were all gathered in the fortress. At this time, they suddenly saw Marquis Long and Ling Xiao fly out. Marquis Long was also carrying the imprisoned totem priest in his hand. As for Ling Xiao, he was carrying a large pile of undead race corpses and some imprisoned lizardman warriors. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Unfortunately, I have bad news for everyone. The totem priest colluded with the undead race and tried to assassinate the Child of Prophecy. However, he was defeated by the Child of Prophecy. These words caused a great commotion. Even the warriors of the Golden City who could hear the voice were all dumbfounded. After not hearing for a while, they thought that Ling Xiao had been killed by the totem priest. But what kind of script was this? They couldn't understand it at all. Ha ha ha, Huang Jinding, what did I say? Don't underestimate the person chosen by the ancestor. The reason why the ancestor chose Ling Xiao to be the emperor is naturally because he has outstanding points. So, you should shut your mouth and watch obediently. Otherwise, you might be slapped in the face again. The Fire Emperor was very happy. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to attack the criminal law king Huang Jinding. Who asked Huang Jinding to keep mocking Ling Xiao, saying that he was going to die? If he didn't say these words, he wouldn't be able to swallow it. Huang Jinding really didn't speak because he was completely shocked. Ling Xiao didn't die. Instead, it was those undead race experts who died, and even the totem priest was imprisoned. What happened during that period of time when they couldn't hear anything and couldn't see anything? It was incomprehensible. It was really incomprehensible. Now, they could only hope that Ling Xiao would die in this tide of darkness. The judges also didn't say anything. Ling Xiao's performance was too amazing, although they didn't see the process. But at this time, Ling Xiao actually made the Shadow Tribe's chief, Marquis Long, be respectful to him. What did this mean? It was too terrifying. The totem priest committed a capital crime, Long Ya roared. He didn't like this totem priest to begin with. How could he let go of the opportunity to beat a drowning dog? That's right. Trying to assassinate the child of prophecy is simply destroying the future of our shadow tribe. So he committed a capital crime. But the child of prophecy is merciful, and I also remember the totem priest's past contributions. I think it's a pity to kill him like this. So I decided to let him atone for his crimes in the tide of darkness. If he can fight bravely, I can consider sparing him the death penalty. If he tries to escape or even betray the shadow tribe, then I will kill him with my own hands. And those who follow the totem priest are the same. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. If Marquis Long directly killed the totem priest, many people would think that he was taking revenge and fighting for power. But in this way, if the totem priest died in the tide of darkness, Marquis Long would be selfless. And if the totem priest died, he would have a good reputation. Those who followed the totem priest wouldn't hate Marquis Long too much. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Because the other party's actions were actually beneficial to him. They wouldn't let him be an evil person. This would also be beneficial to his image. The totem priest was imprisoned, but he could still speak. But what could he say now? If he still tried to defend himself at this time, he would only be spurned by the Shadow Tribe's martial artists. At that time, even if Ling Xiao or Marquis Long killed him, there wouldn't be a problem. At this time, the terrifying roar was getting closer and closer. It was as if a dark cloud was pressing down on them. Everyone pay attention, the tide of darkness is coming. Ling Xiao saw a huge black bat monster in the distance. It was dozens of times larger than the other dark demon beasts. It should be the King of Darkness. End of this chapter. Chapter 4780. Seeing the King of Darkness, Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. The King of Darkness's strength was equivalent to a high-level divine body realm 5th-level martial artist. The reason why it was terrifying was because of its characteristic of not dying. If ordinary dark beasts wanted to revive, they still needed the King of Darkness to give them strength. Then, they would rely on the core crystal in their bodies to revive. But the King of Darkness was different. It was almost an immortal existence. This was the most terrifying. In a normal battle, Lord Dragon could block the King of Darkness, but he would definitely lose in the end. Because not only would the other party not die, but it would also never tire. If not for this, the 4 great demon kings would not be as terrifying as imagined. Boom, boom, boom. Further away, 3 explosions suddenly came. This made Lord Dragon's brows furrow even more. Father, it seems that the other 3 great demon kings have also launched an attack. I wonder who will be unlucky. Dragon Fang naturally understood what these 3 loud sounds meant. We can't care about others. Let's solve our own problems first. Lord Dragon actually still did not want to care. Because when the Umbra tribe was threatened by the tide of darkness, he had once asked for help. But none of the large tribes were willing to help him. This made his heart cold. Since everyone was minding their own business, why should he be a good person? Moreover, in the current situation, even if he wanted to care, he could not. Yeah, let's deal with the tide of darkness first. Ling Xiao floated in the sky, looking coldly at the black shadow in the distance. Everyone was nervous to the extreme. There was a problem with the soul mirror in the Golden City again. The image was still pitch black, and there was a lot of noise. This situation became more and more serious as the tide of darkness approached. It was not hard to guess that when the tide of darkness reached the Umbra tribe, the soul mirror would completely cut off the signal. Child of prophecy, can you deal with the King of Darkness? Lord Dragon asked carefully. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, Leave the King of Darkness to the Child of Prophecy. We will block the rest of the Dark Beast. Lord Dragon was most worried about the King of Darkness. With Ling Xiao's existence, he heaved a sigh of relief. Warriors, we cannot let the Child of Prophecy face the danger alone. Leave the King of Darkness to him. We must block the rest of the Dark Beasts. We are all fearless warriors. Kill, kill, kill. The Dark Shadow tribe had experienced this kind of thing many times, although this time was the most dangerous. The danger level was the highest, level 9. However, they were not as fearful as before. Instead, they were filled with confidence and hope. All of this was brought about by Ling Xiao. The role of the Child of Prophecy was not small at all. Before the tide of darkness comes, I have to tell you something. Ling Xiao decided to lay his cards on the table. It was impossible for him to continue helping the lizard men with this fake identity. He wanted the name Ling Xiao to become a god in the hearts of the lizard men. In that case, he had to tell the truth. As his voice rang out, his face and body underwent some changes. Me. The Prince of the City of Gold, Ling Xiao. He was also the only man who had made Lotus Flower suffer. If you believe in me, then kill the enemy with me and defend our home together. He chose to reveal the truth at this time because the tide of darkness was about to arrive. No one would have any superfluous thoughts. Whether he was the Sky Tiger Demon Lord or Ling Xiao, it was not important. In the eyes of these lizard men, he only had one name, and that was the Child of Prophecy. Child of Prophecy, Child of Prophecy. A moment later, shouts could be heard from the crowd. This was their response to him. All right, since you believe in me, I won't disappoint you. Martial artists below the divine physique echelon will stay in the fortress and use long-range weapons or treasures to harass and attack. Martial artists above the divine physique echelon will rush out to fight when necessary. Your mission is not to kill the enemy, but to protect your own lives. You just have to stall the dark demon beasts. Until I kill the King of Darkness. Are you confident? Yes. Ling Xiao quickly adapted to the role of a leader. There was no sense of disharmony at all. At this time, the sound could still be heard in the soul mirror of the City of Gold. Although the noise was a little loud. This Ling Xiao is a natural leader, Huang Jinruofeng exclaimed. He was not praising, but stating a fact. Yes, Ling Xiao established the Battle Alliance when he was in the 3,000 sacred cities, and he was the leader of the Battle Alliance. Now, he easily subdued the Umbra tribe. This kind of leadership talent is the most suitable to become the Golden King. The Fire Emperor nodded. What's the use of saying this now? This is a test, just follow the score. Huang Jinding said coldly. Otherwise, it's unfair to the other four. The Fire Emperor smiled and did not say anything else. The more anxious Huang Jinding was, the happier he was. This meant that Ling Xiao was doing the right thing. As the tide of darkness approached, the sound in the soul mirror was finally replaced by chaotic noise. They could not hear or see what was happening. However, the people at the scene could feel it very clearly. The ground kept shaking, and the trees kept falling. The terrifying aura was getting closer and closer. This was definitely a disaster. Without a doubt. Although the environment here was always pitch black, the lizard men of the Umbra tribe could see clearly at night, so this was not a big deal. Many people began to panic. But when they saw Ling Xiao floating in the sky, this fear gradually disappeared. He would definitely win, they firmly believed. Ling Xiao frowned, took out 3 refining formation stones, and threw them out. His Taiji eye could clearly see that there were too many dark beasts. If they directly charged over, the Umbra tribe would not be able to bear such a loss. So Ling Xiao set up 3 formations. Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation, Plague Bone Dissolving Formation, Myriad Beast Blood Refining Formation. He knew many formations, but these 3 were the most commonly used and the most useful. The first formation could use the pure power of heavenly thunder to weaken or even kill the dark beasts. The second formation could reduce the power of the dark beasts to the lowest, or even turn them into bones and let them be infected with the plague. The third formation could use the power of the dead dark beasts to increase Ling Xiao's attack power and the power of the previous 2 formations. This was an intricate setup that overlapped with each other. Ling Xiao's actions were far more than this. He still had many tricks up his sleeve. Boom! Finally, a huge explosion sounded in front of everyone's eyes. The tide of darkness came like a flood. The densely packed huge dark demonic beasts practically covered the entire space. Apart from Ling Xiao, everyone else had a horrified expression on their faces. It's over, how can we block this? The totem priest showed a terrified expression. You idiots, if you want to die, then die. I won't serve you anymore. He actually chose to escape at the most critical moment. At this time, Ling Xiao had already released him, so he could leave if he wanted to. End of chapter. Chapter 4781. Bastard. Lord Dragon gritted his teeth and wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Don't worry, he can't run away. Ling Xiao shook his head. He knew too well what kind of person the totem priest was. So when he released the shackles, he also did something at the same time and injected the exhausted power of the Void God sword into the totem priest's body. At that time, the totem priest was imprisoned and couldn't resist at all. His idea was very simple. If the totem priest was really willing to repent, then he was still willing to spare his life. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The totem priest escaped from the side and just happened to avoid the tide of darkness. His image in the Shadow Tribe was completely ruined. Ling Xiao. Lord Dragon. Just you wait. One day, I will come back and take revenge on you. Looking at the terrifying tide of darkness, he suddenly sneered. Of course, the premise is that you can survive. After saying that, he turned around and continued to escape. However, at this moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from his body. His expression suddenly became incomparably terrified. Ling Xiao, you're so sinister. These were his last words. They were the last words he said in his life. The moment he finished speaking, his body rapidly shrank and dried up. In the blink of an eye, he became a dried corpse. In the Shadow Tribe, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to care about the totem priest. The moment the tide of darkness descended, the entire Shadow Tribe's lizardmen seemed to feel that it was over. At that moment, they were truly in despair. They even forgot the existence of the child of prophecy. Crack! At this moment, a bolt of lightning split the darkness. It also dispelled the darkness in the lizardmen's hearts. The first batch of dark monsters that rushed over were directly charred black under the terrifying power of the myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. At the same time, their corpses were quickly refined by the myriad beast blood refining formation. The core crystal was also completely swallowed by the white jade cat. This little cat was not big, but it was extremely fast. It moved among the dark monsters as if it was in an unstoppable state. The child of prophecy, it's the child of prophecy. The lizard men looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Amazing. We're saved. Did you see that? Those dark demon beasts really died. They weren't revived. Their core crystals were eaten by the pet of the child of prophecy. Our choice was not wrong. He really is the child of prophecy. Upon seeing this scene, not only the commoners, but even Marquis Dragon was dumbfounded. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was not the least bit inferior to him. In terms of other abilities, he simply couldn't catch up to Ling Xiao. If the lizard men knew how to use formations, they wouldn't be so miserable. Moreover, Ling Xiao could really kill the dark demonic beast and completely end this war of attrition. This made him admire Ling Xiao so much that he wanted to prostrate himself before him. Don't relax. Stand in formation. This is only the vanguard. The truly terrifying part is yet to come, Ling Xiao reminded. Just as Ling Xiao had said, a wave of dark demonic beasts had died, but more had come. The myriad thunderbolts immortal slaying formation was no longer able to stop them. It couldn't even kill most of the dark demonic beasts. The plague bone dissolving formation began to take effect. And the effect of the myriad beast blood refining formation never stopped. Child of prophecy, can we attack now? Marquis Dragon asked. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to make a move. Ling Xiao shook his head. Everyone just needs to guard their respective places. If the dark demonic beasts break through the formation, You guys will be responsible for killing them. As for the core crystals, I'll be responsible for destroying them. Yes. The lizard men of the Dark Shadow tribe felt as if they were dreaming. In the past, even if it was only level 1 darkness tide, they would have a hard time. They couldn't avoid death and injury. But this time, why did the level 9 darkness tide feel so easy? It had been half a day, and there was still no casualty. They didn't even need to make a move. They just needed to stand there and watch the show. This feeling was too unreal. All of this is the credit of the Child of Prophecy. You guys remember, Dragon Fang took the opportunity to publicize. He was the one who found the Child of Prophecy, so naturally, he also had a share of the credit. In the future, his position in the Dark Shadow tribe wouldn't be low. Child God Blood Fiend Formation, Dragon God Ice Formation, Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation, Snake God Poison Domain Formation, Divine Ape Invincible Formation. After half an hour of fierce battle, the Darkness Tide was already in close combat with the lizard men. Ling Xiao activated 5 great formations in one go. The bloodthirsty plague began to devour the dark demonic beast. The terrifying cold air began to freeze the dark demonic beast. The terrifying Yellow Springs water began to destroy the dark demonic beast. The dense poisonous snakes and terrifying poisonous fog targeted the dark demonic beast. On the lizardman's side, everyone's body was glowing with golden light. Under the protection of the Divine Ape Invincible Formation, they were almost invincible. Of course, activating 5 formations at the same time consumed a lot of Ling Xiao's energy. But the Myriad Beast Blood Refining Formation was constantly replenishing. He didn't have to worry at all. With the large consumption of energy, the energy in his cultivation sea, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to crazily increase. This battle is simply like a game, it's too magical. The Child of Prophecy is really powerful. Don't underestimate the enemy. Focus on killing the enemy. Don't cause trouble for the Child of Prophecy. The lizard men didn't feel like they were experiencing the darkness tide, but more like they were holding a hunting convention. Ling Xiao was about to say something. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard. The King of Darkness had finally appeared. Perhaps seeing his subordinates being killed one by one, this boss finally became impatient. Its eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, treating Ling Xiao as the culprit. It was obviously much smarter than the other dark demonic beasts. Although it was still far inferior to humans. But it was also the principle of capturing the leader first. You're finally willing to appear. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Di Zun, I'll leave this King of Darkness to you. I'll find an opportunity to kill him. Ling Xiao didn't plan to use the path of fusion. Now that he had Huang Jindi by his side, it would be a waste not to use him. Moreover, he saved the Dark Shadow tribe to find allies for the Golden Sky region. If Huang Jindi didn't help, it wouldn't make sense. No problem. A ferocious tiger rushed out from the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It pounced on the King of Darkness. The 2 demonic beasts started fighting in the sky. Ling Xiao stood there and observed the situation while thinking about the undead calamity. The undead calamity was definitely much more terrifying than the darkness tide. It definitely wouldn't be as easy as today. After all, Lotus Flower was a very cunning existence. He wasn't as stupid as the King of Darkness. He clearly knew that it was a trap, but he still jumped in. How stupid. They weren't on the same level at all. This time, the alliance of the 9 major forces was secretly arranged by Lotus Flower. He hadn't even officially attacked, but he had already caused chaos in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was a truly terrifying opponent. Kid, what are you thinking about? You can kill it now. At this moment, Huang Jindi's voice sounded. As expected of a veteran expert, he had seriously injured the King of Darkness so quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 4782. Ling Xiao raised his head and saw that the tiger had bitten the King of Darkness's wings into pieces. His neck was almost bitten off. However, even so, the King of Darkness's wounds were healing at an extremely fast speed. Although the Yellow Emperor was powerful, he still couldn't kill the King of Darkness. He still had to rely on Ling Xiao. God-defying technique. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out the god-defying sword. The feeling of not having to hide his identity was really great. He could use any move he wanted. 2 streaks of dark sword light suddenly shot out. One directly pierced through the King of Darkness's head. The other pierced the King of Darkness's core crystal. The kitten opened her mouth and swallowed it. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion, but at that moment, he seemed to feel that the kitten's aura had become much stronger. Could it be that the kitten could become stronger after swallowing such a crystal? This was really possible. With the death of the King of Darkness, those dark beasts also lost the ability to continue fighting. Under the protection of the array, the lizard men of the Dark Shadow tribe killed those monsters as easily as slaughtering pigs and sheep. In less than half an hour, all the dark beasts were eliminated. There were corpses everywhere, enough for the lizard men of the Dark Shadow tribe to eat for many years. It's over just like that. The warriors of the Dark Shadow tribe were ecstatic when they saw the result of the battle. They even felt a little incredulous. Many people felt that it was too unreal. Because it was completely different from what they had imagined. This was far too simple. That's right, it's over. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. Although the aura of the dark beasts was still in the dense forest, the King of Darkness was no longer there. The resurrection of the dark beasts required the King of Darkness and the core crystal. Without the King of Darkness, they had no ability to resurrect. It would no longer have much of an impact on the Dark Shadow tribe. Long live the child of prophecy. The first to shout this sentence was Dragon Fang. He was extremely excited because even he didn't expect the person he invited to be so powerful. Long live the child of prophecy. The second to shout this sentence was Lord Dragon. He was grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. They had formed an alliance with the 9 major forces in order to borrow their strength to eliminate the King of Darkness. But now, the problem was solved so easily. Moreover, not a single lizard man died in this battle. Not even a single one of them was lightly injured. It could be said to be a complete victory in the truest sense. Cheers rose and fell one after another, as loud as the sky. Perhaps it was because of the death of the King of Darkness and the annihilation of the dark beasts. The soul mirror in the City of Gold spoke again. Everyone was stunned as they listened to the shouts of the Dark Shadow tribe. It ended so quickly. What did Ling Xiao do to make the members of the Dark Shadow tribe worship him so crazily? If he asks for the Dark Totem now, I don't think anyone will object. Yeah, this guy is really good at bewitching people. Huang Jinding said unwillingly. Bullshit, what do you mean by bewitching people's hearts? This is called ability, called the qualifications of a leader, the Flame Emperor said disdainfully. No matter what it is, Ling Xiao has succeeded. At this time, Huang Jinyu and the Undying King were still having a headache over the second totem. There was still no news of Yang Shuyi. Raymond was still recuperating. The result is very obvious. The judges who supported Ling Xiao were very excited at this time. Until the last moment, who knows what will happen. It was impossible for the judges of Huang Jinding's faction to admit defeat so easily. At this time, the cheers in the soul mirror stopped. Dragon Fang's voice sounded, "Child of prophecy, we are willing to offer the dark totem, we pray that you can protect our tribe." Yes, Child of prophecy, please accept the dark totem. Lord Dragon also said. His idea was very simple. If he wanted Ling Xiao to protect the Dark Shadow tribe, he had to give him benefits. And this benefit couldn't be too cheap. The dark totem was very good. As a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon, the value of this gift wasn't low. Since the 2 of them had said so, the others couldn't have any opinions. In the Great Emperor Palace, Huang Jinding's face was very ugly. Ling Xiao actually obtained the second totem so easily, and it was even one of the 6 great tribes' totems. This was much more valuable. Fire Emperor and the others were naturally happy for Ling Xiao. Although the score was important, the extra points of the totem were also crucial. But at this time, they heard an unbelievable voice. "I can't accept this dark totem." Ling Xiao's words stunned all the martial artists in Huang Jinding City. He actually wanted to give up such a good opportunity. Huang Jinding revealed a smile, although he didn't know what Ling Xiao, this fool, was thinking. But to directly give up such a big advantage, there was a hole in his brain. The Dark Shadow Tribe's martial artists were also very puzzled. Child of Prophecy, are you looking down on the Dark Totem? Lord Dragon asked. No, I only helped you for one reason. I hope that the humans and lizard men can unite and deal with the undead calamity together. Although there are some gaps between us, and we even killed each other before. But those are all in the past. Now we have a common enemy. Once the undead calamity descends, we will face the crisis of extinction. We must unite and face the enemy together. Only then can we find a chance to survive. Ling Xiao's words were impassioned. Many people were moved by this. Well said. In Huang Jinding City, many martial artists shouted. No one liked to make enemies. If an enemy could become a friend, it was naturally a great thing. Child of Prophecy, you are indeed the Child of Prophecy. You will lead us to get rid of the undead calamity. I, Lord Dragon, am willing to serve you. Lord Dragon knelt down on the spot. Hundreds of thousands of Dark Shadow Tribe's warriors also knelt down. HMPH, fishing for fame. In the Great Emperor Palace, Huang Jinding snorted. The better Ling Xiao's performance was, the more upset he felt. Compared to Ling Xiao's style, the other four were far inferior. Even he had to admit this point. Penal Law King, you can't say that. I feel that this child will really be a qualified Golden King. The Flower Monarch originally supported her disciple, Yang Shuyi. But after seeing Ling Xiao's actions, she gradually understood why Yang Shuyi supported Ling Xiao so firmly. This child was really a natural leader. The voice continued to resound from the soul mirror, and the image became much clearer. Perhaps it was because the King of Darkness had been eliminated. When everyone saw Ling Xiao floating in the void with hundreds of thousands of lizard men warriors kneeling below him, they were truly in awe. Fortunately, Ling Xiao is our emperor of Huang Jinding City. Otherwise, he would be able to control such a powerful force. That would be very dangerous. Gradually, Ling Xiao's image in the hearts of the martial artists in Huang Jinding City became even greater. End of chapter. Chapter 4783. If this golden sovereign isn't Ling Xiao, I would feel that there's something fishy about this. That's right. If it's not him, it means that there's something wrong with this assessment. Even if the assessment hasn't ended, most of the Golden City's martial artists have already become Ling Xiao's loyal supporters. Even some of the Punishment Hall's martial artists began to waver. They began to doubt whether their approach was correct. Should they also support Ling Xiao? At this time, Ling Xiao, who was far away in the Shadow Tribe, naturally didn't know the changes in the Golden City. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of lizard men kneeling below, he felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. While he was happy, there was also an additional pressure. But pressure was motivation, and he wasn't afraid at all. The future Celestial Empire would definitely be a powerful multicultural empire with thousands of races. Get up. Ling Xiao slowly raised his hand and said, Child of the Prophecy, please accept our Dark Totem. This is the only thing we can give you. Lord Dragon said loudly. Now it wasn't a question of whether Ling Xiao wanted the Dark Totem or not. It was the Shadow Tribe that insisted on giving it to him. If he didn't accept it, the Shadow Tribe would be on tenterhooks. Sighing, Ling Xiao finally nodded and said, I'll accept it, but this thing will only be kept by me. When the undead calamity comes, I'll still have to return it to you. After all, this thing represents a powerful combat strength. Hearing that Ling Xiao was finally willing to accept the Dark Totem, the lizard men of the Shadow Tribe stood up and cheered happily. To them, Ling Xiao's decision meant that he agreed to protect them. Chief Long Hu, save me. Just as the Shadow Tribe was celebrating their victory, a figure rushed out from the dense forest. His body was covered in wounds and he shouted while panting. Everyone turned to look at this person. The totem priest of the Great Earth Tribe? Lord Dragon recognized the person and was surprised. There were two neighboring tribes closest to the Dark Shadow Tribe. They were the Great Earth Tribe and the Clearwater Tribe. At this time, these two tribes were working together to resist the terrifying Boulder Tide. The Boulder Tide was a beast tide launched by the Boulder King. The Boulder demonic beasts were different from the dark demonic beasts. They looked like giant stone monsters. Its defensive power was extremely terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying thing was the ability to resurrect continuously. This was a sore point for all lizard men. Don't panic, the totem priests of the Great Earth Tribe have already gone to the Shadow Tribe to ask for help. I heard that the Child of Prophecy has appeared in their tribe. Perhaps it will be of some help. The chief of the Qingshui tribe was a female lizard with skin as white as jade. Her voice was also very gentle. She still had some expectations for the Child of Prophecy, especially now that the situation is very dangerous. Although they kept killing the stone monsters, they kept reviving. Their numbers didn't decrease at all, but they were already exhausted. Just like the Darkness Tide, the Boulder Tide this time was a Class 9 beast tide. If this continued, the Dodi tribe and Qingshui tribe would both perish. H. What bullshit Child of Prophecy. I don't need him at all. I can deal with these guys by myself. The chief of the Great Earth Tribe did not believe in the Child of Prophecy at all. Facing the dense boulder demon beasts, he activated his spirit essence, and a crazy aura was released from his body. Suddenly, a huge array diagram appeared above his head. This was the Earth Tribe's Earth secret technique. From that array diagram, people could feel an extremely terrifying power. Below, the boulder demon beasts seemed to become restless and began to roar and roar. A group of evil beasts, go to hell. Meteorite secret technique. Following the roar of the Great Earth Tribe's chief, a huge meteorite appeared in the middle of the huge array diagram. The diameter of this meteorite was at least 1 mile wide, and it covered all the stone monsters in front of it. The Great Earth Tribe's chief was unwilling to use this move because the destruction to the surrounding environment was too serious. But at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. Boom! The huge meteorite crashed to the ground, and the entire ground shook violently. It was as if an earthquake had occurred. What a powerful Earth-type secret technique. Qingshui tribe's chief looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. But it still can't completely kill the boulder demon beasts. She sighed helplessly. One could clearly see that although the meteorite secret technique's attack power was very terrifying, in an instant, nearly half of the boulder demon beasts were destroyed. But these boulder demon beasts began to revive with the help of the Boulder King. What the Great Earth Tribe's chief did was only delay the boulder demon beasts for a while. But even so, the lizard men of the Great Earth Tribe and Qingshui tribe were still very happy. Come, monsters, you'll never be able to break through the gate of the Great Earth Tribe. The Great Earth Tribe's chief stood there in high spirits, like a true hero. Qingshui tribe's chief also stood beside him and used a water secret technique. The flood instantly drowned the dense forest in front of them. Countless boulder demons were directly shattered. In the entire boulder demon beasts, only the Boulder King was left alive. The rest of the boulder demons were basically shattered. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Great Earth Tribe and Qingshui tribe thought that victory had arrived. The joint attack of the two great chiefs was indeed powerful. Previously, people were still discussing the Child of Prophecy. But now, no one was talking about it. They had long forgotten about the Child of Prophecy. With such powerful chiefs, why would they still need the Child of Prophecy? Victory! We won! The lizard men of the two tribes were extremely excited. They ran around to tell each other. Many lizard men warriors even put down the weapons in their hands and hugged their companions beside them. They finally survived this catastrophe. They could be safe and sound. Although a lot of people had died, their deaths were worth it. Don't relax. Have you forgotten that the boulder demon beasts can be revived? Qingshui tribe's chief frowned and said loudly, before she finished her words. The boulder demons that were originally dead in the distance were all revived. And after being revived, their combat strength was even stronger than before. Oh no! The Great Earth Tribe's chief's face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that not only did his efforts not work, but he also helped those demon beasts become stronger. This was troublesome. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Not only that, but the Boulder King also made a move. Although it couldn't fly, its body was extremely huge, dozens of meters tall. And it was also good at Earth secret techniques. The warriors of the Great Earth tribe knew the terror of Earth's secret techniques the best. It could use many large-scale destructive secret techniques, and no one could escape. That huge body appeared in front of the lizard men of the Great Earth tribe and Qingshui tribe. His towering body was filled with a terrifying power. It was like a moving mountain. All the lizard men seemed to be unable to breathe in an instant. That terrifying pressure made all of them feel that the end of the world was coming. End of this chapter. Chapter 4784. The terrifyingly huge Boulder King made the lizard men warriors of the Earth tribe and Clearwater tribe feel unprecedented pressure. The Boulder King had never personally come to the previous Boulder Tide. But this time, he actually came. That ferocious and terrifying aura made everyone's hair stand on end. The Earth tribe chief and Clearwater tribe chief both felt that it was extremely troublesome. As for the civilians of the two tribes, they felt a sense of helplessness that bordered on despair. They had been fighting for a long time. They were already exhausted. But now, they had to face the strongest enemy. That feeling was really terrible. Boom. The Boulder King stomped his foot down. Because of fear, the lizard men who forgot to resist were trampled to death by thousands in an instant. The ground was littered with smashed corpses. Even the Earth tribe chief and Clearwater tribe chief couldn't save them in time. A Boulder King was already so terrifying. And those boulders that were killed previously had been completely resurrected. This feeling was simply too tragic. Earth tribe chief, do you still have enough God Yuan? Clearwater tribe chief asked. That move just now almost consumed all of my remaining God Yuan. If I want to fight now, I can only rely on my physical body. The Earth tribe chief's face was filled with helplessness. This was really called using a big move for a moment, but the result was very tragic. When he released the big move previously, the scene was so shocking that it also brought hope to the warriors of the two tribes. But now that the real threat was here, they had no other way. It's all over. The Earth tribe chief smiled bitterly and shook his head. This Boulder King was really cunning. Originally, if it was 2 against 1, he and Clearwater tribe chief could completely suppress this guy. But this Boulder King used the flood of boulders to constantly weaken them. It even drew out their big move. Now that it appeared, even if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop it. If we can't stop it, we can only go all out. We can only hope that this guy will become weak after reviving a large number of boulders, Clearwater tribe chief said. All right, we must stop it. The Earth tribe chief nodded. Totem priest, you lead the warriors of the two tribes to guard the last line of defense. Boulder King, the two of us will stop it. Clearwater tribe chief looked at his tribe's totem priest and said, no problem. Clearwater tribe's totem priest nodded and began to call the warriors of the two tribes to defend. As for those who had no combat power or were seriously injured, they were moved to the rear. But to be honest, at this time, everyone's morale was not very good. The key was that he couldn't see any hope. Even if the two tribal chiefs joined forces to kill the Boulder King would be killed. However, the Boulder King would still be resurrected. In the end, it was all a waste of effort. It was like a war that was destined to be lost. Whose morale could be raised? At this moment, the Earth Chief and Clearwater Chief were already fighting with the Boulder King. However, it was obvious that the two chieftains were being suppressed. If not for the fact that his physical body was strong enough, he would have been killed already. The two tribal chiefs had consumed a lot of energy, but the Boulder King didn't seem to have consumed any energy at all. He was still at full strength. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts sank even more. At this moment, the child of prophecy that had been almost forgotten by the people seemed to have returned to the minds of the people. The battle over at the Dark Shadow tribe seems to have stopped. Could it be the work of the child of prophecy? Someone noticed something strange. How is that possible? Maybe the Dark Shadow tribe has already been destroyed. In this world, there is no child of prophecy. This is what pessimistic people think. If we don't wait, how do we know? Anyway, the Earth Chief Totem Priest has already gone to ask for help. If there really is a child of prophecy, maybe we can still survive. Stop arguing. Whether the child of prophecy really exists or not, focus on the enemy now. The Clearwater chief totem priest shouted loudly. At this moment, he was also looking forward to the arrival of the child of prophecy. People still have to have some dreams. In any case, they had no other choice. After a short pause, the battle began again. The two chieftains temporarily stalled the Boulder King. However, the warriors of the two tribes still had to face the densely packed boulder monsters. The boulder monsters were not afraid of death because they could be resurrected. And after being resurrected, their combat power would be even stronger. Even the high walls were constantly shaking from the impact. In the end, a gap appeared. Warriors were caught by the boulder monsters and smashed into meat paste. This was war. A miserable war. Although there were boulder monsters killed during this period. However, the boulder monsters that were killed resurrected at the back of the army and rushed over again. They would never disappear. In this way, even if the warriors of the two tribes risked their lives, they could only delay the time of death. At this moment, the Earth Chief was sent flying to the top of the city wall, smashing a big hole in the wall. Immediately after, the Clearwater Chief was also sent flying. The Boulder King had obtained an absolute advantage. Both fists suddenly smashed onto the city wall. The city wall that was already on the verge of collapse collapsed in an instant. And thousands of people were smashed to death. This scene caused the warriors of the two tribes to be both terrified and enraged. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably have fled in panic when they saw such a scene. However, lizard men were born fearless of death. Although there were some who were greedy for life and afraid of death, they were still in the minority. Their culture required them to be fearless of death. Even if they knew that they were no match, they would still fight back. This was actually the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to unite with the lizard men. The spirit possessed by the lizard men was something that many human warriors lacked. Of course, this spirit could not change anything. The only use was to delay the time of death. Go, let the old, weak, women, and children go. This is a war that is destined to be unwinnable. We can't let the entire tribe be wiped out. The Earth Chief roared, Priest Qingshui, lead the old, weak, women, and children to escape. No matter where you go, don't die here. We can't win. I'm not leaving. Priest Qingshui roared, don't think that just because I'm a priest, I'm afraid of death. Besides, where can we escape to? Now that the four demon kings have launched a beast tide at the same time. There's nowhere to escape. It's better to die in battle. Fight, fight, fight. Loud shouts could be heard from the two tribes. Even the children did not have the intention to escape. This was their home. They had reached a point where they had no way out. Rather than being killed on the way out, it was better to die bravely in battle. This was their simplest and purest way of thinking. People kept dying. But they did not retreat. There was clearly no hope, but they still wanted to fight with their lives on the line. If there really is a child of prophecy, please save our pitiful clansmen, Priest Qingshui shouted to the sky. The warriors beside him died one after another. That kind of scene was as painful as being cut by a knife. And at this moment, something even more despairing happened. End of this chapter. Chapter 4785. The Earth Chief and Clearwater Chief were grabbed in the hands of the Boulder King, squeezing fiercely. Wanting to crush them. They struggled desperately, but it was to no avail. Without divine essence, it was merely their fleshly bodies that were more powerful. It was impossible to beat the Boulder King. Chief. Clearwater Priest screamed in pain. Many martial artists desperately wanted to rush over and rescue them. But it was useless. Everything seemed so pale and powerless. Many lizard men were shedding tears of sorrow. What are you crying for? It's not over yet. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Immediately after, all the lizard men felt a bone-piercing cold. But this cold was not targeted at them. They only felt the cold, but they would not be hurt. Unlike them, the boulder monsters were in a miserable state. One was frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Even the Boulder King was frozen. Because at this time, Ling Xiao finally chose the path of fusion. The power of all his martial spirit array diagrams increased substantially. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Earth Chief and Clearwater Chief broke free. Many warriors who were about to be killed also broke free. What are you all looking at? Counterattack. There were 3 figures in the sky. They were Ling Xiao, Dragon Lord, and the Earth Priest. The 3 of them were the strongest and the fastest, so they arrived early. The Earth Priest roared loudly, "The child of prophecy is here, we will not perish." Child of prophecy. Was it really the child of prophecy? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Because they knew Dragon Lord, he was definitely not the child of prophecy. Ling Xiao was too lazy to speak. Since he decided to come, he was here to save people. After using the ice array diagram to freeze the boulder monsters, he started the Ocean God Yellow Springs array diagram, Snake God Poison Domain array diagram, Divine Ape Invincible array diagram, and Sun God Bloodfiend array diagram. At the same time, he threw out the refining array stones of the 3 great arrays. With his previous experience, it was much easier for him to do this. Following the release of the attack array diagram, all the boulder monsters' bodies were shattered. The kitten turned into a bolt of lightning and swallowed those core crystals one after another. The boulder monsters were completely dead. There were no signs of revival. It's really the child of prophecy. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of the 2 tribes no longer had any doubts. Even the Earth Chief, who had always looked down on the child of prophecy, was now filled with trust in Ling Xiao. It seems that I was wrong. The child of prophecy really does exist. Brave warriors, the child of prophecy has come to save us. The counterattack begins now. The Earth Chief roared excitedly. He was about to pounce on the Boulder King. You guys deal with the boulder monsters. Leave the Boulder King to me. Ling Xiao stopped him and charged towards the Boulder King. At this time, the Shadow Tribe's reinforcements had also arrived. The warriors of the 3 tribes attacked the stone monster together. Then, the white jade cat would swallow their core crystals. This method had been tested before and was absolutely effective. Right now, in the eyes of the warriors of the Great Earth Tribe and Clearwater Tribe, Ling Xiao was the child of prophecy, and also a god. He was their savior, their absolute hope. The feeling of coming back from the jaws of death really made people too excited. It could be said that the morale of the warriors of the tribe was greatly boosted. Originally, when the 2 tribes joined forces, the boulder monsters were no match at all. However, the boulder monsters could be resurrected and could not be killed, which led to today's tragedy of almost extermination. But now, the child of prophecy had arrived. This problem was solved. The boulder monsters that were killed could not be resurrected. This was simply too easy for them. In a short time, all the boulder monsters were destroyed, leaving only a furious Boulder King. Everyone looked at the child of prophecy and the Boulder King who were fighting over there. It was a pity that such a wonderful scene could not be seen by those in the Golden City. It seemed that as long as the 4 demon kings were present, the effect of the soul mirror would completely disappear. However, this was beneficial to Ling Xiao. In this case, Ling Xiao could fully release his strength and cut the Boulder King into pieces. Aren't you going to help? The Earth Chief looked at the Shadow Chief and asked. No need, the King of Darkness was also easily killed by the child of prophecy. Lord Dragon laughed. How is this possible? How can the child of prophecy be so powerful? The Earth Chief and Clearwater Chief were both stunned. You'll understand when you see it. By the way, this child of prophecy is the genius Ling Xiao who has been making a lot of noise recently. Lord Dragon said with a smile. It turned out to be him. No wonder, only he made Lotus Flower suffer a loss. Rumor has it that he also took away the reverse god sword that Lotus Flower had always wanted but could not get. The Earth Chief said. That's right. Lord Dragon nodded. At this moment, the Boulder King's shrill scream suddenly came. They all looked into the distance. Ling Xiao was holding the reverse god sword at this time. Every time he stabbed the Boulder King, it would leave a terrifying scar on the Boulder King's body. The Boulder King's strength would be weakened a little. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was without anyone's help. It was the child of prophecy facing the powerful Boulder King alone. But it was obvious that he was crushing. The pitiful Boulder King kept resisting but had no chance. In the end, Ling Xiao saw an opportunity and pierced the reverse god sword through the Boulder King's head. He took out the core crystal and gave it to the white jade cat. After swallowing it, the white jade cat's strength increased a little. Ling Xiao believed that this was not his illusion. Of course, after a tough battle, he also gained a lot. He obtained the Dark King's corpse. Now, he obtained the Boulder King's corpse. If he used these corpses to refine, it would be very beneficial to his universe of Tyrant. He could not only rely on the Sky Tyrant martial soul alone, he had to make his Sky Tyrant martial soul stronger. As the Boulder King's final wail sounded, even its corpse was kept by Ling Xiao. It was completely dead. The monster that had wreaked havoc in the wetland for tens of thousands of years had never died. But this time, it was completely finished. It did not even have a chance to revive. Looking at the godlike young man, everyone from the 3 major tribes knelt on the ground. Too strong, too awesome. Child of prophecy, child of prophecy. Previously, it was only the Dark Shadow tribe's cheers. This time, it was the 3 major tribes' cheers. When the martial artists in Golden City saw the image and heard the figure, they were completely dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. When the image and sound returned, millions of lizard men were kneeling in front of Ling Xiao. They cheered in unison. What the hell? These lizard men must be crazy. Huang Jinding cursed. You didn't see what happened. Of course, you don't know what great things Ling Xiao has done. Why didn't the lizard men cheer for you? The Flame Emperor mocked. That's right. Maybe a miracle happened when we couldn't see the image. For example, Ling Xiao defeated the Boulder King for them. The Flower Emperor analyzed. End of chapter. Chapter 4786. Impossible. If he can defeat the Boulder King, I'll be his grandson. Huang Jinding roared without thinking. He really couldn't believe this. But he regretted it after shouting this. He was the king of punishment, and saying such words was too unprofessional. It wasn't that he felt that Ling Xiao could really defeat the Boulder King. Hehe, I'm afraid you're really going to be his grandson. The Fire King smiled. According to the situation he knew, Ling Xiao was definitely able to defeat the Boulder King. And looking at the current scene, it was clear that Ling Xiao had done something that made the 3 tribes worship him. After thinking about it, there was only one situation, and that was that Ling Xiao had killed a terrifying enemy for them. Just like the Shadow tribe before, in order to obtain the protection of Ling Xiao, in order to obtain the protection of the Child of Prophecy, they chose to give the Earth Totem and Clear Water Totem to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony this time. To him, this thing was just a tool to complete the mission. After using it, he would return it to these tribes. Everyone, at present, the Fire Tribe, Light Tribe, and Gale Tribe are still being attacked by the King of Poison and King of Trepidation. Come with me to rescue them. Ling Xiao wouldn't let go of any of the 6 tribes. If he could unite, he would unite. Yes. Hearing that Ling Xiao was going to save the Fire Tribe, Light Tribe, and Gale Tribe, the lizard men trusted him even more and were even more grateful. How could they disagree? The following rescue was very simple. Ling Xiao led the Shadow Tribe one way, and the other 2 tribes one way. Anyway, there was a principle, which was to wait for Ling Xiao to appear. With the experience of the first and second times, Ling Xiao easily destroyed the King of Poison and King of Trepidation. However, not every higher-up would be grateful. When he saved the Light Tribe, the path of fusion had been removed and he was very weak. The chief and totem priest of the Light Tribe actually tried to kill Ling Xiao. But they didn't succeed. Huang Jindi didn't make a move. The ones who stopped them were the chiefs of the other 5 tribes. They killed the chief and totem priest of the Light Tribe. He also eradicated the traitors who dared to attack the Child of Prophecy. A crisis was easily resolved. This storm made the Golden City's martial artists nervous. When Huang Jinding saw that Ling Xiao was about to be killed by the Light Chieftain and Light Priest, he was extremely excited. Unfortunately, the situation was reversed in the next moment. The Light Tribe elected a new chief and totem priest, both of whom were loyal to the Child of Prophecy, Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao is sure to win this second round. Even if his score isn't high, he has obtained the totems of the 6 major tribes. This extra point is enough to put him at the top of the list. The Flame Emperor laughed loudly. In fact, he still didn't believe in the judge's evaluation. Everyone would be biased. No matter how they rated it, it would be the same. However, the bonus points were fixed. No one could change it. Huang Jinding's face was very ugly. Under such circumstances, even if Huang Jinyu obtained all the reputable totems, it would be meaningless. That seems impossible. The 6 major tribes controlled the rest of the tribes to begin with. The beast tide set off by the 4 great demon kings even affected those small and medium-sized tribes. They couldn't stop the beast tide at all. Since Ling Xiao had saved the large tribes, it was equivalent to saving them. Hence, following that, the remaining tribes almost all volunteered to offer their totems to the great child of prophecy. This matter made Huang Jinyu choke with anger. He was about to obtain the second totem, but in the end, such a thing happened. The Golden City's martial artists were also dumbfounded. This Ling Xiao is too much, this is cheating. Huang Jinding roared loudly. Enough, Punishment King, don't you find it embarrassing? Admit it, this round, Ling Xiao won again. The Flame Emperor said sarcastically, Ling Xiao can make those lizard men willingly hand over their totems to him. That's ability. If such a person becomes the Golden Sovereign, it's absolutely our Golden Sky region's blessing. That's right, I believe that even the 4 Supreme Kings don't have such ability. Huang Jinruofeng's evaluation of Ling Xiao was even higher. I think there's no need to continue with the 3rd round. After 2 rounds, Ling Xiao's result will definitely be the highest, and he'll pull away from the rest. The Golden Scripture laughed. Until the last moment, who knows what will happen? Huang Jinding clearly didn't give up. Since that's the case, let's wait and see. I really want to know how Huang Jinyu will turn the tables in this situation. The Flame Emperor sneered and looked at the soul mirror again. Ling Xiao once again disappeared without a trace. Because he changed his face and re-entered the ancient imperial city. It was as he expected. The change of venue for the summit was just a smokescreen. The 9 major forces finally decided to hold the summit in the ancient imperial city. In order to prevent the 9 major forces from suspecting, the 6 lizard men tribes still prepared for the summit as promised. Ling Xiao's identity as the Sky Tiger Demon Lord could not be used. Previously, he had killed the Lava Star Lord and the Storm Star Lord. If he openly attended the summit with this identity, it would inevitably cause trouble. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to attend the summit as Long Ya this time. Long Ya was the young chieftain of the Umbra tribe. This identity was powerful enough to not be suspected. However, before the summit began, he still wanted to take a stroll around the ancient imperial city. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. He had always placed great importance on intelligence. There was a restaurant in the ancient imperial city that was owned by the lizard men. In the past, there weren't many customers, but in recent days, it had been very popular. However, it was a little strange today. There were many warriors standing outside the restaurant, but none of them dared to enter. They were pointing and discussing. For some reason. Ling Xiao looked up. There were very few customers in the restaurant, but there were a few familiar faces. Master Jin Xiu, Yi Hantian, Qin Huang, Qin Qin, and Lunisola. Apart from these familiar faces, Ling Xiao also saw many unfamiliar faces. These people were the same as Master Jin Xiu and the others. Every one of them had an arrogant expression. It was as if they were born noble. The people outside the restaurant were not worthy of tasting wine with them. These people were very young. None of them were over 50 years old, so they could be addressed as youngsters. Their cultivations were mostly between the 4th and 5th level of the divine physique echelon. However, Qin Huang was obviously the strongest one. They were discussing very enthusiastically, as if they were discussing something important. Could it be that there are new geniuses in the Heaven's Wall City? What are these guys trying to do? Ling Xiao frowned and walked straight to the restaurant. Stop right there. Before Ling Xiao could walk into the restaurant, he was stopped by 2 youths. The 2 youths guarding the door were relatively weak. They were only at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. They should be the servants of the young men and women drinking upstairs. Chapter 4787. Why can't I even enter my own restaurant? Ling Xiao was acting as Long Ya at the moment. As for Long Ya, he was cultivating in isolation in his clan. Ling Xiao chose a suitable cultivation technique for Long Ya from the techniques he had obtained in the past. He wanted the young fellow to improve his strength as soon as possible. Long Ya was worth nurturing. He definitely had the potential to become the lizardman's common master in the future. Ling Xiao could not stay in the 4 regions and 9 realms for a long time. He must have a subordinate who could suppress all the lizard men. Long Ya was the person he had chosen. Long Ya's cultivation base was not as good as the rulers of the 6 major tribes. Nevertheless, with the medicinal pills and cultivation methods given by Ling Xiao, it was only a matter of time. The restaurants in the ancient imperial city belonged to the 6 major tribes. It just so happened that the restaurant that these people were staying in belonged to the Dark Shadow tribe. As the young chief, Long Ya came to have a drink, but he was stopped outside. It was enough to show how arrogant and rude these people were. So what if it's your restaurant? How dare a small lizard man disturb the young master's meal? You really don't know what's good for you. Get lost quickly. One of the guards shouted sternly. Bullsh *T. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. I advise you to get lost quickly. I'm the young chief of the Dark Shadow tribe, Long Ya. If you anger me, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ha 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 ha. Wild laughter suddenly came from upstairs. A person looked down and said, Little lizard, don't you recognize me so soon? You even dare to provoke the people of Heaven's Wall City. Didn't your father teach you how to be a good lizard? Ling Xiao looked up and saw that it was young Master Jin Xiu. These fellows were very arrogant, but young Master Jin Xiu stood out the most. Of course I know you. You're a piece of trash who was beaten up like a dog. I really don't know how you still have the face to show off in front of us. Ling Xiao mocked. What did you say? Young Master Jin Xiu's gaze suddenly became cold and murderous. It was as if he could kill Ling Xiao at any time. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they all revealed a trace of playful smile. Interesting. In this small and damp place, someone actually dares to not give young Master Jin Xiu face. This is very interesting. I say, trash, don't you have any sense of shame? After being beaten up like that, you still dare to strut around. You really don't find it embarrassing. How could Ling Xiao be afraid of young noble Jin Xiu? In fact, he couldn't wait for young noble Jin Xiu to make a move. It was a good opportunity to kill this guy. Forget it. After all, this restaurant belongs to the Dark Shadow tribe. If the young chief of the Dragon Teeth tribe wants to enter, he definitely has the right to do so. Qin Huang stepped out to be the peacemaker. This Qin Huang was really a good person, and his eyesight was also very good. Ling Xiao had a very good impression of him. I didn't stop him. If he has the ability, he can come in, a stranger sitting beside young Master Jin Xiu said with a smile. His meaning was obvious. If Ling Xiao couldn't even pass the 2 at the door, then he wasn't qualified to sit in the same restaurant and drink with them. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 guards at the door and said coldly. The 2 of them sneered, still standing there, not showing any intention of leaving. Then don't blame me. Ling Xiao knew very well that these people came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to scheme against the Dragon Corpse and the reversing God Sword. These 2 things were in his hands. It could be said that these people were his enemies. In that case, he didn't need to be polite. The shadow of the Hell's Nightmare appeared behind him. Nightmare moment. In an instant, the 2 third-level divine physique echelon experts fell asleep. Ling Xiao was currently in the state of the supreme sovereign physique, so the effect of the nightmare moment was naturally much stronger. After that, he didn't show any mercy. His 2 hands grabbed the 2 people's heads. Dark siphon. He sucked the 2 people's blood essence dry. He didn't have to do this, but these people from the Heaven's Wall City were really too arrogant. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would really think that he was awesome. What? Seeing this scene, the people upstairs were shocked. What a bold lizard man. He actually dared to kill their companions, even though they were just lowly servants. But they weren't people that mere lizard men could touch. Brother 2. That lizard man killed your servants. Young Master Jin Xiu said to a 4th-level divine physique echelon youngster beside him. That person suddenly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. You ugly lizard man. Today, I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill my people. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch across the air. The ferocious fist force caused the entire restaurant to rumble. The fist wind was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it. He just casually patted it and dispersed the fist wind. You want to fight? Sure. I'll keep you company, but the restaurant is too small. Since you want to fight, let's fight in the sky. But I don't think you're that good. Looking at your strength, you're not even as good as that trash young Master Jin Xiu. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already soared into the sky. You're courting death. That guy with the surname Tu chased after him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He originally looked down on those lizard men and felt that they were not as honorable as them. They were the pioneers among the humans in the 4 regions and 9 realms. They were the true nobles. Those people in the restaurant didn't come out. They were still sitting there and could see the battle in the sky. They felt that it was interesting. This lizard man was really different from the other lizard men. The other lizard men were submissive when they saw them. Even if they bullied them, they didn't dare to make a sound. But this lizard man in front of them was very arrogant. They wanted to see what qualifications this guy had to be arrogant in front of them. The martial artists who had been waiting outside the restaurant were even more excited. Especially some of the lizard men martial artists. They were sullen. They didn't dare to fight back when they were beaten by the people of Heaven's Wall City. They didn't even dare to say a word. They were afraid that they would be killed. But now, there was finally someone who dared to challenge this unreasonable rule. Ling Xiao, let me play. When Ling Xiao was about to make a move, the white jade cat in his arms suddenly spoke. You! I thought you didn't know how to fight. Ling Xiao asked in surprise. What do you know? I've swallowed so many core crystals before. My strength is actually very strong. I can help you teach these arrogant guys a lesson. They're just trash from Heaven's Wall City. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The white jade cat said coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll leave it to you. I'll just watch. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. In fact, he also wanted to know how this white jade cat fought. How strong was its fighting ability? Of course, the key was that Ling Xiao was now in the state of the sovereign emperor body. Even if he fought, it wouldn't help him improve his cultivation. So he simply returned to his original body. In this way, the enemy's powerful pressure could stimulate his potential to erupt. Even if he didn't fight, the energy in his cultivation sea could quickly increase. Chapter 4788. I'll play with you, you blind dog. The white jade cat crawled out of Ling Xiao's arms and looked at the young man surnamed Tu with a smile. F***ck, a cat dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Fine, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill your master, that coward. You actually sent your pet to die. As soon as the cultivator surnamed Tu finished speaking, he suddenly saw the white jade cat turn into a white shadow and pounce on him. This little guy's speed is really fast. I feel like it's already at my level. Ling Xiao was quite surprised. Even if he used the holy ground demonic shadow, he could only reach this speed. You're courting death. The cultivator surnamed Tu snorted coldly, although he couldn't see the cat's figure clearly. But he could still see the afterimage. He took out a long spear and stabbed it directly. For a moment, the spear shadows filled the sky, blocking his path, not giving the cat a chance to attack him. Can you block it? The cat saw that it was already near the spear shadows, and its body suddenly became incomparably huge. In an instant, it was dozens of meters tall. Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Wasn't this the Boulder King? Could it be that the cat could use the abilities of the 4 monster kings after eating those core crystals? In the next moment, the Boulder King's hand directly grabbed the cultivator surnamed Tu. The figure's spear shadows instantly collapsed. There was no way to resist at all. His entire body was pinched by the 2 fingers of the Boulder King that the cat had transformed into. He struggled desperately but couldn't break free. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the encounter between the Earth Chief and the Clearwater Chief. If he hadn't arrived in time, those 2 would have been crushed to death. "Let me go. Let go of you, you evil creature. I'm a cultivator of the Heaven's Wall City. Do you want to die?" The cultivator, surnamed Tu, struggled and roared. "Kill him." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The white jade cat smiled. Fart. The figure's entire body was crushed. Blood splattered all over the ground. At that moment, the cat also returned to its original appearance and returned to Ling Xiao's side, looking obedient and cute. But at this point, no one dared to underestimate this fellow. A 4th-level divine physique echelon expert was actually crushed to death by it so easily. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Seeing this scene, the surrounding lizard men warriors felt relieved. Even some of the martial artists from the 9 major forces were secretly praising him. Why? Because these idiots from Heaven's Wall City were too arrogant. He didn't care about them at all. They yelled at them and even attacked them at the slightest provocation. They were not the other party's servants. Because their strength was not enough, they did not dare to challenge the other party. Now that he saw Ling Xiao take care of these guys, he was naturally inexplicably excited. The warriors of the Heaven's Wall City all had ugly expressions on their faces. The cultivator, surnamed Tu, had actually been killed by a cat. If news of this spread, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? "Did you see that? Trash. You bunch of trash are not even worth mentioning in front of Lord Cat." Standing on Ling Xiao's shoulder, Kitten was very arrogant. "Hee, as expected, friends of trash are still trash." The rumors about Heaven's Wall City seem to be a little too magical. Or is it that the people who appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds this time are all trash? Ling Xiao laughed loudly, his laughter full of sarcasm. Just now, the warriors of Heaven's Wall City were each more arrogant and domineering than the other. It was as if breathing the same air as the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be polluted. However, in just a moment, the cultivator, surnamed Tu, a self-righteous genius, was killed by a cat. Young Master Jin Xiu's expression was very ugly. The cultivator, surnamed Tu, was the helper he had called. In order to take back the dragon corpse and the void god sword, he realized that he was not strong enough. However, he did not expect that he would die before he could show off his power. "Puny lizard men, you're courting death." Young Master Jin Xiu's killing intent became even stronger, and the entire street could feel his murderous aura. "Hee, I'm a puny lizard man, but you're not even comparable to me. You're just a barking dog. You want to kill me? You can do it now. I'd like to see who can come out unscathed after touching me in the Dampland, the territory of the lizard men." Ling Xiao looked at young Master Jin Xiu sarcastically, extremely disdainful. Hearing this, young Master Jin Xiu's expression became even uglier. Yes, he was really a little afraid. Ling Xiao was now acting as Long Ya. Long Ya was the young chief of the Dark Shadow Tribe. The Dark Shadow Tribe chief was the most powerful emperor of the 6 tribes. If he really killed Long Ya, the Dark Shadow Tribe chief would not let him go. Without the seniors of Heaven's Wall City, he would definitely be hunted down by the Dark Shadow Tribe chief. He had to consider this carefully. "What a trash. You want to kill me, but you don't dare to do it. It's really shameful for Heaven's Wall City to have a trash like you," Ling Xiao said sarcastically. "Boy, do you think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to ruin the atmosphere of the Crusader Alliance," young Master Jin Xiu said coldly. "You make it sound so dignified, but you're actually worried that the Dark Shadow Tribe chief will find trouble with you, right? Don't worry, if you really have the ability to kill me today, I guarantee that the lizard men won't find trouble with you," Ling Xiao said lightly. Young Master Jin Xiu's expression became uglier and uglier. He had reached the point where he had to make a move. If he still did not make a move, he was afraid that he would be spurned by his compatriots in Heaven's Wall City. He would also be ridiculed by the lizard men and the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms. He had already lost face to the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. He could not lose face again by not even daring to fight the young chief of the Dark Shadow tribe. That would be too shameful. Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Jin Xiu finally made his move, releasing a violent bloody vortex. Rolling pressure rushed toward Ling Xiao like a flood. Die! Young Master Jin Xiu roared and gestured with his hand. The bloody vortex turned into a storm and pressed down on Ling Xiao. It wanted to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. If he knew that this dragon fang was Ling Xiao in disguise, even if it was the Sky Tiger Demon Lord from before, he probably would not have attacked directly like this. This was because Ling Xiao's Crimson Blood Demon Sword was specially designed to restrain his bloody vortex. Of course, Ling Xiao was fighting as Dragon Fang today, so it was not suitable for him to use the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. However, Ling Xiao had more than just the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. He had obtained the totems of the 6 great tribes. Each of the totems represented a terrifying elemental power and could use elemental secret techniques. Just this alone was enough to kill young Master Jin Xiu. Ling Xiao threw out a punch casually. It was just an ordinary fist force. It suddenly collided with the bloody gale. It's still not enough. The ordinary fist force was instantly torn apart by the gale. One had to admit that young Master Jin Xiu's 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivation was not an exaggeration. Ling Xiao's sovereign physique was not enough to fight with him. Ling Xiao had no choice but to release the Sun God's Blood Demon Array. He also entered the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. Only this Beast Soul transformation was very similar to the Lizardman's appearance. It was just more handsome. Chapter 4789. After Ling Xiao transformed into his Beast Soul, he chose to use the Sky Tyrant possession. Ling Xiao, who had improved in all aspects, now had the power to fight against young Master Jin Xiu in the state of the Sovereign Emperor physique. Moreover, unlike the suppression of the path of fusion, he was at a disadvantage in this state. Naturally, his potential would be released continuously. The energy in his Sea of Cultivation would also increase continuously. Currently, his Sea of Cultivation had reached 30% of the 9th stage of the Shattered Core Realm. He hoped that it could increase to 50% after this battle. After all, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to improve. He chose to fight in a way that others could not see his true identity. Others could not see the Martial Soul Array. Others could not see the Sky Tyrant possession. As for the Beast Soul transformation, he only became more handsome and would not arouse any suspicion. He did not intend to use the 2 swords. The 6 totems of the 6 tribes were enough. They were all Emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns. Emperor weapons of this level could threaten all divine physique echelon warriors. At this moment, the blood-red vortex had already arrived around Ling Xiao. It was madly squeezing and distorting the space around Ling Xiao. If it were not for Ling Xiao's strong physical body, he would have been torn apart. Ha ha ha, now you know who is the trash. Young chieftain of the Dark Shadow tribe, as long as you kneel there and apologize to me. Maybe I'll spare your life in a moment of happiness. Otherwise, you can wait for your father to collect your corpse. Young Master Jin Xiu was overjoyed to see that he had suppressed Ling Xiao. Stupid, do you think you can win like this? Ling Xiao's voice came from the center of the vortex. If you're so stubborn, then die. Young Master Jin Xiu was hesitant to kill Long Ya. In the end, he was still afraid of the Dark Shadow tribe's chief Long Hu. However, when he heard Long Ya's words, he could not suppress the madness in his heart. The terrifying vortex squeezed at full speed, wanting to crush Ling Xiao completely. At this time, Ling Xiao finally took out the Shadow Totem. With the release of the Shadow Totem, Ling Xiao's Emperor physique also transformed into the Demon physique. The Shadow Totem, or Darkness Totem, was most suitable for the Demon Sovereign's body. In that instant, black spirit essence gushed out from Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a terrifying power began to brew in the air. Dark Secret Technique, Dark Storm. The Dark Totem merged with Ling Xiao's abyss. It spun wildly from the inside, forming an even more terrifying storm. Young Master Jin Xiu's blood-red storm was blown away from the inside out. Between heaven and earth, there was only darkness. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spines. What a terrifying power! Everyone was stunned. The little lizard man was actually so powerful. Young Master Jin Xiu was even more confused. His martial soul's special skill had been broken by the heavenly tiger demon lord. He thought that was already an exception. He was not discouraged. But today, his martial soul's special skill was broken once again. Moreover, he had used a completely different method. This was really like seeing a ghost. How could Ling Xiao miss such a good opportunity? His figure flashed, and he directly pounced on young Master Jin Xiu. He was like a black ghost. Young Master Jin Xiu's face was gloomy. He felt the terrifying dark power again and saw the dark totem in Ling Xiao's hand. Damn it, I don't believe I can't beat you. Young Master Jin Xiu was furious. Although his opponent was using an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns, his magic weapon was not weak either. The purple dragon spear in his hand was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns, which was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's weapon. Although his preparations were a little hasty, he could not retreat. He must defeat his opponent. A powerful force was brewing in the spear. The 3 flood dragon heads became vivid, as if they were about to come to life. A destructive aura was gradually released. Ling Xiao sneered and had no intention of stopping. Seeing that Ling Xiao's attack was about to land, the palm wind that was like a black demonic dragon came crashing down. Young Master Jin Xiu's attack also erupted. The 3 blood-red flood dragons flew out of the spear at the same time. They wanted to crush Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's attack together. Boom! The 2 forces collided in the void. The black dragon and the flood dragon almost collapsed at the same time. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. The surrounding space began to tremble with hatred. Young Master Jin Xiu had just breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, his face changed drastically, because he suddenly saw the light totem appear on Ling Xiao's left hand. At this moment, Ling Xiao successfully switched to the divine body state. Ling Xiao's left hand released the attack that had been brewing for a long time in an instant. There were not many people who could do this. This was because the requirements were extremely high. Not only could one use one's brain at once, both hands had to be able to condense martial arts separately. Even the true essence or divine essence in the body had to be able to transform into 2 forces and circulate in different ways. They had to not affect each other. This kind of thing seemed easy, but it was too difficult to do. It was unknown how many people had suffered from qi deviation because they wanted to try. At this time, young Master Jin Xiu was wide open. There was no other way. He did not even have time to take out the splendid mountain river umbrella. The terrifying power of light directly blasted on his body. His body flew backward with a bang and fell hard on the ground. He felt that all the bones in his body had been shattered. Puff! Thick blood spurted out from young Master Jin Xiu's mouth. The blood-red power disappeared in an instant. He was smashed hard into a big pit on the ground. However, the physical injury was far inferior to the mental injury. Previously, he was bullied by the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Now, he was defeated by this damn Dragon Fang. He almost doubted his life. Ling Xiao did not care about what he thought. He felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 40% and sighed helplessly. This speed was still a little slow. However, it was good to be able to move. It was much better than being stagnant. The genius of the Heaven's Wall City looks down on us lizard men. TSK, 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 what a genius. A genius is a little stronger than a piece of trash. Ling Xiao never gave face to his enemy. After defeating you, he still had to be sarcastic. When young Master Jin Xiu heard this, he spurted out another mouthful of blood. His aura had become very weak. The other geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City also had ugly expressions. No one had expected that young Master Jin Xiu, who could be considered quite strong among them, would be defeated by this lizard man whom they had never heard of before. What the hell was this? Ling Xiao suddenly fell from the sky and stepped on young Master Jin Xiu's head. Then, he looked at the geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City who were still drinking in the restaurant. We welcome you to the Dampland as guests. However, A group of frogs at the bottom of a well dared to look down on us lizard men. Looking down on the owner of this place, I can only think of you as a group of pretentious idiots. He did not have a good impression of these geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City. Except for the siblings Qin Huang and Qin Qin, the other people's eyes almost grew on top of their heads. Chapter 4790. These people were all extremely arrogant. At first, they looked down on Ling Xiao. It was as if they could kill Ling Xiao with just a flick of their fingers. But when they really attacked, one died at the hands of Ling Xiao's pet cat. The other was easily defeated by Ling Xiao. This was really ironic. How did he master both the dark and light totems at the same time? Could it be that the 6 tribes have already joined forces? But even so, why him? The geniuses of Heaven's Wall City were still very confused. They still couldn't understand why. Compared to them, the warriors of Golden City were even more confused. Logically speaking, the second round of the examination should have ended here. Huang Jinyu, Undying King, and Lei Meng had all rushed back to Golden City. The first 2 missions weren't considered a failure. In any case, they had obtained the totems of a small tribe. Lei Meng had completely failed. It was a pity that he had been poisoned by Yang Fan. But he had finally returned. But there was no news of Ling Xiao and Yang Shuyi. Their voices and images couldn't be seen in the soul mirror. It's best if he dies there. This was the only thing Huang Jinding could look forward to. If Ling Xiao came back alive, then Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be first in the second round. There was no doubt about it. He roughly knew what had happened in ancient Imperial City. Yu Chen had told him about this. Yu Chen also said that the undead race was preparing to play a big game in ancient Imperial City. As long as Ling Xiao was there, he wouldn't be able to come back. To be honest, after what had happened before, he didn't really believe Yu Chen's words. But no matter what, he could only look forward to it. Because he really had no other choice now. Ling Xiao must come back. An outstanding talent like him is the most suitable to become the Golden Sovereign. Yes. I also supported him. Although I had some prejudice against him before, after seeing his performance this time, he was actually able to make the lizard men bow down to him. If such a person were to become the Golden Emperor, if he becomes the Golden Sovereign, it will definitely be very beneficial to our Golden Sky region. Our long and drawn-out tug of war with the lizard men can also end. Such words were the mainstream in Golden City. Ling Xiao had successfully gained the support of the majority. He no longer needed to bribe them with benefits. This was because everyone had to be responsible for their own future. As long as they had a bit of brains and had no enmity with Ling Xiao, they would not object to Ling Xiao becoming the Golden Sovereign. What do we do now? Are we just going to wait? Fire Emperor asked. The ancestor told us to just wait. In any case, the time limit for the second round is not up yet, said the Flower King blandly. At this moment, one of Huang Jindi's clones was with Ling Xiao. Naturally, he knew what Ling Xiao was doing. So, of course, he wouldn't be worried. He didn't want the warriors of the City of Gold to leave. Once the Golden City's martial artists arrived at the Damplands, things would become complicated, and Ling Xiao's plan might be ruined. In addition, the Venerable Sovereign has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to leave the Golden City, and no one is allowed to use long-distance sound-transmitting talismans or secret sound-transmitting techniques. We will activate the strongest isolation formation. This was, of course, set up by Huang Jindi to protect Ling Xiao. Huang Jinding was constantly in contact with Yu Chen in the ancient Imperial City, which was very dangerous for Ling Xiao. Now that everything was isolated, unless Huang Jinding directly rebelled, he could only wait there obediently. At the same time, in the ancient Imperial City, Ling Xiao leaned over and looked at young Master Jin Xiu, saying, "Look, what a handsome man. If you didn't use the name of the Heaven's Wall City's genius to oppress us lizard men and the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you would have been treated as a guest. We would have received you as a distinguished guest. Unfortunately, you're too good at acting. Do you really think that we don't dare to kill the Heaven's Wall City's martial artists?" As he spoke, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a cold chill, and a terrifying killing intent pierced towards young Master Jin Xiu like a sword. It made young Master Jin Sho tremble in fear. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. Even if you can defeat me, the Heaven's Wall City is still a giant that you can't match. If you dare to kill me, just wait for the lizard men to be destroyed. Young Master Jin Sho was still very arrogant, as if he was completely unaware of his current situation. Haha, don't use the Heaven's Wall City to scare people. Do you think I'm afraid? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, if I'm not wrong, the Heaven's Wall City should be in trouble. And it's very big trouble. It even concerns the survival of the entire Heaven's Wall City. In order to increase their battle strength, only arrogant people like you are willing to come to the 4 regions and 9 worlds for help. To increase your own strength. Otherwise, in tens of thousands of years, only the experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds went to the Heaven's Wall City, and no one from the Heaven's Wall City was willing to come back. There's no way to explain this. Therefore, I guess that you must have encountered a big problem. The Void God Sword and the Dragon Corpse are just chips to protect the Heaven's Wall City. Let me guess again, those experts of the Heaven's Wall City probably can't leave. They can only send trash like you. On one hand, if you succeed, you can increase the battle strength of the Heaven's Wall City. On the other hand, if you fail, you can preserve the fire. After all, you are all geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City. On the other hand, in the face of danger, they won't have any worries. My guess is correct, right? After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stared into young Master Jin Sho's eyes. Haha, it seems that I guessed right. Your eyes just now told me that you also know this. It's just that you didn't go into too much detail. Ling Xiao said with a smile, your senior expert originally wanted you to lower yourself to ask for our help. But you came to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to show off. You said that the experts of the Heaven's Wall City will send troops to destroy us lizard men because of you. Alright, then I'll try and see if they can get away. You can't kill me, even if you're right. But we're not the only geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City. We have a leader, and he doesn't want to mix with the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But if you dare to kill me, he will definitely appear and tear you to pieces. From young Master Jin Sho's eyes, he obviously wasn't lying. There was indeed such a person. Who is he? Stronger than Qin Huang? Ling Xiao was willing to believe that Qin Huang was the strongest existence among this group of people. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Qin Huang? What is Qin Huang in front of him? Young Master Jin Sho sneered. Remember, his name is Heavenly Hu Saint. He is also the son of the Heaven's Wall City Lord. He is the son of a king in the truest sense. If he comes in person, you won't even be able to resist one move. Heavenly Hu Saint. Remember, if I see him, I'll tell him that I killed you. How could Ling Xiao be scared by a person? Even if this person's strength was really strong. Would he be afraid? His strength wasn't invincible, but his survival ability was absolutely invincible. If he couldn't win, he could still escape. In any case, he didn't want to keep young Master Jin Sho alive. End of chapter. Chapter 4791. Saint Tian who might be strong, but you must die today. Ling Xiao was about to destroy Master Jin Sho's soul realm. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Still not stopping. This voice was filled with an incomparably terrifying pressure. In just an instant, it increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation realm from 40% to 50%. Moreover, it was just a voice. How much stronger was this person than Master Jin Sho? Could he be a 6th-level divine physique echelon expert? As soon as the voice was heard, an attack came down from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao frowned and used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique on Master Jin Sho. At the same time, he removed the Sun God's blood array. Therefore, it was easy for him to dodge the attack. As soon as he dodged, a deep pit was formed where he was standing. Unfortunately, this deep pit was only at his position and did not affect the place where young Master Jin Sho had been lying. This person's control over his power was truly outstanding. Who is it? How can he be so strong? The onlookers raised their heads to look. A figure appeared in the sky. This person was wearing a golden dragon robe and looked more majestic and domineering than Qin Huang. At first glance, He looked like an emperor. His body was shining with a dazzling golden light. Many people could not help but lower their heads. It was as if it was disrespectful to look at him. He is indeed a 6th-level divine physique echelon expert, although he is only considered a low-level 6th-level divine physique echelon expert. However, there are only 3 people in the 4 regions and 9 realms who can fight against him. An eternal emperor, a golden emperor, and a beast emperor. They are the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 realms. They are more terrifying than the other emperors. Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye was shining with a dazzling light. Under the state of the divine physique, his Tai Chi eye was much stronger. Therefore, he could judge the strength of this person. Moreover, his judgment was acknowledged by Golden Emperor. Of course, the most terrifying thing was not the other party's strength. It was the other party's age. He looked like he was in his 40s, but he had such a powerful cultivation. This was much more terrifying than the Golden Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, and the Beast Emperor. A 6th-level divine physique echelon expert below the age of 50. Good lord, looks like this Heaven's Wall city really can't be underestimated. Saint Tian who? Ling Xiao asked with a frown after he stood still. No matter how hard he thought about it, it couldn't be anyone else. This person should be the leader of the group of geniuses in Heaven's Wall city. Just by looking at the respectful attitude of the others towards him, one could tell. Welcome, young city lord. All the geniuses of Heaven's Wall city, including Qin Huang, knelt on the ground to welcome Saint Tian Hu. This scene was truly a little shocking. After all, any one of those geniuses from the Heaven's Wall city was already a super expert. He actually knelt before this person, which showed how powerful he was. Young city lord, save me. Young Master Jin Xiu, who was still being stepped on by Ling Xiao, shouted hysterically. At this moment, he didn't care about face anymore. He was about to lose his life, so what was the point of having face? He just wanted to live. Get up. Saint Tian who glanced at the people in the restaurant indifferently, and then looked at Ling Xiao. His face was calm, but there was a strong murderous aura. In the restaurant, the geniuses of Heaven's Wall city all laughed gloatingly. He had lured the young city lord out. This kid called Long Ya was dead for sure. On the other hand, the lizard men experts who were watching from the sidelines were worried. They had just found someone who could help them vent their anger. But now, it seemed that they couldn't do it. Alas, the martial artists of Heaven's Wall city really couldn't be provoked. Ling Xiao, don't fight recklessly. This person is very strong. It's very difficult to defeat him with just 1/10 of my strength. Huang Jindi's voice entered Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I know, that's enough. With Huang Jindi's words, Ling Xiao was relieved. As long as the opponent wasn't so strong that even Huang Jindi couldn't control him, it was enough. Are all the martial artists of Heaven's Wall city so shameless? You're so strong, but you chose to launch a sneak attack. But it's a pity that you're also a piece of trash. If I want to kill young Master Jin Xiu, can you save him? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Saint Tian Hu. This person wanted to kill him as soon as he appeared, so how could he have a good attitude? You're very arrogant. In the void, Saint Tian Hu frowned. All of a sudden, a powerful pressure descended upon them. It was like a mountain that wanted to crush Ling Xiao and embarrass him in front of everyone. Ling Xiao. You flatter me. Compared to the arrogance of the geniuses of Heaven's Wall city, I'm much stronger. I think I'm all right. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I have the right to be arrogant. I'm only at the 3rd-level divine physique realm, but I can beat a 5th-level divine physique realm martial artist like a dog. Speaking of geniuses, I should be the one. If my cultivation was the same as his, he would be nothing but a paramecium in front of me. As for you guys, I really don't know what right you have to be so arrogant. When Heaven's Wall city was in danger, you guys fled to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It would have been fine if you could focus on cultivating, but you just had to cause trouble everywhere. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? You're just a bunch of arrogant trash. In the face of Sage Qian Kuei's aura, Ling Xiao felt that his breathing was not very smooth. He wanted to enter the Tao of fusion, But he gave up in the end. Only in this state could his cultivation increase rapidly. It had always been like this. He could only increase his strength if his opponent was stronger than him. This was the reason why he had to constantly fight against experts. Now, not only was his cultivation increasing, he could also clearly feel the dragon corpse gradually disappearing, turning into pure energy that fused with his body and potential cells. It strengthened his body and increased his potential. Even though he was sweating profusely, he did not collapse. I think you're no different from young Master Jin Xiu. What are you thinking of yourself as so extraordinary? You relied on the achievements of your ancestors and the abundant cultivation resources to achieve what you have today. But you're almost 50 years old. And I'm only 19 years old. In terms of talent, what do you have to compete with me? You can only bare your fangs and brandish your claws in front of the weak. If my cultivation is the same as yours, no, I only need to reach the 4th level of the divine body realm to destroy you like a dog. I really don't know what you're trying to show off your strength. What's there to show off about? Ling Xiao's words made everyone feel incredulous. Logically speaking, shouldn't he choose to run or beg for mercy? At the very least, he should not provoke him. But Ling Xiao's words made it clear that he was going against Saint Tianhu. He did not give Saint Tianhu any face at all. Not only did he not give him any face, he even humiliated Saint Tianhu. Was this person not afraid of death? Of course, Ling Xiao was afraid of death, but he knew very well that even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, the result would be the same. Therefore, he never begged for mercy, as it would only make the other party feel more smug. There was no meaning to it. It was better to maintain his dignity. End of chapter. Chapter 4792. So what? Even if you're talented, you're going to die here today. Saint Tianhu sneered, even geniuses need time to grow. Without time, what are you? A tiger might be strong. But it's not strange for a tiger cub to be eaten by a wolf. You don't believe me when I say you're extraordinary. Do you have the ability to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Saint Tianhu without any fear. Killing you is like squashing an ant. In the void, the image of a city suddenly appeared behind Saint Tianhu. Then, a destructive aura was released from the martial soul. The oppressive aura made everyone tremble in fear. It's a martial soul of a city. That's rare. Ling Xiao frowned. He was ready to enter the fused body state. Kid, if you weren't so arrogant, you might have become an expert who could crush me in the future. But unfortunately, you've offended me, so you have to die. Saint Tianhu sneered and pressed his palms down. The city turned real and smashed towards Ling Xiao. If it really hit Ling Xiao would have no chance of survival. Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Huang Jindi asked. No hurry. It seems like we don't need to do anything. Ling Xiao's soul was so strong that even Huang Jindi couldn't compare to it. The moment Sage Tianhu made his move, he felt a terrifying killing intent from afar. It was just that this murderous intent was directed at Saint Tianyin, not him. So he felt that he might not have to fight Saint Tianhu today. Saint Tianhu, do you think we lizard men are weak? At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao moved away, ready to watch a good show. Although he didn't know who it was, it seemed to be a lizard man who didn't get along well with Saint Tianhu. A terrifying dragon shadow appeared in the sky. The terrifying aura of the dragon bloodline covered the entire sky. It caused the space to tremble violently. Dragon bloodline. Everyone looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in shock. Covered in golden scales, it really looked like a miniature version of a giant dragon. However, Ling Xiao knew very well that they were still lizard men. It was just that they had awakened their dragon bloodline. It was incomparable to a real dragon. However, they were much stronger than ordinary lizard men. Many lizard men involuntarily knelt down. It was a natural reverence. After all, it was true that lizards had the bloodline of giant dragons in their bodies, but not many people had awakened the bloodline. The moment the golden lizard man appeared, it repelled the illusory city. Sage Tianjin frowned. Looking at the figure opposite him, he seemed a little fearful and displeased. What a powerful lizard man. When did such a terrifying existence appear in the wetlands? Many people were very confused. However, only the geniuses of the Heaven's Wall City knew that this lizard man was not a warrior from the Damplands. Instead, he came from the Damplands just like them. The golden lizardman's domineering aura did not lose out to the heavenly Hu Saint. Coupled with the violent dragon aura, he seemed to be able to suppress the heavenly Hu Saint. Ancient Imperial City has been very busy recently. Previously, there was only the mysterious Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Now, there's the heavenly Hu Saint and the golden lizard man. Yes, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Many warriors were confused. They did not know what the golden lizardman's arrival meant. Jin Lin. Sage Tian Jin coldly called out his name. Near Heaven's Wall City, there was a valley known as the Giant Dragon Valley. There were many lizard men living there. Jin Lin was one of the lizard men royalty. These royalty had once lived in the ancient imperial city of the Damplands. Jin Lin was very famous among the lizard men. The young warriors of Heaven's Wall City knew him very well. After all, there were often small-scale battles between the Giant Dragon Valley and Heaven's Wall City. Why are you here in the Damplands? Sage Tian Jin frowned and asked. Both Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley were in danger. They were facing the attack of the Kingdom of Eternity. For Jin Lin to suddenly appear here, could it be that Heaven's Wall City and Giant Dragon Valley had been destroyed? What a joke. Your Heaven's Wall City's geniuses can come. Why can't my Giant Dragon Valley's geniuses come? Jin Lin sneered. Knowing that there are many lizard men living in the Damplands, the Lord ordered me to recruit talents. Recruit talents? Then why did you stop me from saving young Master Jin Xiu? You should know that Splendid Manor has a close relationship with the Heaven's Wall City Lord residents. Sage Tian Jin frowned. Are you stupid? Jin Lin said disdainfully, he's a rare genius among the lizard men. If I don't protect him, do you think I'll let you kill him? Sage Tian Jin's expression turned ugly. Jin Lin had awakened his dragon bloodline and had a powerful physical body. Martial artists in the same realm could not possibly be his match at all. With a powerful physical body and exquisite martial arts, Sage Tian Jin believed that he was not Jin Lin's match. The Heaven's Wall City geniuses in the restaurant felt very awkward. In the battle between Giant Dragon Valley and Heaven's Wall City, too many geniuses had died at Jin Lin's hands. Therefore, almost all the geniuses in Heaven's Wall City wanted to kill Jin Lin. However, no one could do it. Not even Sage Tian Jin. This was too awkward. If Jin Lin wanted to protect the lizard men, none of them could do anything. They could only stare. Young Master Jin Xiu felt even more awkward. He thought that Sage Tian Jin's appearance would save him. But now, it seemed that things were going to be troublesome. At this moment, experts were rushing over from afar. The remaining 7 emperors of the 9 major factions. The chiefs of the 6 major tribes had also arrived. When the 7 emperors of the 9 major factions saw Sage Tian Jin, they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, young city lord Tian Jin. They had already known about Sage Tian Jin's identity from young Master Jin Xiu. Naturally, they did not dare to be negligent. But unlike them, the chiefs of the 6 major tribes were all standing behind Ling Xiao. However, the others did not think much of it. They all thought that they were standing behind Jin Lin. No one took Ling Xiao seriously. Dragon Fang, quickly release young Master Jin Xiu. Do you want to start a war between the lizard men and the 9 major factions? Don't forget that we are here to unite against the Golden Sky region. Nether Demon Lord looked at Ling Xiao and shouted. Although he did not know why young Master Jin Xiu was being stepped on by Ling Xiao, he did not want to torture him. However, he didn't dare to let young Master Jin Xiu suffer such torture. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I want to start a war. Hehe, Nether Demon Lord, you really know how to label people. It's obvious that young Master Jin Xiu wants to kill me. He doesn't put us lizard men in his eyes at all. If you want to talk about starting a war, it's him, not me. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, old dog, not only are you evil, are you blind as well? What a joke. Dragon Marquis, are you just going to let your stupid son do stupid things? Thunder Star Lord roared. End of chapter. Chapter 4793. Shut up, you old dog. If you dare to insult Dragon Fang, we'll fall out with you. Shadow Tribe Chief Dragon Marquis naturally knew who Dragon Fang was. In their hearts, he was the child of prophecy, the great existence that saved the lizard men. Do you really want to be destroyed? Thunder Starlord was furious. You can try. We lizard men are not afraid of the 9 major forces. Earth Tribe Chief roared. Even you want to protect this kid? Thunder Starlord was stunned. It was understandable that Shadow Tribe Chief Dragon Marquis was protecting Dragon Fang. After all, he was his son. But why was Earth Tribe Chief doing this? Although he knew that the 6 major tribes had blocked the attack of the 4 Monster Kings, he did not know the details. It was even more impossible for him to know that Dragon Fang was actually the child of prophecy, Ling Xiao, the Sky Tiger Demon Lord. Originally, you supported the trash of Heaven's Wall City to be the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. We had no objections. After all, we needed your help to resist the 4 Monster Kings. But now, there's no need for that. The 4 Monster Kings have been destroyed. We also want to be the commander of the Subjugation Alliance. We recommend Dragon Fang. Dragon Marquis said loudly. Agreed. The other 5 tribe chiefs said in unison. At this moment, Jin Lin also spoke. I'm also interested in the commander's position. Since you can recommend a trash like young Master Jin Xiu to be the commander, then I'll be the commander. Naturally, I can do it too. Young Master Jin Lin, I'm afraid that's not good. Our Subjugation Alliance is against the Golden Sky region. Moreover, you're not a martial artist from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It's not suitable. Nether Demon Lord frowned. Everyone could see that Jin Lin was biased towards the lizard men. They could not oppose Dragon Fang's bid for the commander's position. Moreover, they were not afraid. After all, Dragon Fang was no match for Saint Tian Hu. But Jin Lin was a little troublesome. What's not suitable? Those trash like Saint Tian who are also not martial artists from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If they can participate in the battle for the commander's position, why can't I? Jin Lin sneered. He did want to be the commander. It was not to fight against the Golden Sky region, but to lead the 4 regions and 9 worlds to Heaven's Wall City. Of course they're different. Saint Tian Hu, Mr. Jin Xiu, and the others are all descendants of the ancestors of our 4 domains and 9 worlds. Speaking of which, they are naturally considered martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 realms. But you're different. The Thunder Starlord said. Haha, that's great. I'm also a descendant of a senior from the Damplands. Even the ancient imperial city is where we used to live. My identity is no different from his. If I become the commander, your alliance will only become stronger. Why do I feel like you guys are very reluctant? Could it be that there are some unspeakable secrets behind this? Jin Lin sneered. Of course they have secrets. Ling Xiao sneered and said, on the surface, it looks like we're joining forces to deal with the Golden Firmament. In fact, you want the other forces to obey the orders of the 9 Serenities Demon Region, the Thunder Astral Boundary, and the Raging Flame Astral Boundary. I even saw some Death Spirit race cultivators with you. I suspect that you're colluding with the Death Spirit Emperor in an attempt to incite conflict between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds. Shut up. The Thunder Star Master roared. What a load of nonsense. As a junior, you actually have no respect for your elders and are unbearably arrogant. His voice was really like thunder. Even the sky was covered with dark clouds at that moment, and thunder and lightning flashed. The scene was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Thunder old dog, what's wrong? You want to silence me now that you've been exposed? Unfortunately, there are so many people here. Can you kill them all? You're courting death. The Thunder Star Master was instantly enraged by Ling Xiao's insults. His violent aura soared into the sky. He was just a 3rd-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Although his strength was not weak, compared to the Thunder Star Master, he was much weaker. How dare he look down on him? If he didn't teach this kid a lesson, how could he, the Thunder Star Master, put down his pride? Many of the onlookers smiled bitterly. This Dragon Fang Junior chieftain was a bit too bold. He even dared to insult the emperor. He was really not afraid of death. Of course, Ling Xiao dared to insult him. Why wouldn't he dare to? His goal this time was to mess up the subjugation alliance and make them unable to unite against the outside world. He wanted the Thunderstar Master to take action. In this way, the 6 major tribes and the 9 major forces would become mortal enemies. Previously, he had only given up on joining forces with the 9 major forces to deal with the Golden Heavens. Next, he might have to join forces with the Golden Heavens to deal with the 9 major forces. Ling Xiao might seem impulsive, but he had a good plan. Besides, the Thunderstar Master was so arrogant. As the child of prophecy, he couldn't just keep quiet. If he did that, the lizard men would suspect his identity. Do you think I won't dare to kill you with the Dragon Marquis protecting you? The Thunderstar Master was successfully enraged by Ling Xiao. His voice was extremely cold. It was as if he could explode at any time. Ha ha, an old dog that only knows how to bark. You're exactly the same as the idiot under my feet. If you want to take action, just do it. Ling Xiao trapped young Master Jin Xiu in his Dongsheng Emperor ring and continued to mock the Thunderstar Master. As long as the Thunderstar Master took action, his plan would be considered a success. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. That old dog's strength isn't bad either. Moreover, a crazy dog is usually more terrifying. If he's cornered, he'll dare to attack anyone. At this moment, the white jade cat crawled out of Ling Xiao's arms and deliberately raised its voice. It said loudly in a childish voice. The Thunderstar Master had a bad temper. Today, he was humiliated by an ugly and lowly lizard man. Then, he was mocked by a cat. His body was about to burst into flames. Since that's the case, I must kill you today. I hope the 6 major tribes will understand and not become enemies with us because of this idiot. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. As he spoke, he had already released a terrifying killing intent and pounced towards Ling Xiao and the cat. His killing intent was like a sword. It was incomparably sharp. At this moment, the Shadow Tribe chief appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Thunder, old dog. Since you don't take us lizard men seriously, then don't blame us. If you dare to touch Dragon Fang today, I'll kill you. After speaking, a dark killing intent was released. The killing intent condensed into the appearance of a dark demonic beast. It collided with the sword of killing intent and shattered at the same time. The strength of these 2 people was obviously on par with each other. No one could do anything to the other. What are you all looking at? Kill that Dragon Fang. This kid must be a spy sent by the Golden Firmament region. He deliberately destroyed our good situation. The Thunderstar Master roared. Hearing his order, the martial artists of the 9 major forces behind him pounced out one after another. However, some of them were stopped. Only the martial artists of the Abyss Devil Realm, Thunder Astral Boundary, Tempest Astral Boundary, and Raging Flame Astral Boundary made a move. They directly pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. As for the other forces, they were still observing. End of chapter. Chapter 4794. Lizard Men Warriors, Dragon Fang is being attacked. Can we sit back and do nothing? The Great Earth Chief suddenly roared. No. The Lizard Men Warriors of the 6 major tribes shouted in unison. Then kill. The Great Earth Chief ordered, and the warriors of the 6 major tribes attacked together. In their hearts, Ling Xiao, who had transformed into Dragon Fang, was their hope. In their eyes, Ling Xiao's status was even more honorable than the so-called Jin Lin of the royal family. Dragon God's Ice Array. Ling Xiao released the Dragon God's Ice Array to help the Lizard Men warriors of the 6 major tribes fight. Just this array was enough for the Lizard Men warriors to take advantage of. The warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who rushed up first were easily killed. One had to know that they used this fighting method to deal with the 4 monster kings. Now, it was much easier to deal with the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Bastard! Lizard Men, how dare you attack our warriors? The Thunderstar Master was also stunned. He thought that at most, the lizard men of the Umbra tribe would attack. But now, it seemed that he was gravely mistaken. What a joke! Since you dared to order us to kill, why don't we dare to do it? Do you really think that we lizard men are easy to bully? Don't forget, this damp land is our territory. If you want to die, then continue. Marquis Dragon sneered. Damn it, Nether Devil Master, do you still want to continue watching? The Thunder Star Master roared. He couldn't break through Marquis Dragon's defense. So, he could only hope that the other powerhouses could help. Whoosh! The Nether Devil Master soared into the sky and instantly charged toward Ling Xiao. He held a black spear in his hand that was extremely sharp. Humph! On the lizardman's side, the Great Earth Chief also soared into the sky. He held a sledgehammer in his hand and smashed it on the spear. Boom! The sound of the collision caused the earth to tremble. If you want to kill Dragon Fang, you have to get through me first. The Inferno Star Master also attacked. But he was stopped by the Clearwater Chief. They fought together. Seeing this chaotic scene, everyone was stunned. The summit was just around the corner, yet something like this had happened. Internal strife had already started, and it was a complete mess. If the warriors of the Golden Sky Domain were here, they would really laugh their heads off. Netherworld Devil Master, Thunder Star Master, Storm Star Master, and Inferno Star Master. He was the initiator of this summit. Now, the Storm Star Master had been killed. The remaining three wanted to take control of the entire Crusader Alliance and become its leader. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Tiger Demon Lord had disappeared. Yet, such a scene had occurred. The 6 Lizardmen tribes had actually started fighting against the 4 great factions. They felt extremely helpless. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was gloating in his heart. He wanted to make the summit a mess and turn the alliance of Crusaders into a pile of loose sand. If that was the case, the Golden Sky region would be saved. It was a pity that others didn't know what he was thinking. They only thought that he wanted to become the commander of the alliance, which was why he was working so hard. Rulers of the other forces, don't be deceived by these guys. They had already colluded with the Dead Spirit race in an attempt to seize the hegemony of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You're just being used. Those good-for-nothings knew that they were no match for the Golden Sky region, which was why they dragged you in. They wanted you to work hard for them. After this is over, they can join forces with the Dead Spirit race to wipe you all out. Just like how they wiped out the Golden Sky region. You're all smart people. Don't tell me you don't understand this. Ling Xiao did not participate in the battle. Instead, he was sowing discord. He knew that it was impossible for those people to believe him completely. However, he had to plant the seeds of doubt. Once the seeds of doubt were planted in an organization, there would not be much of a threat. Nonsense. You want to be the commander, right? If you're so capable, don't let others interfere. Let's fight. We'll talk about it if you can defeat me. The one who spoke was a 4th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist from the Lava Astral Boundary. This guy definitely did not see how Ling Xiao tortured young Master Jin Xiu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out so stupidly. Unfortunately, he thought that he was smart. Now that the Lava Star Master was killed, as long as he could defeat this Ling Xiao, he could borrow the power of the Thunder Star Master and the others to take over the Lava Star Master's position. This was a very good idea. However, reality was much crueler than this idea. Interesting. Let's give it a try then. Ling Xiao gestured at the other party and said, "Come on. If I ask for help, it'll be my loss." Of course, the prerequisite is that you can't ask for help. Of course. That person instantly dashed toward Ling Xiao, and no one stopped him. Those Heaven's Wall City's geniuses clearly saw Ling Xiao defeat young Master Jin Xiu, but they still let this idiot rush out to die. It could be seen that these people were not human in their eyes. It didn't matter if they died. Ling Xiao sneered. He entered the Demon Lord's body state and held the Darkness Totem in his hand. He could even defeat young Master Jin Xiu just now. This person in front of him was nothing. Darkness Secret Technique, Pitch Black Beast. Seeing that the person was already close to him, Ling Xiao sneered and flipped the Darkness Totem. A black shadow rushed out. Its appearance was exactly the same as the King of Darkness, just slightly smaller. This black shadow instantly shattered the 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist's attack. Ling Xiao did not stop there. He punched out with his left hand. The demonic fist that contained a terrifying darkness aura blasted the 4th-level divine physique echelon martial artist into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a tragic sight. Who else wants to try? Ling Xiao stood proudly in the air, looking coldly at those cultivators who were filled with righteous indignation. He asked domineeringly, "Do you dare to fight with me?" Saint Tian who said coldly, "So what if I fight with you? Your Heaven's Wall city is full of trash. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ling Xiao really wanted to see how strong Saint Tian who was. That day, Saint Tian who was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Jin Lin. "Don't forget that I'm still here. I can't be bothered with the conflicts between the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, I can't allow you to attack. I can't let you hurt such a genius with such potential. He might become the cornerstone of our giant Dragon Valley in the future. Do you really want to interfere?" Saint Tian whose face was extremely ugly. He believed that no one in the Lizardmen tribe could stop him. However, Jin Lin was here and he couldn't do anything. This feeling was really frustrating. "That's right. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. We've fought a total of 10 times and you've lost all of them. I wonder if you've improved." Jin Lin looked at Saint Tian who and mocked. Damn it. Saint Tian whose wariness towards Jin Lin was not an act. When he was in Heaven's Wall City, even if he lost, he could escape. He would not die. However, it was different here. There was probably no one here who could help him. If he lost to Jin Lin, he would definitely die. Therefore, he did not dare to interfere in this battle. End of chapter. Chapter 4795. Master, it seems like everyone is here today. Why don't we activate the killing array? Kill as many as you can. We've already roped in those who should be roped in. I reckon that there are many members of the undead spirit race in the ancient imperial city. Let's kill them all while we're at it. Ling Xiao didn't intend to wait until the summit officially began. Because all the martialists of the Subjugation Alliance had gathered in the ancient imperial city today. No problem. We can activate the array now. Yuan Venerate gave Ling Xiao an affirmative answer. Can we avoid our own people? Don't worry. This killing array is controlled by your spiritual consciousness. You can see the details of the killing array's attack. Yuan Venerate replied. That's good. Activate it. It was too boring to kill them one by one. In his opinion, since he had already roped in the lizard men of the 6 great tribes, there was no need to waste any more time. Boom. The entire ancient imperial city suddenly shook. The martialists who were in the midst of battle were startled. Then, everyone was shocked to discover that a glaring light was shooting out from the ground of the ancient imperial city. It wrapped around the entire ancient imperial city like a silk thread. The terrifying death ray was simply a nightmare for the 9 great factions. In just an instant, countless martialists were pierced through by the death ray and fell to the ground screaming in pain. Ah, oh ah, ah, shrill screams could be heard one after another. The terrifying death ray was an attack formed by the killing array. This array was called the Death Thorn Array by Yuan Venerate. The name wasn't very impressive, but its attack power was extremely powerful. Even a divine physique realm martialist couldn't block the terrifying death ray. Even a 5th-level divine physique realm martialist would be injured by the death ray. What happened? The sudden crisis made everyone feel stupefied. Everyone, don't be afraid. Stay calm. I'm here. Nothing will happen to you, Ling Xiao said to the lizard men. At the same time, he released the 6 great totems and formed a seemingly powerful defensive wall to protect all the lizard men. Yes, it seemed powerful. In fact, this thing was useless. It was just Ling Xiao's trick. Not to deceive the lizard men, but to deceive the martial artists of the 9 major forces. This was to prevent them from venting their hatred on the lizard men. On the side of the 9 great forces, naturally, none of the rulers died. Some were injured, but they had already taken out their respective magic weapons. They were used to protect themselves, to protect their own warriors. However, Their strength was ultimately limited. It couldn't completely block the death ray. The martial artists of the 9 forces still suffered heavy losses. Several geniuses from the Heaven's Wall city had also died. None of them had the time to release their Dharma treasures. They didn't have to die, but they did. Perhaps this was fate. The ones who suffered the most were the martial artists of the Dead Spirit clan who were hiding in the dark. Ling Xiao's divine sense had captured their existence, and he ordered the death ray to target them. Because he knew very well that Emperor Lianhua was the one behind the Crusader Alliance's formation. The Dead Spirit clan warriors who were targeted were almost completely wiped out. Yu Chen was also in a very sorry state. In the end, she had no choice but to flee. This guy seemed to have obtained the ability of immortality as well. Just the death ray alone could not kill him. People realized that the entire ancient imperial city was in a killing array. Thus, they all fled outside. Along the way, they naturally suffered a lot of losses. In just an instant, nearly half of the martial artists who plotted to destroy the Golden Heavens domain died. It could be said that the losses were heavy. In the process of escaping from the ancient imperial city, many more died. Although the remaining 7 rulers did not die, and not many geniuses from the Heaven's Wall city died. However, Ling Xiao was already satisfied to be able to achieve such an effect. After all, this formation was set up in a hurry, and he had to use local materials. Naturally, its power was not enough. If he returned to the Golden City and set up the same formation, Ling Xiao believed that it would definitely cause even more terrifying destruction. Finally, some people escaped from the ancient imperial city. They looked at the ancient imperial city that was surrounded by densely packed death rays in horror. They were still trembling in fear. It's actually a killing array. Who did it? Who set up such a terrifying formation under the ancient imperial city? It caused us to suffer such heavy losses. The Thunder Star-Lord, who had escaped, was furious. He turned his head to look at the lizard men. Are you crazy? Are you suspecting us? Are you crazy? We were also scared out of our wits. Lord Dragon cursed. No one knew that none of the lizard men had died. After all, the ancient imperial city was so big and there were so many lizard men. It was impossible for the Thunder Star-Lord to investigate them one by one. Saint Tian, whose face was extremely gloomy. To think that there was such a terrifying formation master in the 4 regions and 9 realms. He had really miscalculated. After all, he had never seen such a formation master even in the Heaven's Wall city. Therefore, he was not prepared at all. Perhaps the killing array in the ancient imperial city sensed someone's malice and was automatically released. Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's possible. How could there be such a powerful formation master in the 4 regions and 9 realms? Many people felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense, so they looked at the 9 forces with some dissatisfaction. It was because they wanted to hold this summit in the ancient imperial city that led to today's outcome. You may think that there is no such person in the 4 regions and 9 realms, but I know one. The Nether Demon Lord snorted coldly. Who? Everyone looked at him and asked in confusion. This person is a martial artist from the Golden Sky region. He has probably been in the ancient imperial city for a long time. The Sky Tiger Demon Lord from before was probably him in disguise. His understanding of formations is extremely powerful. The Nether Demon Lord said coldly. Until now, the injuries on his body were still aching. Although he might have escaped, a large number of experts from the 9 Underworld Demon region had died. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses and would not be able to recover for a long time. Who is this person? Everyone asked anxiously. Don't you understand? This person is Ling Xiao. The Nether Demon Lord's eyes flickered with cold light. There was an extremely terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, the Soul Mirror in the Golden City could already see the situation on Ling Xiao's side. Hearing the Nether Demon Lord's words, they realized that Ling Xiao had done something earth-shattering. He had played the 9 forces ruthlessly. Otherwise, these people would not be so angry at him. What a bastard who likes to stir up trouble. The Golden City will be destroyed in his hands sooner or later. Huang Jinding cursed. King know how to twist the truth. Don't you know why these bastards gathered in the ancient imperial city? Is it wrong for Ling Xiao to mess with them? It's fine if you don't contribute, but you are still mocking them. I really wonder if you are their spy. The Flame Emperor said angrily. All right, stop arguing. Let's see what they will do. The Flower Emperor stopped the two of them from arguing and looked at the soul mirror. At this moment, outside the ancient imperial city, people were arguing about Ling Xiao. End of chapter. Chapter 4796. Nether Demon Lord, you must be joking. It's said that Ling Xiao is only a shattered core realm martial artist. How can he do all this? The first one who didn't believe it was Heavenly Blade Sage. Young City Lord, this Ling Xiao is a little special. He once plotted to kill the Dragon Emperor of the Deep Sea Dragon Domain. Later on, the 4 Supreme Kings of the Eternal Palace came to find him, but they couldn't do anything to him. This kid's cultivation is weak, but he's extremely cunning. He's also good at array formations and alchemy. He's an extremely difficult guy to deal with. Although he's an enemy, we have to praise him. If this kid becomes the Golden Lord of the Golden Sky region, it'll be a disaster for us. The Golden Sky region will become extremely powerful. Nether Demon Lord shook his head. Is it really that incredible? Jin Lin was also curious. Don't forget, this Ling Xiao can obtain the Void God Sword and the Dragon Corpse. He's definitely extraordinary. Thunderstar Lord also reminded. Suddenly, shouts came from afar. Chase, it's the Valkyrie of the Golden City, Yang Shuyi. A voice came, which made the martial artists of the 9 major forces excited. They needed an outlet to vent their anger. Since they couldn't find Ling Xiao, they would start with the Valkyrie. Chase. Ling Xiao took the lead to chase. Yang Shuyi couldn't be caught by these people. The people of the 9 major forces also chased. They were furious. As long as Yang Shuyi appeared, Ling Xiao must be nearby. However, these idiots only knew that Sky Tiger Demon Lord might be Ling Xiao in disguise, but they never thought that Ling Xiao was in disguise. Perhaps some people thought of it, but they couldn't identify it. Because the lizard men wouldn't admit it. It would only cause more chaos. Many people wanted to know Ling Xiao's whereabouts from Yang Shuyi. Unfortunately, the first to catch up to Yang Shuyi was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao put Yang Shuyi into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Even if those people were courting death, they wouldn't be able to find Yang Shuyi. The martial artists of the Heaven's Wall City had ugly expressions. After all this time, they were played by a mouse. Furthermore, this rat had a supreme treasure on its body. Ling Xiao was ready to leave the Damplands. However, before he left, he couldn't leave any trouble for the lizard men. Originally, he wanted to kill young Master Jin Xiu. However, if he left, the real Dragon Fang would become the target of Heavenly Sage. Therefore, he returned young Master Jin Xiu to Sage Tian Hu. However, the instant he returned it to Saint Tian Hu, he released Di Zun Ling Xiao. He transformed into the Heavenly Tiger Demon Lord and killed young Master Jin Xiu on the spot. I'm Ling Xiao. Chase me if you can. With that, he tore through the air and left. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. In fact, it had returned to Ling Xiao's body. It's just that no one else is aware of it. The 7 sovereigns released their divine senses to cover the entire damp area, but they couldn't find the whereabouts of Ling Xiao and Yang Shuyi. He could only give up. How could they possibly find it? Ling Xiao's current identity was Dragon Fang, while Yang Shuyi was placed in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Everyone. Since they couldn't find them, they could only give up. However, their hatred for the Golden Firmament couldn't be erased so easily. The Thunderstar Lord's voice resounded between heaven and earth, and all the martial artists who escaped from the ancient imperial city heard it clearly. The noisy crowd instantly calmed down. Seeing this scene, the Thunderstar Lord said, "Everyone, you've seen it. How did the Golden Firmament deal with us? We have no way out. Even if we give up on dealing with the Golden Firmament now, they will still think of many ways to kill us. Moreover, that Ling Xiao must have a powerful magic treasure on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to set up such a terrifying array. Everything else aside, the Dragon Corpse must be on him. Think about it carefully. If we don't kill such a person now, will he not seek revenge in the future when he grows up? Will he let us go? The Thunder Star Lord's impassioned speech was mostly empty words. What people were most concerned about was the treasure on Ling Xiao's body. Without the treasure, Ling Xiao couldn't have defeated the four geniuses and left in the fight for the dragon corpse. Everything else aside, they all knew that Ling Xiao had the dragon corpse, young Master Jin Xiu's splendid mountain river umbrella, and the three-point flood dragon spear. As for the commander of the Crusader Alliance, the position will be given to young Master Tian Hu. Do you have any objections? The Thunder Star Lord said loudly. This time, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He had caused enough trouble, and it was time for him to go back. If he continued to cause trouble now, it was very likely that he would be suspected of being a martial artist from the Golden Firmament. As the saying goes, quit while you're ahead. He wouldn't act recklessly. As long as you're happy. However, we lizard men won't be involved in this Crusader Alliance. Let's go. The Shadow Tribe Chief Long Hu called out, and all the lizard men chose to leave. This wouldn't be suspected. After all, they originally joined the Crusader Alliance because they wanted to borrow the power of the 9 major forces to deal with the 4 Monster Kings. Now that the 4 Monster Kings had been eliminated, then there was nothing to cooperate with. Without the participation of the 6 major tribes of the lizard men, the Alliance's power was greatly weakened. However, it also saved them a lot of trouble. After all, they wouldn't quarrel about the leader. The lizard men have left. Why are you still here? Saint Tian Hu looked at Jin Lin and asked with a frown. Why should I leave? To be honest, I'm also very interested in this Ling Xiao. Don't worry. Since the lizard men won't be involved in this Crusader Alliance, I'm too lazy to be the commander. I'll give it to you. Jin Lin said lightly. That better be the case. Saint Tian Hu couldn't do anything to Jin Lin. He couldn't beat him, so he could only let him do whatever he wanted. This time, the Crusader Alliance could be said to have encountered a catastrophe. In addition, the gathering place had been exposed. It would probably take a few more days before they could launch another attack on the Golden Firmament. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to bid farewell to the chiefs of the 6 major tribes and returned to the Golden City. This place might not be as good as other places. Perhaps it wasn't as strong as other places. However, it was Ling Xiao's home in the 4 domains. He had integrated into this place and sincerely treated this place as his home. Here were his friends, his family, and his comrades. He would never allow anyone to trample on the grass and trees here. Ling Xiao's return immediately caused a commotion in the Golden City. The last thing that happened in the Soul Mirror made them realize that Ling Xiao had done a great job in this mission. They even forgot about the assessment. The 4 Supreme Kings, 10 judges, and many martial artists were waiting for Ling Xiao outside the Great Emperor Palace. Ling Xiao is back. He's finally back. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of worship and admiration. After all, if they were to encounter such a situation, their first thought would be to run away. They wouldn't be able to do such a great thing. Ling Xiao wasn't only brave, but also resourceful. He was a rare king. In fact, in many people's eyes, Ling Xiao was already the Golden Emperor. If someone else were to be the king, they wouldn't be convinced. End of chapter. Chapter 4797. Ha ha ha, Prince, you're finally back. Fortunately, some people didn't succeed. When the Flame King saw Ling Xiao, he went up to him excitedly. Then, the 2 of them shook hands. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao had done in the Damplands. But from the result, he could see Ling Xiao's powerful potential. He believed that one day, Ling Xiao would become the strongest and greatest leader in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. No, the 4 regions and 9 worlds were still too small. Perhaps Ling Xiao would become the most terrifying existence in the mystic world in the future. Sigh, it's a pity that I couldn't get rid of all of them and even offended the experts of Heaven's Wall City. Ling Xiao sighed. Although he had done a lot, he still couldn't stop the war from coming. He felt helpless. PH, it's good that you understand. In this round, you didn't take the test seriously, but you just had to provoke those experts. I really don't know what your intentions are. Huang Jinding snorted and said, I suggest that the 4 supreme kings chase this person out of Golden City. This way, Golden City's crisis will be resolved. Of course, the treasures on him will belong to our Golden City. Shut up. Huang Jinding, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You've repeatedly insulted the prince, who is also the future Golden Emperor. Do you want to die? The Fire Emperor's voice was cold and his expression was ruthless. A violent and blazing aura instantly burst out and pounced on the King of Law. His strength was much stronger than Huang Jinding. In addition, he had the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns that Ling Xiao had given him. The King of Law was so frightened that he retreated dozens of steps. It was like a mouse seeing a cat. The Fire Emperor didn't attack the King of Law in the past because he didn't want to cause internal strife in Golden City. But this guy was getting more and more despicable. He might even betray Golden City and collude with the undead race. If such a traitor wasn't eliminated, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Golden City. Fire Emperor, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I, Huang Jinding, am not so easy to provoke. Huang Jinding definitely wasn't willing to admit defeat. It doesn't matter if you're afraid of me or not. However, if you dare to disrespect Diz again, then I'll eliminate you. The Flame Emperor said coldly, I believe everyone has seen it. Ling Xiao's hard work and meritorious service this time became a crime in the mouth of the punishment law king Huang Jinding. I really wonder if he is a martial artist from the Golden City. Old Cauldron, you've gone overboard. The Thunder King had already given up on the fight for the Golden Sovereign title because Raymond's performance in the second round was simply too poor. He would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, he had to pick a side. This time, he decided to bet on Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao's performance in the wetlands was simply too amazing. He believed that such a person was definitely more suitable than Huang Jinyu to be the Golden Sovereign. Most importantly, Ling Xiao was also very generous. He was much better than Huang Jinyu, that stingy guy. That's right. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't provoke those martial artists from the Heaven's Wall City, they will still attack our Golden City in order to rope in the 9 major forces and the 6 major tribes. Ling Xiao has already worked hard to make the 6 major tribes withdraw from the alliance and greatly weakened the strength of the 9 major forces. This is the best situation for our Golden City. Although I'm Shu Yi's master, now I really think that Ling Xiao might be the only suitable candidate for the Golden Sovereign. The Flower Emperor also expressed his stance. This made Huang Jinding's expression very ugly. These 2 old things saw that Ling Xiao was very likely to become the Golden Sovereign, so now they were actually on Ling Xiao's side. What a joke. After this incident, Ling Xiao still wanted to live. Dream on. He had already decided to take advantage of the opportunity when the 9 major forces attacked the Golden City to kill Ling Xiao. He was going to do it himself. Because he didn't trust others anymore. Moreover, Ling Xiao's existence had seriously threatened his position. If Ling Xiao became the Golden Sovereign, he was afraid that the first person to be dealt with would be him. Absolutely not. For kings, now is not the time to say such things. Although the Crusade Alliance has suffered a great loss and it will take 3 to 4 days to regroup to deal with the Golden City. But this time is not long. None of the martial artists in the Golden City are cowards. Naturally, we are not afraid to fight with them. But before that, we still have to make some preparations. I will try my best to minimize the loss. This time, they will definitely not return. After saying that, Ling Xiao cupped his hands in front of his chest and then walked toward the Fire Lord Palace. The Fire Lord followed closely behind. Yang Shuyi also followed. This time, the Flower Emperor did not stop them. If Yang Shuyi could become the right-hand man of the future Golden Sovereign, it would be good. When they arrived at the Fire Lord Palace, Ling Xiao directly released the tiger that had 1/10 of the strength of the Golden Sovereign. The Fire Lord and Yang Shuyi hurriedly knelt down. Okay, don't be so polite. Let's listen to Ling Xiao's plan. Huang Jindi decided to use this incident as the last test for Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao passed, he would immediately pass the position of the Golden Sovereign to Ling Xiao. Even if others had objections, it would be useless. My plan is very simple. Anyway, there are still 3 to 4 days. During this time, I will set up a killing formation that is more terrifying than the one in the ancient imperial city. It's best to solve the problem once and for all. We will put the 9 forces under the control of the Golden City. In this way, we will have a greater chance of winning against the undead catastrophe. Ling Xiao said. You are an expert in setting up formations. We can't interfere. But during this time, if you need us to do anything, we will do our best to help. Huang Jindi said. Okay, please find a way to help me find these materials. It's best if you can find them within 2 days. Ling Xiao made a list of the key materials needed to set up the formation and asked the 3 to memorize it. Okay, no problem. Then we will get busy. We will try our best to mobilize the martial artists in the Golden City to search for them. The Fire Lord and young Shuyi left. Huang Jindi summoned the Flower Lord, the Thunder Lord, and the Disciplinary Lord in his original identity and assigned this task to them. In addition, he also ordered Huang Jinwei to help. Ling Xiao was not afraid that the Disciplinary Lord would know what he was doing. Anyway, even if the Subjugation Alliance was vigilant, they would still come when it was time. Of course, it was better if they did not come. They would not have to be so stressed. At the same time, the second round of scoring results were also released. With the full support of the 5 judges, Huang Jinyu scored 50 points. The 5 judges were naturally on the Disciplinary Lord's side. Ling Xiao also scored 50 points. The other 5 judges, led by Huang Jinruofeng, also scored 50 points. He gave him full marks. Interestingly, the 2 of them were opposing each other, which allowed the other 3 to benefit. Young Shuyi scored 90 points just based on her score. The Undead Lord also scored 80 points with his score. Even Raymond, who did not do anything, scored 50 points. With this, it was Huang Jinyu who was embarrassed. Because Ling Xiao had obtained the totems of the 6 tribes, he could get an additional 30 points. So, he scored 80 points. End of chapter. Chapter 4798. Ling Xiao also obtained another 4 intermediate tribal totems, which gave him an additional 4 points. It reached 84 points. In this way, young Shuyi got first place in the second round. Ling Xiao was second. Undead King was third. Poor Huang Jinyu only got 4th place after all his calculations. Raymond was still in last place, and he had completely lost his chance. Such a result made the 3rd round especially important. Whoever could get first place in the 3rd round, the Golden Sovereign would most likely belong to him. Because the Golden City would encounter a rare crisis. Therefore, the final round of competition that was scheduled to take place 3 days later. It was brought forward to today. Huang Jinyu's meaning was very clear, that was, to decide the Golden Sovereign as soon as possible. In this way, Ling Xiao could openly give orders. Although Ling Xiao was now the emperor, he was still not a legitimate prince. The position of the emperor was actually very awkward. If it was the Golden Sovereign, it would be completely different. Ling Xiao, don't think that just because your points are higher than mine, you must be the Golden Sovereign. In the end, the last round is the key. If you die, then you won't have the qualifications to compete. Huang Jinyu was already ruthless, preparing to completely kill Ling Xiao in the 3rd round of battle. He had already discussed this with the Punishment King, and Yang Fan even gave him a supreme treasure. They had placed all their bets on this last round. This was also something that couldn't be helped. Idiot. At this time, you're still thinking about internal strife. Since you like to court death so much, I'll let you know how to write the word regret when the time comes. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Jinyu disdainfully. In the end, Huang Jinyu, the king of many treasures, only relied on enough magic treasures. In fact, his true combat strength was probably not as good as Raymond, and even more incomparable to young Shuyi. Perhaps he was only stronger than the Undead King. However, the Undead King had a special martial soul that could make him almost immortal. This would give them a huge advantage in battle. The location of the final battle was chosen in a very special place in the Great Emperor Palace. It was the place where the Emperor physique of the lotus flower was suppressed. There were 108 huge stone tablets erected there. Strange runes glowed on it. Others might not understand what this was, But Ling Xiao was very clear about it. This was the primordial blood jade talisman. An emperor armament with 10 dragon patterns. The suppressive effect was extremely strong. The candidates rested for a bit, and after an hour, they gathered here. Only martial artists at the first level of the divine physique echelon and above were qualified to enter this place. The rest of the martial artists stayed in the City of Gold, watching the battle through the soul mirror. Many kings who hadn't shown themselves before also appeared. These people were only weaker than the 4 supreme kings. They were both at the same level as Yang Shuyi, but they were much older. It could be said that all the elites of Golden City were here today. They were all looking forward to the decision of the Golden Sovereign. They also wanted to see if this sovereign was worthy of their loyalty. The 4 supreme being kings had arrived with their respective subordinates. This immediately caused a sensation at the scene. Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu, and Raymond had all arrived. The Undying King also arrived here early in the morning. What people were debating was nothing more than who would become the Golden Sovereign. Of course it's Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's performance was very good previously, this Golden Sovereign depends on one's strength. If one's strength can't suppress everyone, then it won't work. Ling Xiao's cultivation is a bit weaker than the other 4. I'm more optimistic about Huang Jinyu. After all, he's the king of many treasures, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. His overall strength is the strongest among them. Yes, there's always a chance of death in this kind of battle. Although in principle, death is not allowed. But in a battle between martial artists, no one can control their strength so well. If Ling Xiao is killed by Huang Jinyu, then there's no hope at all. Even if Ling Xiao dies, Valkyrie Yang Shuyi will become the Golden Sovereign. Huang Jinyu isn't qualified. Everyone was debating endlessly, but no one could convince anyone. However, this kind of debate was just to express their opinions. To be honest, they would only know who would become the Golden Sovereign when the results were out. Among the 5 candidates, only Ling Xiao hadn't appeared yet. Does this bastard Ling Xiao not put our Golden City's event in his eyes? Letting such a person sit on the Golden Sovereign's seat is the greatest blasphemy to the Golden City. Huang Jinding didn't see Ling Xiao in the crowd and immediately said coldly, "Huang Jinding, you've humiliated the Emperor's son again and again. Are you trying to rebel? Di Zun hasn't appeared for over 100 years, but is still alive. He won't allow you to behave atrociously there." In the crowd, Ancestor Scarlet Flame roared. Huang Jinding looked at Ancestor Scarlet Flame with a cold killing intent between his brows. He couldn't beat the Flame Emperor when he reprimanded him. But you, a mere Scarlet Flame, who was only at the first level of the Divine Body Realm, actually dared to be arrogant in front of him. You're simply courting death. Amidst his sneer, he suddenly threw a punch. The violent airwave caused the entire space to shake. It was like a flood crashing towards Ancestor Scarlet Flame. If it really hit him, he believed that Ancestor Scarlet Flame would definitely be blasted into pieces. Many of the martial artists standing nearby were shaken by the aftershock of the fist wind and were forced to retreat. Some people even vomited blood. Boom! At this moment, the Flame Emperor made his move. With a casual punch, the King of Punishment's Golden Cauldron's fist energy was shattered. He looked coldly at Huang Jinding and said, "You're really becoming more and more disrespectful to the Emperor. I used to give in to you because you're the Emperor's relative. But you've really gone too far. I remember saying before that if you insult the Emperor's son again, what will I do?" As he spoke, he suddenly pounced on Huang Jinding. With a punch, he sent Huang Jinding flying while vomiting blood. The Thunder King and Flower King didn't stop him. They also thought that Huang Jinding had gone too far. He actually dared to be so presumptuous in today's event. It was obviously disrespectful to the Emperor. This was no longer just targeting Ling Xiao. "Flame Emperor, stop." The one who suddenly spoke was Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally arrived at this moment. The reason why he asked the Flame Emperor to stop was because he was worried about Yang Fan. Yang Fan definitely wouldn't let the Punishment King die, so even if Yang Fan was afraid of Huang Jindi, he would still make a move. At that time, even if the Flame Emperor, Thunder King, and Flower King joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Fan. He still had to trouble Huang Jindi to make a move. The problem was that Huang Jindi couldn't appear and could only use 1/10 of his strength to deal with Yang Fan. He was afraid that his strength wouldn't be enough. Under such circumstances, Ling Xiao could only let go of the Punishment King for the time being. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he didn't want the problem to become complicated. It wouldn't be too late to make a move on the Punishment King after he became the Golden Sovereign. Why? This old thing's mouth is full of shit. If we don't kill him, he will continue to go against us, the Flame Emperor asked. He didn't understand what Ling Xiao was thinking. Logically speaking, wasn't this the best time to kill the Punishment King? Anyway, the Flower King and Thunder King wouldn't stop him. End of chapter. Chapter 4799. Facing the Fire Emperor's question. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although he's my enemy, he's still one of the 4 supreme kings in the Golden City. I can't kill him because of such a small matter. However, if I find out that he betrayed the Golden City and colluded with the Dead Spirit clan, then, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao was warning everyone in advance. If he wanted to kill the Punishment King one day, it wouldn't be because of personal grudges, but because the Punishment King betrayed the Golden City. That's a smart move. The Fire Emperor was stunned and praised in his heart. Even he didn't have Ling Xiao's brain. He couldn't help but admire him. This gave the martial artists in the Golden City a preconceived idea. Ling Xiao had the chance to kill the Punishment King, but he didn't because he was fair. He didn't want to hurt the Punishment King's life because of personal grudges. However, it would be different if the Punishment King betrayed the Golden City. The people in the Punishment King's residence were furious, but they couldn't refute. In fact, the Fire Emperor did have the ability to kill the Punishment King. The Thunder Emperor and the Flower Emperor didn't seem to want to stop him. The Punishment King didn't dare to talk nonsense. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Huang Jinruofeng. Brother Jinruofeng, please announce the start of the 3rd round. Okay. Huang Jinruofeng nodded. Although he couldn't be considered as part of Ling Xiao's faction, if he had to choose, he would definitely choose Ling Xiao to be the Golden Emperor. This was because Ling Xiao's performance in the wetlands had truly shocked him. The only thing he was worried about now was Ling Xiao's strength. In fact, he didn't see Ling Xiao's battle in the wetland. Other than the Golden Emperor, the martial artists in the Golden City didn't see anyone else. Therefore, they all thought that Ling Xiao was only at the core-shattering realm. Although he had improved from the 8th level to the 9th level of the core-shattering realm, he was still no match for a martial artist at the 4th level of the divine physique realm. Even if he could fight someone at a higher level, he could only defeat the Undying King at most. He couldn't defeat anyone else. HMPH, do you really think you've won? The Punishment Law King secretly sneered. Lei Meng and the Undying King both received power from Yang Fan. Their main target was Ling Xiao. Even if Yang Shuyi became the Golden Sovereign, it definitely couldn't be Ling Xiao. According to Yang Fan, Yang Shuyi was nothing to worry about. Even if she became a Golden Sovereign, they could just kill her. But Ling Xiao was different. He had too many secrets. Once he became a Golden Sovereign, he might not be able to be killed. This guy's talent was too strong. If he could kill him as soon as possible, that would definitely be the best choice. However, they did not know that Ling Xiao's body was already close to a monarch weapon with 10 dragon patterns. His cultivation level was also close to the half-step divine body realm. He even had the 3-point flood dragon spear, an emperor weapon with 10 dragon inscriptions. Even if it was used as a fire rod in battle, it could still suppress other people's magic treasures. This was especially true for the King of Many Treasures Golden Jade. No matter how many treasures he had, they couldn't compare to a monarch weapon with 10 dragon patterns. As for Ling Xiao's main body, it was currently impossible for him to defeat Yang Shuyi and Huang Jinyu. However, Raymond and the Undying King could give it a try. Raymond was already a puppet controlled by an insect. Without any brilliant battle techniques, he was just a machine with powerful combat power. In front of his battle techniques, he was even easier to defeat than the Undying King. As for the Undying King, his cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. He was also suitable for Ling Xiao to use as a stepping stone to increase his strength. Huang Jinyu might have to use the body of 3 supremes. However, this was just an inference. Ling Xiao's goal was, of course, to obtain the Golden Sovereign's position. Everything else could be put aside for now. Huang Jinruofeng stood on the high platform and announced the start of the final battle. The rules of the battle are very simple. Considering the possibility of martial artists restraining each other. Therefore, each of the 5 candidates will fight 4 battles. The ranking will be decided based on the number of victories. The first battle will be between Huang Jinyu and Raymond, who are currently at the bottom of the rankings. Such rules were easy for everyone to understand. Logically speaking, everyone would definitely have 4 battles. However, if someone lost their combat power or died during the battle, they would be eliminated directly. The remaining martial artists who had not fought with them would be able to obtain victory directly. Let's hurry up and start. Although Ling Xiao obtained a lot of points through shady means. However, he can't cheat in this last round. Huang Jinyu is someone with real talent. He is the most suitable to be the Golden Sovereign. All of you, just watch. He will definitely win. Punishment Hall Lord King Gongping said with righteous indignation. However, many people did not take it seriously. As the King of Fairness, this guy was too biased. His reputation was already bad. In the eyes of others, what he said was practically no different from a fart. There was no meaning at all. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to refute this kind of idiot. He believed that if these people saw all of his performance in the wetlands, this King of Fairness probably would not dare to say such stupid things. The first battle of the final battle began very quickly. However, what made everyone extremely puzzled was that Raymond actually took the initiative to surrender. Raymond, are you crazy? The Thunder King was also puzzled. Even if there was no chance in the last round, he should at least display his mental strength. He was actually afraid of fighting. This was not the style of the Thunder King's disciple. Thunder King, haven't you noticed? Raymond is different from before. Ling Xiao secretly reminded him. Although the Thunder King was powerful, he was just a boor and did not pay much attention. At this moment, after being reminded by Ling Xiao, he suddenly understood. Carefully thinking about what had happened in the past few days, he was extremely annoyed. Even if he was brainless, he knew who did this. Raymond would surrender in front of Huang Jinyu. Clearly, this was done by Huang Jinyu. This was too simple and clear. Haha, Raymond is still the sensible one. The king of many treasures, Huang Jinyu, has already won a round. Punishment Hall Lord sneered. Second round, Undying King vs Yang Shuyi. Originally, they thought that this would be an exciting battle, but something strange happened again. The Undying King announced his surrender. There were 2 reasons. First, the Undying King was indeed not as good as Yang Shuyi. Second, he had to save his strength to deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would become a puppet like Raymond. He did not want that. What's going on? Don't they want to be Golden Kings anymore? Maybe it's just a strategic surrender. Sigh, this is really strange. Alright, stop arguing. It's normal to make a choice in such a battle. Next, let's start the third battle. Raymond vs Ling Xiao. Finally, the scene quieted down. Everyone looked at the 2 people on the stage. This time, they would not surrender. Kill. They were not disappointed. Raymond released his martial soul as soon as he went on stage. He charged towards Ling Xiao. He was prepared to fight with all his strength. Huang Jinding, Fair King, and Huang Jinyu revealed a mocking smile in their eyes. Ling Xiao, aren't you awesome? Then prepare for the next round of attrition battle. End of chapter. Chapter 4800. The Punishment King's faction was very pleased, because Raymond and the Undying King were both controlled by them. Don't say that Ling Xiao's strength was not good to begin with. Even if he was really very powerful, if he faced a tag team battle, would he still have the possibility of winning? Of course not. He would lose very miserably. Almost everyone thought so. No matter if Ling Xiao won or lost this match, in short, he would consume a large amount of true essence and stamina. And in the third round of the final battle, in order to save time, everyone would only be given 10 minutes of rest after the battle. It was simply impossible to completely recover. They looked at Ling Xiao, but discovered that Ling Xiao's expression on the stage was still indifferent. Ling Xiao treated Raymond as his opportunity to break through. So he did not choose the Three Supremes physique. He was fighting with his true body. He entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation in advance and activated the Sun God Blood Fiend diagram. It was just that he did not use the Sky Tyrant possession. Although Raymond was very strong, he did not have any combat skills to speak of, just blindly fighting crazily. He planned to use a strategy of attrition. At the beginning, he absolutely would not clash head-on with Raymond, because he could not touch at all. He frequently used the vertical golden light art to dodge, using the bloodthirsty rat plague to continuously consume Raymond's stamina and divine essence. Over 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao was still unscathed, but Raymond clearly somewhat consumed too much. Really despicable, scurrying here and there like a rat. Could it be that this kind of person is the Gold King in your hearts? Fair punishment, King mocked. Are you farting? Ling Xiao is only at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. It's already a miracle that he can continue fighting with Raymond for over 10 minutes. If his cultivation was the same as Raymond, presumably Raymond would lose immediately. Gold King has always been not the strongest existence in Gold City, but the existence with the greatest potential. Ling Xiao is clearly sufficient enough. Bai Yinzilong mocked. Even so, but if this continues, who will be considered the winner and the loser? Huang Jinding asked coldly. The battle time is at most half an hour. If the battle cannot be resolved, it will be considered a draw. Huang Jinruofeng said indifferently, but this battle seems to be about to determine the victor. It should not make us wait that long. Determine the victor? Huang Jinding sneered. He didn't believe that after such a long time, Raymond had consumed so much energy, but Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was much lower than Raymond's, hadn't consumed any energy. However, there really were such people in this world. Ling Xiao's physical strength was not only reflected in defense, but also in physical strength, explosive power, and so on. It could be said that in terms of physical strength, even 100 Raymond couldn't compare to him. As for true essence, there was no need to talk about it. Ling Xiao's total true origin was equivalent to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. In addition to his potential, even a 9th level Divine Physique Echelon expert might not be able to compare to him. This guy was the biggest cheat in the world. Unfortunately, Huang Jinding knew too little about Ling Xiao. The energy in my sea of cultivation has increased to 70%. The other party doesn't have much pressure on me anymore. This battle can end now. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This caused everyone to be shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao was exhausted and that Raymond was going to seize the opportunity. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao revealed his light totem. Raymond suddenly held his head and screamed. The parasite that had fused with his soul was gradually being eliminated. Although this would definitely cause damage to his soul, it was better than being a puppet for the rest of his life. When the Thunder King saw this scene, he was anxious and wanted to stop him. However, he wasn't too stupid. He saw that Raymond's eyes were gradually regaining their clarity. In the end, he didn't make a move. Thank you. The moment Raymond regained his consciousness, he actually knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. I don't care who becomes the Golden Sovereign. I, Raymond, will only recognize you. Also. Speaking until here, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Fan. Huang Jinding, you probably didn't expect this. I can still return to normal today. Can you still hide the fact that Yang Fan is the dead Spirit Emperor's disciple? Raymond was a boorish person. He never considered the consequences of his words. After holding it in for so long, he only wanted to say it now. Ling Xiao understood that this boorish person did a smart thing. Because if Raymond didn't say it, Huang Jinding and Yang Fan would definitely silence him. Moreover, Yang Fan is the traitor who once betrayed the ancestor. Raymond, don't talk nonsense. What kind of bewitching technique did Ling Xiao use on you to make you speak in his favor? Huang Jinding suddenly stood up and shouted. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know very well. Although I don't have evidence, I still have to say it to prevent others from falling into your trap. After Raymond finished speaking, he didn't refute and directly walked off the stage. In any case, he didn't have evidence and couldn't say it clearly. Moreover, he wasn't good with words. If he said too much, it would be easy for others to find flaws. Huang Jinding wanted to say something, but he felt like he had punched a cotton ball. He was really powerless. At this time, the undying king suddenly rushed out of the crowd and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Emperor, please help me. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked. I was also poisoned by Yang Fan. Although I'm a little better than Raymond, if he let the parasite hatch, I'll be like Raymond. The undying king said. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what was wrong with him. He just needed the undying king to say it. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but frown. If it was only Raymond who said it, they would only be suspicious. But now that the undying king said it, it was very credible. Of course I can help you. At this time, Ling Xiao only needed to show a little generosity. He released the power of light of the light totem. In an instant, the worm eggs in the undying king's body were destroyed. This process was much simpler than Raymond's. Thank you, Emperor. The undying king was very excited. These days, he had been rather vexed and had done some things that he didn't want to do. But fortunately, he didn't make a big mistake. Huang Jinding, shouldn't you give an explanation? Flame Emperor asked coldly. What a joke. Who knows if they colluded with Ling Xiao and deliberately slandered me. Anyway, there's no evidence. They can say whatever they want. Huang Jinding said disdainfully. Back then, they were worried that they would be exposed. Although they didn't expect it to be like this, they didn't leave any evidence anyway. Other than their own people, only Raymond, the undying king, and Bailey Shuwu knew about this. Even if the three of them bit him, it would be useless. He was a supreme king. The Golden City couldn't do anything to him because of what the three of them said. Although that was the case, the impact was not small. The undying king represented the neutral martial artists, while Raymond represented the Thunder Empress faction. The Law King gradually offended all the people he could rope in. This was the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. Of course, there was also the Flame Emperor's faction. It was time for Bailey Shuwu to come out. End of chapter. Chapter 4801. Since the Punishment King doesn't care, I'll tell everyone what happened that day. Bailey Shuwu suddenly walked out from the crowd. He took off the hood that was wrapped around his head. Then, he told everyone what happened that day. I know. You also said that I don't have evidence. Yes, I don't have evidence, but I can tell you that you'll be the Fire King Palace's mortal enemy from now on. Regardless of whether you have evidence or not, the people of the Fire King Palace will believe that I'm not lying. Bailey Shuwu sneered. You want me to kill Ling Xiao, but unfortunately, you don't know how strong he is. From now on, I, Bailey Shuwu, will only believe in Ling Xiao, the Golden Sovereign. If Huang Jinyu takes this position, he'll have to pray for himself. Huang Jinding wanted to refute. However, Bailey Shuwu ignored him and turned to look at the Fire King. Lord Fire King, I've made you worry during this period. In order to save me, Ling Xiao hid me. Please don't blame him. Ha ha ha, why would I blame him? I trust him more than you. The Fire King was in a good mood. The previous incident had actually caused some disagreements within the Fire King Palace. However, Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. His mental fortitude was really quite strong. Moreover, Bailey Shuwu had made things clear today, which would only make the Fire King Palace more united. They would also support Ling Xiao. H, you guys are really good at acting. Huang Jinding snorted. Whether it's acting or not, the Punishment King knows. As for who's acting and who's lying, we'll know in the future. Bailey Shuwu sneered. I'm sorry, Commander Ruorfeng. Let's continue with the third round of the examination. Don't delay the important matters because of us. Huang Jinding nodded. Then, he said, the fourth round, Huang Jinyu versus Yang Shuyi. I don't think anyone will surrender in this round. It'll definitely be more exciting than the previous one. I'm still thinking about what happened just now. It's too unbelievable. The Punishment King is usually arrogant and despotic, and even a little disrespectful to sovereigns. However, I don't dare to believe that he colluded with the dead spirit race. Don't think too much about it. The truth will come to light one day. Let's just focus on the match. That's true. The storm passed just like that, but the seeds of suspicion and hatred were planted. The penal law king had been forced into a dead end. This was the effect that Ling Xiao wanted. He wanted him to choose to take the initiative to attack because he was anxious. At that time, he would reveal his fox tail. Huang Jinyu fought against Yang Shuyi. This was definitely going to be an extremely exciting battle. However, Yang Shuyi's advantage was still too great. At first, Yang Shuyi didn't use the monarch weapon with 9 dragon patterns that Ling Xiao gave her. As a result, he was crushed miserably by Huang Jinyu. This was especially true for Huang Jinyu. He had actually used a monarch armament with 7 dragon patterns that Yang Fan had given him. In the end, Yang Shuyi was forced to use her emperor armament. Huang Jinyu was defeated in an instant. However, it was a pity that Huang Jinyu escaped. I failed to kill him. Huang Jinyu had many treasures on him. Although he might lose, his life-saving ability was probably in the top 3 in the entire Golden City. How can she have a monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns? Huang Jinyu was defeated, but he was very unwilling. It was fine that the Flame King had a monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. However, Yang Shuyi had one too. This made him feel very unbalanced. It must be a gift from Ling Xiao. Yang Fan frowned. He knew that Ling Xiao had taken many treasures from the world of souls. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many monarch armaments with 9 dragon patterns. This was out of his expectations. From this, it could be seen that even the Death Spirit Emperor didn't know about the things in the spacetime corridor. Everyone seemed to have guessed this as well, and they all looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. He wanted these people to understand that he wouldn't mistreat anyone who was willing to fight with him. He wouldn't be as stingy as Huang Jinyu. He wouldn't be as aggressive as Huang Jinding. Master, I want to win against Ling Xiao. Although he was surprised that he lost to Yang Shuyi, Huang Jinyu accepted it. However, he couldn't accept that he lost to Ling Xiao. Fine, I'll lend you this monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. This is the best monarch armament I have. Don't break it. It was Yang Fan who spoke. Huang Jinding didn't have a monarch armament with 9 dragon patterns. Although it was very frustrating, it was the truth. That's great, young master. Don't worry. With this treasure, I'll definitely help you get rid of Ling Xiao. Huang Jinyu regretted that he didn't get this monarch armament earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Yang Shuyi. Go and familiarize yourself with this monarch armament now. It won't be long before your next battle. I reckon that Raymond might admit defeat when he faces Yang Shuyi. The Undying King will also admit defeat when he faces Ling Xiao. You don't have much time to prepare. Yang Fan reminded. Huang Jinyu didn't waste any time and quickly ran to the side to familiarize himself with the treasure in his hand. At this moment, the 5th battle had begun. Raymond versus Yang Shuyi. Raymond didn't participate in this battle at all because his soul was injured and he needed to rest quietly. Therefore, he couldn't participate in the following battles. However, Raymond didn't care. As long as he could return to normal, the battles weren't as important as he thought. After all, he couldn't become the Golden Emperor. The 6th battle, Undying King versus Ling Xiao. I admit defeat. The Undying King shook his head. He planned to return Ling Xiao a favor. Although he still had hopes of becoming the Golden Emperor, he didn't like to owe people favors. Ling Xiao had saved him from suffering. There was no reason for him not to repay him. The 7th battle, Huang Jinyu versus the Undying King. Because the Undying King had admitted defeat, this battle could begin immediately. You're a smart person. You should admit defeat quickly. Huang Jinyu didn't even go on stage. He only looked at the Undying King coldly and said, "You're no match for me. Don't force yourself if you want to live." The reason why he didn't want to fight at this time was that he wanted to familiarize himself with the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns in his hands. Can you kill me? The Undying King sneered and said, I've never thought that I'm weaker than any of you. I admitted defeat to Ling Xiao just to return the favor. As for you, I don't have any favor to return. So, come on up. Huang Jinyu's face was a little ugly. The Undying King clearly didn't give him face. He jumped onto the stage angrily and looked at the Undying King coldly and said, Since you don't want to make things easy for me, then I'll have to kill you. His aura instantly became stronger, making him look like a ferocious beast. He wanted to bite the Undying King to death instantly. Why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao sighed. He understood the Undying King's thoughts too well. It was not enough to just admit defeat. He still had to weaken Huang Jinyu for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to achieve anything in this battle. End of chapter.